district decides to pursue, it is you that we are focused on. I'm also recognizing the staff from Federal Engineering who are here today. Federal has worked with the district over the past couple of years by consulting and acting as our representatives as we continue on this path towards a new system. Today's goal is to provide an opportunity for our decision makers, our board of directors, and our advisory committee members, and our staff of our user agencies, all of our police, fire, and EMS partners, and Federal Engineering to engage in dialogue with presenters. We are seeking your questions, concerns, and comments, and for our presenters to have the opportunity to showcase their companies, their staff, and the hard work that they have put in to develop a potential solution for a new public safety radio system. We appreciate all the members of the public who are present, and I hope that this ends up being a valuable and educational opportunity for you. However, no public comments will be taken today. First up is Tate Communications. I'd like to introduce Will Mullins of Tate. Will and his team are going to be providing an overview of their company, their history and experience, of course, the proposed solution.
Thank you, Mike. I had a question. Can user agencies ask questions?
That's encouraged, yes. User agencies, the board, and federal. Thanks, Michael.
Sorry. Oh. Sure, how they can do it faster than me.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Thanks, Mike, for the introduction. My name is Will Mullins. I'm with Tate Communications. We've been working in cities to produce and utilizing some survey data from all user agencies here in the 911 district to come up with a design that we think is something that 911 would be willing to consider. So part of this presentation is I don't like to talk that much. I'm not a big one-way presenter. There's a lot of information here. Please engage, ask questions. I mean, this is an opportunity for you as the user agencies to really learn about all the options that you have at your fingertips. I do have a couple of handouts here. I've got some executive summaries, which just provides like a high-level overview of what we're going to be going through today. Feel free to grab one if you haven't already. Might be with hand these out beforehand, or people can grab them whenever they want. Thank you. Sure. All right, so we'll jump right in. Mr. Kevin Summerall, who's the president of Tate Communications, sadly wasn't able to join us today. He wasn't able to fly back. He had to go to Wisconsin yesterday. He was here on Tuesday and was able to meet with some of you that were at the presentation on Tuesday. So he wanted us to give his apology for not being able to make it. He wanted to be here, but didn't fly back in. Myself, Will Mullins, I'm the business development manager here for Tate Communications, and Mr. Raymond Beasy, who is our system solutions engineer. Okay, I'll just give a little overview of who Tate is. So Tate is a little different than other manufacturers, LMR manufacturers, for a couple reasons. One, Tate Communications is a private trust, which means that we are not publicly traded. We are not bottom line driven. We are a for-profit organization, of course, as a private organization, but that's not what our core values or decisions lean toward. So our focus truly is on establishing referenceable accounts, establishing partners, and providing solutions to the public safety community primarily, and then also other critical infrastructure business such as utilities and schools. We have three core values. Those core values are our commitment to listen, our courage to act, and our integrity to deliver. Basically, what that means is that rather than providing a solution that we think is right for you, like we're doing right here in this conversation, is we want a two-way conversation. We want to understand your operational needs. We want to understand what pros and cons there are with each different solution set that we can not only propose something that we think is best, but something that is something that the district would want or need. And again, we're not here running your operations day to day, so we don't know what is those critical impact items that are most important to you. So all of the information in the design that we'll be going through is based on the survey data that was conducted at the city's caboose worked user agencies to capture and understanding that we have of the area. So it's not going to be precise. We'll need to update it based on your input to really get it into As an OEM manufacturer, or original equipment manufacturer, we focus on land mobile radio. That is our bread and butter. That is where we focus. So we leverage a partner ecosystem to provide a holistic solution. Obviously, solutions are more than just a radio, more than just an infrastructure in the tower. Solutions are everything from dispatch consoles to backhaul solutions, microwave, fiber, cellular LTE applications, NG911. All of these things are impacts to an overall solution. Now, for this conversation, we're focused on P25. We provide multiple options, both for microwave and console for consideration. From a console solution, there's really 3 P25 standalone. Well, I say standalone. Avtech is no longer completely standalone, but they operate as a subsidiary that does nothing but P25 or dispatch consoles. So Avtech, Intertalk, and Zetron are 3. We've included 2 options, one for Avtech and one for Intertalk in this proposal. Okay, so the technology overview. Again, I highlighted the fact that in our design, we utilize the information captured from the survey results as well as information we just had from the federal engineering report and also just knowledge of the area. So as we're going through the design, please ask questions. There is reference to hybrid. The hybrid is not a hybrid band, but rather a hybrid solution between simulcast and multicast sites. And we'll explain our reasoning behind the selection of 7800 megahertz, for example, over VHF or over a hybrid 7800 VHF solution. And we'll also talk about the simulcast, the benefits that provides, and why not simulcast the whole county, but only a portion of it. So Ray, I'll ask if you'd like to come up and walk through the overall design.
Okay, so we're proposing as Will said, we're proposing a hybrid design built with simulcast sites and multicast sites. The simulcast sites are basically based out of the southeast section of the county. In the more populated areas, they have a higher channel count. And then we have multicast sites out to cover the remaining part of the county. Now, as I talk about a hybrid design and I talk about the differences between simulcast and multicast, the key thing to consider here is to the end user, they won't know the difference. There's no difference between a simulcast site and a multicast site. There's no manual switching of the radio to roam throughout the county. No matter what tower site you're connected to and what technology it's using, the radio will roam through the area without any end user intervention. So I will get into the weeds a little bit on the infrastructure and how it's laid out. Like I said, the key thing to remember here is that to the end user, they won't know the difference between a simulcast or a multicast site.
And the simulcast portion of the design is basically following Highway 34. So hitting the populated density areas. One of the key benefits of simulcast, but still low race under, is the in-building penetration that it provides. So the reason that we highlighted that simulcast solution for that more populated density, one is the capacity aspect, the efficiency of management of spectrum, the frequency spectrum, and then also the in-building penetration, paying special attention to schools, for example, critical buildings that we recognize, and making sure that we're delivering strong signals.
So I'll just throw up our block diagram, our high-level block diagram for our system. It's a lot to take in. I understand that. But the key point here is that we have a completely modular system. We've made a number of assumptions in putting this together. However, it's basically made up of tape base stations and a number of servers that control the system. The base station sites are all listed in the top. There's very minimal equipment that goes into it. Anyone that's probably walked into a telecommunications shelter or a telephone building over the past 20 to 30 years knows it can be a very busy, messy environment. You have a lot of wires and punch blocks and everything else. The Tate solution is completely IP-based. So literally what you see is what you have here. The base station is the servers that control it. And it's completely modular as well. So we have off-the-shelf servers. We typically supply Contron servers to control the system. They can be located anywhere on the network. They can be located in a hardened 911 facility, or they can be located at a radio site. They can go anywhere on the network as long as they're connected to that backbone that's connecting all the sites together. Simulcast solutions. So let's talk a little bit about simulcast. First, why do we propose simulcast? One, because frequencies are an incredibly valuable commodity. We have several other customers, and one in particular in the Chicago area right now. They've spent millions of dollars acquiring frequencies. So the fewer frequencies that you can use, ultimately, the easier it is to build out a system. And that's where simulcast comes out. Simulcast is basically a number of sites that use the same frequencies so that you're not using as many frequency resources. And they are completely synchronized by GPS to go off at the same time. So that the end user is getting the exact same signal from multiple tower sites. So users that are talking off of a simulcast cell, they don't have to worry about switching between sites because they're getting the same frequency. Looks like one site to them. The key to simulcast is it's not overly complicated. If you think about voice communications, if Will and I start talking at the same time, if we say the exact same thing at the exact same time, you'll be able to hear what we're saying. But if we're off a little bit, then it becomes a little jumbled and you might not be able to hear one of us over the other. The Tate simulcast system, we have years and years of experience. It's fully IP based. So there's no manual timing. It's all done at the IP level. Packets are loaded at the millisecond level. So it's all controlled automatically. It's really simplified compared to simulcast systems in the past.
Stay here just a minute, Rick, because I believe you guys have simulcast today. You have a number of transmit sites, a number of receive only sites. And you probably in your control facility have a couple racks of filters. So basically another repeater or transceiver that's just receiving those signals and going between. So it's a lot of equipment. It takes up a lot of space. In the TV9400, which is our repeater, the voting is actually done in the repeater. So since that voting is done, there's not the necessity to have those racks of equipment that's doing nothing but voting in your site, like what have I would imagine. And so that's going to save space as well as cost, because you don't have to buy those additional receivers just to be able to do the voting function. Another thing is Ray talked about the frequency spectrum aspect. In our design and in our offering, we actually included full spectrum management. So what that means is that we would be responsible for acquiring your frequencies for you. We would be responsible for doing all of the voice floor testing, monitoring. It's all required for part of coverage guarantees, for example. All of that would be taking the burden off of the 911 districts and us absorbing that responsibility. That's included in our software.
Any questions about simulcast technology? Kind of move through it a little quickly.
And we don't know how technical the audience is either, so please chime in. We just had a meeting on Tuesday and had a lot of community members there, and we went down to a pretty low level explaining what radio is. So feel free to chime in, and if there's anything that you don't know, we're happy to go into detail.
Some of the online people are saying they are having difficulty hearing you. If we could use the microphones, possibly. There's two up there that are wireless if you want to grab them or adjust them.
Yeah. Is that better? Is this not? All right, how about now? Yeah, it sounds like it is now.
Okay. Is this any better?
You might have to hold it.
How's that? Hear myself, so that's much better. Okay, so what's our basic methodology when we design a system? We go through a pretty set methodology. Basically, we try to gather as many of the user requirements as we can. So for public safety, a lot of that's predetermined by standards. So 95% reliability are terms that you'll hear quite often. But ultimately, the majority of this revolves around coverage and test. Right? So the first thing that we do is we start with a list of candidate sites, typically county-owned sites, city-owned sites, municipal properties. We try to plot all those out on a map, see where they lie. And then we run something called the best server study. So we see where each of those site locations covers and how much the area covers. The next thing we'll do is we'll check the FCC database and any known properties that we haven't examined before that the county knows about. After we go through that entire exercise, then we try to cover as much as we can, while still being cognizant of the financial implications of acquiring things like greenfield sites. building sites from scratch. But the most important thing in our mind is we want to have the sites in the right location. From our perspective, it makes a lot more sense to spend more money on one site that covers the right area than to deploy 2 or 3 sites because they're existing or they might be easier to get to. So that's where we start off from. It doesn't mean that we're not flexible. We can always obviously adjust to meet the user's needs. As I said, minimize site count, maximize coverage. That's the main goal here.
Great. Yeah, quick question. As far as the in-building scenario, what DB level building loss model?
Yeah, that's a good question. So actually, we're going to bring up coverage studies, and I'll actually get into that. But just to answer your question, we went with a light duty building of 6 dB and a medium duty building of 12.
And all of that is also based on portable on hit. So we factored in, what's probably 8 something dB is the body loss factor for portable on hit.
Okay, and the 95%, is that a portable on street?
It's a reliability.
Okay.
The bounded area coverage for actually greater than 95%. The bounded area coverage for the jurisdiction on street.
On street, okay.
A little bit more on the methodology of our coverage and how we were doing the design. So I'm pretty familiar up here. I lived in Salem for a considerable amount of time. I also was the technology director at Shoots County 911. So I'm very familiar with Oregon. Oh, sorry. So I'm very familiar with Oregon. And I knew that this area, Columbia County specifically, is going to be a bit of a challenge. The biggest challenge when we're looking at design coverage, it's not the size of the county, and it's not necessarily the height of the hills. It's how quickly they go up and how quickly they go down, and how many there are. So in other words, and this actually goes into our decision making on VHF versus 70, for example. Originally, we were looking everything west of here is pretty rural. A lot of warehouses, it's a pretty rural area. So immediately you think, okay, well, VHF is a better spectrum for rural areas. You got more ground coverage. You're able to actually cover a greater amount of distance with fewer sites with VHF. When we started modeling, we actually modeled VHF, modeled 78, modeled a hybrid. What we found is because the hills go up and down so quickly and at such different angles, not like the Cascades where everything's going south, everything was moving at different angles, and like Statues County Highway, for example, it kind of wiggles in between all of those. There was a shadowing effect by the hills. That shadowing effect was cutting down the signal delivery to where VHF 7800 really didn't matter. So then 7800 in our determination was a better solution for the county because it added in-building penetration capabilities. It also cut down on, it's a roaming challenge. When you move between sites, just like a cell phone, you move between sites, you go from one tower to the next tower, it's all seamless. The idea is that there's no syllables drop, the call isn't dropped, smoothly. Now what happens is you can create a flapping situation as you're shadowed around some sort of terrain. In other words, you're here on this side of the book bag, and you've got this site giving it to you perfect. You step over here, well, now you can't see that site, and this site's not that great of a site. You connect to it, and then 2 seconds later, you're back on this site. Well, what happens when you're going back and forth like that? You do run the potential of missing calls, and you can drop that signal connectivity because the radio actually gets confused in its roaming algorithm between which site to actually latch onto. So that was one of the primary reasons we thought that it was best to do 700-800 megahertz for the entire county, because it cuts down on the VHF propagation on dual band radio, for example, that will have that video register back. Does that make sense? Okay, perfect. All right.
Okay, yeah, another reason that we do tend to look at some of the higher frequencies is because they are a little more impervious to the noise support issues you see. So VHF is great. The lower you go in frequency, the further the properties. That's just business. But once you consider the noise floor implications, it actually shrinks the coverage down quite a bit to where it covers a lot, but it's not necessarily usable everywhere. So what we found in a lot of our studies at 7800 is, as Will mentioned, 7800 will cover just as far as VHF because of those noise floor issues. And the example I used the other day is if you think about AM radio in your cars. AM radio, you'll hear noise all over it. FM, not quite as much. It's a higher frequency. It's raining, you turn on the windshield wipers, your AM radio, you can actually hear noise on that AM radio station channel when your windshield wipers are on. That's just the noise generated from your car. RF public safety, RF bands are different. So VHF is more susceptible to noise that occurs just from everyday elements in life. 7800 is a little more immune to it. So once you take the whole picture together, the coverage profile is quite similar.
There's a little bit better management of the spectrum. I'll try to talk loud. There's a little bit better management of the spectrum, 7800 megahertz too. It's a newer public safety band. VHF has been around for a long time, so the frequencies are kind of given out in bulk, and you have to try to build the right frequency pairs. 7800 megahertz, the frequency pairs are defined for you, which is your transmit and receive, and they have a minimum separation. That minimum separation provides more sensitivity for that frequency band. VHF doesn't necessarily have that minimum separation, so you could get into a situation where your transmit and receive frequencies are too close. But actually, what that does is basically interferes with itself and it cuts down on your receive sensitivity, also known as coverage.
If we're going to create a feedback loop here.
I don't like microphones. This is VHF. Susceptible to noise.
Okay. So a little bit about simulcast. As Will said, all of the simulcast control, all of the voting is done internal to our base stations. And the other thing I want to press on is that a simulcast, a group of simulcast sites in a data network just looks like one logical site. To the end users, it looks like one logical site. To the system controllers, it looks like one logical site. So it's no different to the system. So basically, if you have 6 sites grouped together in a simulcast cell, the system just sees one site. Okay, a little bit about our coverage methodology. So we use a tool called EDX. EDX has been around for a long time. And we follow the standards pretty tightly when it comes to the coverage plots that we generate. Why do we use EDX? Is a question we often get. Well, we consider it an industry standard tool. There's lots of consultants that use it. Universities use EDX to produce coverage maps. And there are other vendors as well that use EDX as well. One thing that we like about it is that it uses a coverage model called Anderson 2D. I'll dive a little bit deep into the weeds, and hopefully I don't put anyone to sleep here. So there were actually 2 coverage models that were accepted back in the day. One was called Locomotor HANA, and it was a modeled simulation of how radio propagated in Japan. So it was a very heavy, dense urban environment. And it was just basically a bunch of measurements cobbled together, and then they created a model based off of those measurements that they took. The other one was Longley Rice. So that was more of a theoretical model, intended more for like flat, free space loss type of propagation. So Anderson 2D kind of takes elements from both of those models and mixes them together. And we find that it gives a nice compromise over both urban areas and more rural areas.
One thing to add on EDX is commercial off the shelf. Anybody can go buy it. Anybody can validate the parameter sets. We actually provide all of our parameters if asked to consultants, to customers. That way they can go and actually model based on those exact parameter sets. We do not use a proprietary tool. Some manufacturers have their own in-house proprietary tools that they use for coverage. Everything that we do is based on open standard TSP 88 as the baseline. What that means is that we don't only guarantee coverage for our radios, we will also guarantee coverage for other manufacturers. What that does is it provides the customer or the users the freedom of choice. Fire might want to buy Harris XL 200s or XL 400s. Sheriff might want to buy APX 85 or 8000s. It doesn't matter. Kenwood, as long as they meet the TSP 88 requirements and the minimum CPC threshold, which is received certificates defined in TSP 88, and it's a cap of compliance assessment approved for P25, then we will guarantee coverage.
Yeah, I'll just echo what he said. Everything that we do points back to TSP 88. In fact, I'll go one slide further. This is our link budget that we provide typically for our projects. As you can see, we provide all the numbers. And in fact, we recently worked on a project with a consultant, and they also used EDX, and they weren't able to generate the same plots as us. We actually took a day to go out and visit them and sit down and share how we input the parameters into the tool, and then they were able to perfectly replicate what we were doing. So it was a very informative session. We basically opened up the hood, said, here's all the parameters that we're using, and and shared basically our entire approach for the system design. As Will said, everything's TSB 88, so interlink budgets you can see on the right column. We will actually point to the tables in TSB 88 where we're taking values. So there's a reason behind every number that we throw into the tool. So we generated a number of coverage plots for this one. Obviously, we want to start with mobile coverage, and it looks quite good, as you can see here. We do have some Google Earth KMZs that I'll get to, and we'll dive into these in a little bit more detail. But just to give you an overview of what we did, so we did a mobile study that basically just shows what type of coverage the users would expect if the 14-site system is built out. And then we also did portable coverage. So portable coverage is actually broken down into a number of colors. So the last map was easy to understand. If it was green, it was good, right? In the portable map, we break it down into a little bit more detail. So we provide 3 levels of color, and they delineate where the users can expect coverage on street with their portable radios, where they can expect it in the light buildings, as I mentioned, and where they can expect coverage in medium buildings. So that's all shown right here.
What's your definition of light, medium buildings?
A light building, 6 dB, which is kind of a, say, a standard guideline for a loss factor, would be a stick-built home, for example, residential home. Trailers would be less than that. If you look at typically a 1 or 2 story home, would be like getting to 10,000 square foot mansion, or anything that has concrete structure per se. So that's where the medium building comes in. That's more of like a 1 building school, strip mall, concrete structure.
Any other questions?
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can do this, the wireless panels over here. Just gonna open up Google Earth real quick. That way we can actually, in real time, look at any coverage configuration you want to look at, any location.
Now, I just want to talk a little bit about providing these coverage studies in Google Earth. So I use this example all the time. But basically, we at Tate, we responded to an RFP many years ago. It was my project that I worked on. The RFP just kind of had a blanket requirement of cover 95% of the area. And we got that requirement. We met it easily. And we built the system out, and the customer was extremely unhappy. And the reason for that was the 5% of the area that we did not cover was critical areas. Happened to be a number of fire departments, fire chiefs' homes. So fire officers weren't getting paged out. And that oversight came because there was just a blanket requirement on RFP, and we painted colors on that. A second example I'll use is a company called PGE, Portland General Electric. So that was also my project. They did not release a blanket RFP. They actually brought in Tate ahead of time. And what we did was we generated coverage plots and produced them in Google Earth just like this. And we zoomed in to the most minute details. And from there, we determined exactly where that 95% needed to be, down to people's houses. Of course, with the electric company, it's more line workers and things like that. It's less paging out of fire companies. But we consider this part of the process extremely important and extremely critical. We can't just design solutions in a box. It takes real-time feedback from the user community. We need to know where coverage is required.
Okay, so we can play around in Google Earth. You guys will do this interactive session, the opportunity for you to look at coverage. Again, blue means that you have coverage into medium density buildings, be like a one-story school, for example. Pink means that you've got coverage into like residential building at a minimum. The green here, for example, means that you have good portable street level coverage on the hip, and then the yellow, you should actually still have portable on street coverage there. Now, you'll get into a couple of zones, for example, you don't see anything, the white shadows out. This is going to be more terrain limitations. For example, southern portion of the county. Right here. A big cliff. Right here. And that shadows all this stuff. But anyway, all of this is based off of, again, the feedback that we got on the survey. We tried to minimize site count while also maximizing the administration, specifically for the Highway 30 corridor. And then out west, we weren't as worried about in building. We wanted to make sure we had mobile coverage as well as for as much as possible. Paying specifically close attention to the highway routes in the areas of high recreation. So
There's a road between Scappoose and Highway 47. Can you scroll, zoom in and scroll? Scappoose, Vernonia.
oh, Scappoose Community Highway.
Where it says Chapman, right there, it should be, that's scheduled for the highway.
Yeah, just scroll along that route. Sure. Still, yeah, there are some areas that are.
Well, and this is portable too, so we're not going to show on mobile. So your mobile coverage should actually, the entire county should have mobile coverage. This is also based on TSP 88 as the baseline for the perceived sensitivity of the subscriber devices. Most manufacturers subscriber devices, they're higher end subscriber devices. For example, APA 8000, Harris XL 200 to 400, Kenwood VP 6000 or greater, our Tate TP 96 to 98 have almost a 3 dB improvement over what the TSP 88 baseline is. So in other words, that 3 dB, if we were actually to populate here, would enhance a significant amount of coverage across the entire county. But let's go up Scappoose Vernonia Highway, which, by the way, is something that we looked at very closely. I actually came out here and drove Scappoose Vernonia Highway and looked at the terrain, see what the situation was looking like. And it's a challenge, right? It's a lot of cutbacks, a lot of weaving around elevated areas, and the issue that we run into is shadow. So let's talk about that too. Why 14 sites? 14 sites to some might seem like overkill for the 686 square mile geography that's here. If we took that 686 miles and popped into southern Illinois, we would need 5 sites. Just flat cornfields, deciduous trees. Here, pretty much everything's the opposite. You've got vast terrain challenges. So that's where your shadowing comes into effect, which means you have to have multiple sites in different areas. That way there's always a site that's looking into every corner of the turns of the roads, which is where our primary focus was there. Plus, when you look at coniferous forest versus deciduous, you actually have a little bit more loss factor in the trees. Yes, sir.
What's the breakdown of the sites in terms of what's existing, what's brownfield, what's greenfield, or is that?
I'm glad you asked. So as of right now, out of the 14 sites, there are 5 that are existing 911 sites today. There are 4 warehouser sites. There are, let's see here, there's 1 private ASR. And then there is City of St. Helens, there is a school district site, and then there are 4 greenfields. And again, this is based on information without having conversation with the district, fully understanding what your coverage needs are. So all this can be modified based on 1, where do you need coverage at? You know, so deleting a site, adding a site, all of that simple. Or saying Freedom Road is a worthless site, you can't get power to it, we've tried for years, so that site's dead. We need to find a different site. But the county actually owns property 200 yards away, so we're up there. You know, these are the type of conversations that's part of that detailed design that has to occur before actually deploying the system. All right, we will keep going up Scappoose Vernonia. There's also this thing called atmospheric drift. Atmospheric drift. So when you think about radio signal, it's a signal that's actually being carried, right? It's a wave sign that's actually being carried for however long distance. Based on the atmospheric pressure, based on things like ducting, will actually shift that anytime during the day, your signal, just like the wind, will move like this or like that. So that's something that you'll notice too, as you're looking at coverage, especially on areas where fringe coverage is a challenge. Have I gone far enough? Keep going.
Yeah, just to add on to that, Will, just because that there's an area that's not covered by color here, does not mean you won't have coverage there. What this map shows you is what's predicted with the 95% reliability. Right. It's predicted with the highest quality of voice as defined in the standard. So you could potentially have greater coverage if the user might think it's fine.
Yeah, everything that we did was designed at 3.4 delivered audio quality, which means that it's just rarely repeated. 3.0 delivered audio quality is also good audio quality. It would take a train here to be able to tell the difference between 3.0 and 3.4. 3.4 is the defined standard for public safety, which is why we designed it. But as you're looking at other manufacturers, for example, or other site clusters or coverage, that's an important aspect to remember and think about, is to look at an apples-to-apples comparison. We really have to make sure that all of the parameters of the coverage are the same. That means the same thresholds, TSP 88 as a baseline thresholds, the same 3.4 or the definition of 3.0, all of those have to be apples-to-apples in order to really be able to show an apples-to-apples comparison. Another little trick that can be a gotcha, as you're looking at coverage in a KMZ file, which is a Google Earth file, this little button right here, 3D buildings, turn it off. If you leave 3D buildings on, it actually makes, because it's artificial height, it makes the coverage look weird. So it might show that there's no coverage there, which really there is coverage, it's just how that layer sits on the buildings. So turn that button off, that we can see real coverage.
You have to have the existing system covered.
We have not modeled the system. Somebody had asked that on Tuesday. That's a challenging thing to do, and federal can speak to this because there's so many different facets of the existing system. One, when was the system deployed? You'd have to actually go out and measure the antenna loss or gain. You'd have to measure the lines. You have to measure everything in between to where you know exactly how it's operating. A brand new site, for example, you've got brand new lines, so you've got defined loss factor, you've got brand new antenna with a defined factor, brand new repeater with a defined factor. So you have all of that information. Now, if the system is tuned perfectly, then you can model it and get pretty close. But typically, a system that's been aging is not.
I guess we know our weak spots. You know, from our knowledge. It's just different.
Yeah, to your point, when we baselined it, we had to get a lot of user feedbacks. There was also the voice forward that talked about with VHF. So as a result, we had to model that based on the user feedback. Aside from that, you have to go out and spend weeks out here just kind of.
Capturing, drive testing, and actually manipulating your models.
And basically what we saw, because to your point, we did predictive modeling of the VHF system that the existing sites, based on the feedback, it's a lot worse coverage than what was modeled because of the noise floor.
Are there any specific coverage zones you guys want to jump into? This is an important aspect for you guys to believe in coverage, right? Is there any configurations you want to see?
This is portable.
This is portable. Yep. This is portable in building. Everywhere that there's blue means that you've got portable in building to a 12 dB building, which would be strip mall, single floor, school, etc.
Portable on the head.
Portable on hip, correct, at 3.4 delivered audio.
So when you go south, want to use best road. So going pulling north, you pull right here. Pull up.
Or really fast Burlington works fine.
Also an outbound 30.
Looking at this spot right here uncovered.
No, it's actually just, I was looking for Highway 30, which you have there. If you keep pulling, that intersection is where Gates Pass. I believe that is.
Right.
Yeah.
You also see that there's a considerable amount of coverage bleeding over into Portland, Washington County. The reason why is because it's flat over there. And all of your terrain challenges are to the west of you, to the coastal range. Everything east is going to be pretty well covered. In our design, we actually try to control the overflow coverage by using electronic downtoll, other things in the antennas to minimize that bleed over into the other areas. But that's something important to think about. You look at hospital routes, look at prisoner transport, those different situations, having coverage into the other zones are important. Now, the question is how you execute on that coverage. There's different ways. One, you have the coverage from your system. Two, you can naturally roam into another system with the subscriber device being connected to both systems, or there's also an ISSI interface. We'll talk a little bit about inter-subsystem interfaces as well, which is included in the offer. So,
Can we look at the classified area?
sure. Specific area you want to zoom in?
It didn't say.
Oh, is someone on the call?
Yeah,
Is there an area in class 9 you'd like us to zoom in? Again, pretty much this entire area, you have really good in-building penetration, in-building coverage, both in 12 dB, which is primarily on the highway. Really, the majority of it's within medium density building. You've got really good coverage within residential buildings as well. You do have terrain situation over here. But luckily it doesn't all appear.
they asked if we could look along Highway 30 in classified.
Sure. Yeah, so Highway 30 will start. And we'll slowly move to class 9. Yeah, this is a riverboat. I was thinking creek boat, which is one of the terrain feature.
TV West, so we dispatch for Westport, which is there's one.
And all of our design so far has been focused on the defined jurisdiction boundary that GIS published. So that's where we focused. In fact, we actually use electronic downtills and other measures to try to prevent signal. But again, that's also an easy design configuration change. If you have zones, for example, where you try to relate into a specific area, or you're responsible for a specific area that's outside of the county, also model that.
And that is our case. We fire districts and neighborhood service areas stand far from the political bounds.
Sure.
County. So we go into Clatsop County, we go into Washington County, we go into.
Yep. In fact, if you have those boundaries kind of defined in the shape file, you send them over to us. Actually, look at the existing site configuration by moving downtills and see what that coverage is like. Yes, sir.
And then they asked for Vernonia around Alder Street, TZ Road and Timber Road. Somebody with more familiar with area, we have to point that out though.
So 40, and just go up Highway 47.
To the left.
To the left, sorry. 47 south.
There.
We'll probably talk about that patch right there. And this
Right
one south,
here.
yeah, and then south from there.
It's got pretty good portable coverage, even though there's color difference. Remember, there's difference between heavy duty building or medium density building and light building. Still having building penetration on portable. You have portable coverage on street. Now, that's guaranteeable coverage. You have additional coverage beyond what's guaranteed.
When you add many sites into this, into this to cover some of those.
Yeah, absolutely. So typically in a design practice, what you would do is add a conventional site, a low cost conventional repeater where you would actually have to change the channel on your radio to get just that channel in that local area. Yeah, that's done quite a bit. In fact, when the ODOT system was put in place after Owen and ODOT took it, there was quite a few, specifically like up along all the way from Lamont to along Highway 20 up past 22. They added quite a few of those what they call spot lift sites. And they're just conventional repeaters. It's a low cost solution.
So is this based on conventional or truck?
This is Trunt. In fact, this is Trunt phase 2, which has a slightly P25 phase 1 and P25 phase 2 have very similar coverage profiles. They're slightly different bit error rate factors and other factors that address the coverage. So P25 phase 2 has slightly less coverage than P25 phase 1. And we're talking about differences here. So we designed to the worst case from a design perspective, which was P25 phase 2 Trunt.
And kind of local, when you had it estimated number of users on.
Yes, sir. So we did two things. Originally, we used the baseline of roughly 500 users. We used 2/3 as the standard user for an early calculation of capacity. And we were designing the P25 phase 1 specifically for the public safety users. We also identified the potential interest by the utility and by school boards. So we doubled that number to a little bit over 800 subscribers to do evaluation. What we found is that by increasing from phase 1 to phase 2, the capacity covers all of that user increase. So rather than redesigning the system for phase 1, we left it to the power of choice. We can have one district, if you deploy P25 phase 1 as we're proposing it as it's priced, with the channel count, which is 6 repeaters or channels in the simulcast zones in more populated areas, and then 4 channels in the more rural areas. Or if you deploy phase 2, that actually almost doubles the capacity to where you have now 10 effective channels in the simulcast zones, and then 6 effective channels in the multicast zones.
Because so Timber Road is farther south. So Timber Road, that I know that we're still right around. Timber, I think it's coming down around the next corner. Yeah, follow that down there.
I'm gonna see if I can flip this on, so.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
And if you could just continue on down 47.
so while Will is pulling this up, is everyone here familiar with the difference between P25 phase 1 and phase 2? Just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. Does everyone here know what phase 2 is?
I do not.
Thank you. So really, the only difference is it's the way that the technology uses the frequency channel. So, I mean, basically, one frequency equals one channel is how we all understand radio to work, right? What phase 2 does is it actually it defines a new modulation that actually slices that channel in half, and so you can actually have 2 voice channels on a single frequency channel. Basically slots it in half so that it divides it up and then it puts it back together on the other end so that 2 people can use it simultaneously. That's what phase 2 is talking about. So it's a slightly different modulation. The radio works a little bit differently, but basically for every frequency that you have 2 voice channels that you can use simultaneously on the system.
So remember back when wideband went narrowband? I'm sure everybody here that's been around for a while remembers that because your coverage got killed in that process. Same thing moving from phase 1 to phase 2 to an extent. This is where the FCC actually did with the TIA, is that rather than requiring that 12.5 kilohertz channel, which is a narrowband channel, to be cut into a 6.25 channel, they said 6.25 equivalence. So how they calculated that equivalency is they actually used time domain multiple access rather than frequency domain multiple access. What that means is that now we can cut that same 12.5 kilohertz channel into 2 different time slots. So in other words, bit 1 goes to user 1, bit 2 goes to user 2, and 1, 2, 1, 2 like that all the way across. And then once it gets to the other side, it gets extracted back to talk groups in the Trunt scenario. So by doing that, it minimized the coverage impact of actually dropping the channel more. Plus, not to mention 9600 baud data is already a challenge. Cutting that down channel wise would be worse. But by doing that, they effectively created double capacity. Now it's not exactly double. The reason why is because in the B25 standard, the control channel, which is think of a switchboard operator, the switchboard operator is still a standard 12.5 gigahertz channel. So that takes one away that you can't use for voice or data. And then all the other channels would double the capacity.
So the great thing about P25 is it's fully backwards compatible. So if you have radios that are, for example, 15 years old, they're not capable of phase 2, they'll still work on the system. What the radio does is it reaches out to the system says, oh, okay, I have a phase 1 radio. He needs one channel per frequency. And then it drags down everyone else to his level. So the good thing is that no one is stranded or left behind. The bad thing is it does take away that double the capacity that phase 2 offers you. But for that reason, when we did our modeling, we modeled the capacity for phase 1. So basically, by giving phase 2, that would be twice as much as you actually need.
So when you modeled it for phase 1, was that to achieve a grade service of 1% or less? Yes. By going to phase 2, you'll have.
Now you have room for extra data applications or whatever growth that you would have going into the future.
An example would be the schools. The reason I bring up schools is ever since Uvalde, which is a bad situation, where there's been a lot of federal grant money that's been assigned to school resource safety, as well as a lot of focus on community members to make sure the schools are actually providing that safety net. But it is an extra funding source for the one district to look at grant funding if the schools are part of the system. Now, the system itself, again, it's just the equipment that they would be part of. You could completely isolate, and an example would be police and fire. If you had no desire to talk to each other, the system would be partitioned in a manner to where police only uses police, fire only uses fire. Nobody else has access to those channels. It's configurable for your operations. So you can set it up to where everybody can talk to everybody, or only specific people can talk to specific people. That's all customized. So, sir.
On the coverage map, you went down south on Highway 30. Did you go back to where we had like little green island of coverage?
You mean the golf course?
Exactly, Wildwood area, the bike trails.
Yep.
Just want to kind of zoom in, and get a couple references to the roads.
The bike trails are going to be a little bit more
Right,
index.
zoom in closer.
One of the participants online is asking for you to speak closer to the microphone.
Oh, sorry about that. I think I turned it off.
That's all.
You turned it on. I'm not very good with microphones.
So there is a bike trail. There is a bike trail.
Yeah, so if you go a little bit more to your left,
Is that better?
yeah, a little more to your left.
Yeah, with the ISSI link with Washington County, help fix that problem.
Well, there's multiple options. If Washington County actually provides coverage into that area and you don't have coverage here from this side, then one, the subscriber radio itself, the portable radio, the mobile radio, whatever that is, that can actually be configured just at the subscriber level to operate on this system as well as their system. It's just changing your channel. It's as simple as that. So you don't even have to have an ISSI to provide that functionality. But the ISSI, where that really provides a benefit is shared talk groups is one of the key benefits. Dispatch, patching across or dynamic regrouping of the systems. That's where that provides a big benefit. Yeah. But there's 3 or 4 different ways to where you can actually leverage each other's coverage with Worldtown ISSI.
I'd say there's a big discussion in the P25 community right now about ISSI. It's from a technical standpoint, I would say absolutely yes. You can connect via ISSI to the system. From a technical standpoint, it's all possible. If there's a world of operational SOPs that need to be developed, I mean, what happens if you have a radio that goes down there and ties up the site and then they can't get access to the system? Lots of little things like that that need to be worked out from an operational perspective. Priorities, how often you use the system, things like that. So from a technical standpoint, I'd say absolutely, it's possible. We operate, Motorola offers it, Harris offers it, but all the vendors offer an ISSI that connect their systems. It's just
the operational concerns are pretty vast. And you definitely have to be aware of it on the access side. That way you don't basically destroy the capacity of your system or the system. Which means somebody that lives, for example, in Columbia County, working for Washington County, and they're sitting there just listening to the radio and talking all day that have no application for Columbia County, but they're tying up all of those sites for all of Washington County's traffic.
So could you help me understand something, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Up and down that Highway 30 corridor,
Yes.
there's 6 sites with 10 available.
Yes. It's all passing.
Yes, thank you. So we're losing 1 for control channel?
No, so you've got 6 repeaters. Out of those 6 repeaters, 1 repeater is dedicated for the control channel. Now you have 5 repeaters. Those 5 repeaters are double capacity. phase
That's
two.
where you're getting
So
the
you got 10, yes.
And is there been discussion about, I know one of the problems is you get out in some of the rural area, which takes me off this path, but there's been issues with cellular coverage.
Yes,
So has there been talk of putting data
yes, sir.
on, and is that calculated into that load that you're talking about?
So the data application, so we initially designed the system for phase 1 to be a 1% or less rate of service for the users, roughly 500 users, which would count the public safety users. So that's in the phase 1 side. Going to phase 2 increases that capacity, which means that you also have available capacity for data applications. One specific scenario that we talked about was offering a connectivity through the mobile radio to a data terminal, for example, so that when you do go out of cellular coverage, you can actually pass CGIS and CIS data across that. So you could do license plate lookups, you could do warrant checks, you could do all of that across MDT. Your challenge is a P25 system, all it is a backup, whether it's cellular or it's P25 radio. The challenge is it's 9600 baud. It's just how fast it is, it's super slow, which is fine if all you're doing is license plate lookup, warrant check or something like that. You're able to actually get that information back and forth. Traffic stop, I don't know what system you're using currently for ticket information and traffic stop information. You'd be able to upload that. A lot of times, and I know this for a fact from Deschutes County, you go outside the cellular coverage zone, you lose your MDT. Now you've got all of the stuff that you've done in that period queued. Right? So as soon as you go back into cellular coverage and you're talking to a dispatcher, hey, please reinitiate this, I've actually put it off my queue, and then you have to sit there for 30 minutes processing through your queue just so you go back out.
So I assume,
That's where the data.
I assume there's some kind of an application that along those laptops that's roaming between cellular and radio.
There, I mean, I'm sure one, if it's not, it's restricted. It's just an arbitration meeting that finds the backhaul output of the device itself. There are unified communication setups that leverage both the cellular modem like digital or an IVR 1100, something like that, at a critical point. While also, and it does the brains of the arbitration between radio system, cellular, and even satellite. Those are commercially available in the market today. Now, the MDT terminal itself, I don't know if there's an app on the MDT terminal.
That part of it, you stated.
Okay. Yes, sir. Any other questions? And again, all of the data that we put together, all this design is based on data that we have. Without having those sit-down conversations and really understanding operational locations. For example, this section right here, west of 30 in southern portion of the county, might be a heavy homeless camp that has a lot of call-outs that we could focus on. These are the type of conversations that we could have further define best coverage for districts.
Or the golf course where a lot of people play golf.
Right?
Go.
Yeah. Gotta be able to hear the call out, right?
Or the mountain bikers that are.
Yeah, so the 14 site design that came up with, what we felt was the best bang for the buck. Again, we can add sites, we can take sites away. It's all a determination of the users really. Any other questions on coverage?
So Josh, it sounds like you need another site.
No, I know for a fact that Washington County can hit their system from that clear cut up on top there, there's a lot of mountain bike trails up there. And we've interfaced with Falls Valley, those were all on those paths, or on those bike trails. So I know that they can get into their system through that, and we would only be using it for those kind of things, right? So,
We do have mobile coverages.
yeah, but we end up going miles up private paths, and so to get back to your home, it's kind of unfeasible.
That's true. Pyramid is a P2 vehicular repeater, which I'm not a big fan of vehicular repeaters personally, specifically when multiple show up on scene, there's a challenge there. But vehicular repeaters provide the ability for portable radio to extend coverage too. The Pyramid P252 specifically is a trunked capable vehicular repeater where you can actually get all of the metadata. Actually, the metadata passes mobile radio is connected to the repeater, but the users in the field still have emergency button creation capability. They have the SOS functionality, and they also are able to communicate all the way back to dispatch through that vehicular repeater. So that is an option specifically in areas like this where it doesn't make sense to spend another 300 grand on the site, for example. You spend 50 grand on a vehicular repeater or a conventional site up there, low power, single channel, a lot of options.
Take you back once again. Sure. Back to Vernonia.
The other thing is you don't necessarily, I did say our system is very modular. You don't need a full scale site. So if you only need a low capacity site down there, it's easy to deploy 2 base stations just to serve a specific area for connecting to the system. Our system is very scalable. You can have sites at base stations without much fuss. You don't have to worry about scaling up or adding really anything.
Pretty much where portable coverage is down 47.
But when you go into your coverage map for mobile, will that change?
A push up will.
See if you actually pull. Please.
Turn off the, and coverage doesn't end in a perfect line like this. This is just the tile size that we were evaluating your coverage. So back in here. It's just 30.
But that coverage, talking mobile, yeah, that's a good point, because as you know, we don't have a hospital in this county. So every medical transport device.
And luckily, they'll use more radios on the back.
Correct.
The only one wouldn't be Columbia Mobile Road, but I don't know how you're gonna fix that.
So ISSI, I've just touched a little bit on ISSI. ISSI has seamless roaming capabilities built into it. So Washington County system, CRESA, the ODOT SRP system, all of those are accessible via ISSI. So obviously, there's an intergovernmental agreement aspect that has to be put in place for each of those from 911 district to whatever that other authority is. We actually included an ISSI in our base offering to where you have that ability to connect multiple ISSIs. Obviously, there's still a cost on the other side of the ISSI because it's translation server. So the other side will also have to provide that ISSI connectivity.
So in your assumptions, do you have ISSI built into this?
Yes, sir.
How many?
I believe we have 4 ports available. And the idea there was that we've got 3 systems that would make sense to connect to. My head, H35, and as well as the CSSI interface. Anybody want to look at it? I mean, there's really not much to zoom in and look at from a mobile view perspective. The county is pretty well saturated. Anybody want to go back to portable coverage? Anything more you want to see on coverage? Anybody on the call? All right, well, we can jump out of coverage then. If you have any more questions there? almost. Where's the cursor? There's the button. How close am I? Am I on it?
No, you're on the save button.
It was worth a try. Oh, just hit the presentation. It should pop up. Perfect. Well, I can talk quite a bit about that. Okay, block diagram, Ray's already kind of walked through it. In our proposed offering, 14 sites, everything is accounted for. So it includes all the way down to the nuts and bolts, the entire infrastructure package. That is your repeaters, that is your timing boxes, your Spectrum secure scenes. That is antennas, feed lines, connectors, the entire shipping that you would need is included. There are options for microwave backhaul. There are options for consoles. It'd be better if I just held control so you can.
Yeah, I'm at the max for you.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, no, you're sitting over there. How far away is it going? Okay, so here's a depiction of the sites. What sites we proposed, what sites are in configuration multicast or simulcast sites, as well as tower heights. So what we did with the tower heights is we said, hey, let's start out 190 foot. So everything was 190 foot. And we tried to maximize what we could there at 190 foot. There are just a couple sites. That'd be higher for the microwave pump. The highest speed, 295 at Freedom, 255 at Castor, 220 at Smith. There's 14 sites here. One site, we use Pisgah Home as a microwave repeater site. The reason that is, and if you've been up to the Pisgah site, there's not a whole lot there. I did hear a rumor though that the line is still there, so it could be energized. You just have to get the people living in the shelter out. But Pisgah Home is only providing a microwave repeater connectivity. So in other words, you have full connectivity to all the sites, 14 sites, without that site. Just to finalize the loop, the microwave loop, we added Pisgah. Now, why the loop? The loop provides redundancy both directions. So if you lose any site on the network, any link on the network, you do not lose any functionality of the system. If you're not in a loop protected scenario where you have two paths left or right for every site, and you lose a site, you lose everything down the line of that site, not just that one site. So the ideal redundancy mechanism, resiliency mechanism is actually having that. Yes, sir.
Well, so again, for the greenfield sites, you know, kind of go with whatever tower height. What about for the existing sites? Were they all 200-foot towers?
So wherever we could use the ASR, we did. We use 190 foot more as the center line of the antenna itself for the propagation characteristics. So we didn't use top tower on a lot of the existing, like 20 feet based on the ASRs. Right, a couple based on the ASRs. Now that being said, there are a couple towers that are just not very good towers that are going to have to be replaced, even if you threw a 2-foot micro addition. So for that purpose, we assume that cost effective wise, 2-foot towers would be 160.
Oh, yeah, right. So this doesn't include some tower replacements.
An assumption for tower replacements. It doesn't include any civil work. So we do have partners that do specific civils and tower building, obviously all across the nation. And I talked a little bit about this on Tuesday. For the civil aspect of it, for those towers, a couple different ways you can look at it. One, in that one district release a local RFP and allow everybody local to do it. I like that. It keeps revenue in the county. Or you can push it on the vendor. The vendor can either release an RFP local to do the same functionality, same thing, or they can open it up nationally for other options. There are also refurbished shelters that are an option for cost savings. Refurbished towers actually. Okay, I wanted to give a depiction of what the cost is, pretty much per site. So if you're looking at, okay, well, what if we dropped 2 sites? Because those 2 sites just don't make sense. We don't need coverage. These ones are providing coverage anyway. What would it look like? So a simulcast site is roughly 358,000 from the infrastructure perspective. That includes all of the labor that's associated with that install as well. The multicast sites are 43,000. They're very similar in price. The difference is just the type of equipment that's there. Obviously, the simulcast sites have more repeaters, and the multicast sites 2 additional repeaters. but they don't have site controllers because you have a single simulcast controller that manages all of those simulcast sites. And here's what the microwave design looks like. So it does finish out a full ring. Now, let's just say Pisca, it's not worth it, we're not gonna do Pisca, but we do still want as much of the ring as possible. We could even look at other site connections. Let's say, so Pebble Creek to Pisca, and kill Pisca completely. Maybe we can go from Pebble Creek to Freedom, I don't know from a term perspective, okay. But maybe we go from Pebble Creek to Freedom, and now Southeast Vine and Raymond are off of a spur. In other words, if you lose Freedom, you also lose those other two sites from a wide area control. They'll go into site trunking, so you still have coverage, but at that point you have to actually change the knob and you lose dispatch. So it's all built at 5 nines availability. We use the hybrid at 6 gigahertz and 11 gigahertz, try to use 11 where we could, just to save on size of dish, which obviously saves on the cost of the tower, etc. The wind loading. We got quotes from Aviat and Ceragon, and in 2 different configurations. One being an all indoor configuration, which means that all of the equipment's inside, and then you have a waveguide that runs up to the antenna. So the only devices that are outside the shelter are passive devices. There's pros and cons to them. Pros are if you work on radio, you don't have time to do it. Cons are you have a couple thousand pounds worth of waveguide hanging off of the tower, which also has structural implications. And there's a fair amount of funding that happens around here and just shooting in general, especially with Vista. For whatever reason, people like to shoot with waveguides. And waveguides are expensive. So replacing waveguides are a bit of a pain. All right, so now the cost of that per home. So the Aviat all indoor price comes out to roughly $200,000 per home per the Aviat split configuration is a little bit cheaper. Again, waveguides are expensive, $158,000 per. And then the Ceragon split configuration is $105,000. Now that also provides 155 megabytes data, which is more than enough in what a radio system ever needs. It also provides connectivity if you end up running cameras, if you basically ANG application data, that additional capacity provides support there. Any questions on microwave? Okay, great. I'm going to walk through some resiliency and failure scenarios.
So the trunk network is built with multiple failure modes and multiple levels of redundancy. So we'll start off, as you can see, there's basically a main and a backup central controller. And basically, we built multiple levels of failure so that the end users don't know what's going on in the background. So if your main controller fails, if the server fails or power supply fails, or even if it gets cut off from the network, you can see the backup becomes the main controller for the entire system. In the event that both controllers go down, if there's a major disaster, now these we typically set these up in geo-redundant fashion, which means that they can be located at different facilities, so that one structural fire event doesn't take down 2 controllers at once. In the rare event that both of those go down at the same time, basically what happens is all the sites in the network say, hey, I can't see the main controller. And then they basically become the controller for the system. So they still stay in trunking. They still operate at 100%. The only difference is that you don't have those main controllers actually controlling access. So it becomes more of an open trunk system. It's not as secure, but at the same time, your communication stays up, which is the most important thing. When that happens, the system will send a message out to the radios and let them know that it's that the service is actually degraded. And that's also known as fail-soft mode. So if you're familiar with P25 standards, fail-soft mode is the term that's used for that.
And that's what I was referencing. For example, if you didn't have the ring topology, you lost those other sites down the link, it still works, still covers in that zone, but it will be also.
Now,
Local coverage.
The control servers, they all serve their purpose, but when they go down, it's important to know that all the brains of the system, or the majority of the work of the system, is actually done in the base stations. So in the simulcast cell, all those base stations are talking to each other. They will stay in a simulcast trunk configuration, even if the controllers go down. And again, the entire point here is no single point of failure, resilient network, multiple failures before end users even know what's going on.
End users won't know the difference, but the system has brains to actually send notification to whether it's a technician, sitting at a computer, email, you actually even send SMS text messaging to notify an alarm. That way that can be resolved again without a user ability.
So I mentioned that we use Contran servers. They're considered high-grade servers for our controllers. What you have is two different control type applications. One's called an RFSS, the other one's called the site controller. So basically, the RFSS manages the network. So it tells you what users are allowed to be on the network. It sets up calls and things like that. Whereas the site controller actually controls the trunking system. Everything on the system is remotely accessible via IP. So if there is an issue with the server, you can remote into it as long as you're connected to the network. You can pull it up on your laptop and control management, see what alarms are going on. And we also have a management suite application to talk about. Here's the Tate TV9400 base station. So this is really the star of the show for Tate. It's been around for a while, but it's a very robust device. It basically controls everything when it comes to simulcast, as we mentioned before. So base stations connect together at the IP level, and the brains control simulcast, control coding, all of that's done with the base station. It's a completely modular box, so it has actual modular components that slide in and out of the back. So you have a separate power amplifier, power management unit, and the actual what we call a receiver, which is the transmitter / receiver radio, which is the real brains of the box. It's front to back cooled, so you can stack these things one on top of each other and they won't overheat. There's actually fans built into the front panel. And again, just like with the servers, it's completely accessible via web user interface. So as long as you're connected to the network, you can see Google remote in, pull up a Google Chrome web browser or Edge or whatever you use, Firefox, pull up the base station, and you can monitor it, control it, reprogram it. Obviously, once you plug in the user rights to get that level of access.
But one thing to add to the TV9400 is that we are not, never say never, but there's no intent to move away from the TV9400 platform for Tate. Not even a future. In fact, all of our development that's occurring is utilizing this TV9400. We built this in modular format to basically act as an SDR or software defined radio. It's not a true SDR, it's a true SDR. It's a white box that the manufacturer use, but it allows us to provide a DMR protocol, P25 protocol, analog, simulcast, multicast out of the singular repeater. So there's just from end of life perspective, which is something that you should always be thinking about, especially if you're buying a system. How long is this system going to last? How long is it going to have stock available for it? How long is it going to be able to take care of? We have nothing in our 20-year plan right now to move away from our TV94.
One of our many claims to fame on our base station is actually has a built-in spectrum analyzer. So you could actually, as I said, it's all remotely accessible. So if you were experiencing problems at a site or an officer in the field radios in and says, I was having trouble getting back to dispatch. If for some reason there was an alarm on the network manager, which there should have been, you can remote into the base station and actually put it in the spectrum analyzer and actually measure the signal strengths of any carriers that it's seeing. Pretty useful tool.
Do we have any radio techs here? Okay, I will say the spectrum analyzer, it seems like a neat gimmick side, but if you show that to a radio tech, it's going to be an amazing life altering thing for them. Interference is a major issue, especially VHF spectrum interference is a major issue. Interference comes and goes. It's not typically always present. So identifying that interference, being able to troubleshoot it, and get it isolated to fix the issue, a lot of times takes months, all the way to years to be able to actually capture where that interference is. And the reason why is because interference pops up, somebody calls you to tell you about it because it came through on the radio. Tech drives out to the site, unplugs the repeaters from the antenna, plugs in the spectrum analyzer to check it out. You've got an hour process there or more, depending on where the site location is, just to see what's going on. If they can remote in immediately when they get a call, within 5 minutes, they're looking at the actual signal that's hitting that repeater all the way down the antenna line. It's a lot quicker and easier to find out where that is and get that issue solved very quickly.
Okay, management systems. One of the things with the new digital systems, your management systems are critical. They're absolutely critical. We can't just depend on waiting for someone to radio into dispatch and say that we have a problem, couldn't talk back to dispatch. We don't want someone to get on their cell phone and call back and say radio channels. We want to know about it before the user does. So Tate actually uses an entire management suite of products. This is branded Enable, so Tate Enable. All it means is it's a management applications. There's nothing too fancy about it. So we have three main ones here: Enable Monitor, Enable Insight, and Enable Fleet. Enable Monitor is actually provides your alarming capabilities. So if a base station power amplifier fails or you lose power to a site, Enable Monitor provides you a map view. It basically lights light up red. It basically lets you know that there's a problem as soon as it happens. It's actually it takes in more than just Tate applications. So it's fully SNMP. You can monitor Cisco switches and routers. You can monitor power systems. You can monitor a bunch of other applications as well.
Generators, doors, lights, motion sensors, all of those things.
The second one is Enable Insight. So Enable Insight is actually, it basically takes your usage of your system and gives you a live look at that. So when someone keys up on a radio and it uses a radio channel at a site, Enable Insight is the application that you would use to actually see which base station it's hitting or which channel it's using. It tells you how busy the system is. So we're taking a swag right now based on some good engineering assumptions on what the capacity of the system is. Enable Insight will actually tell you what you have once the system is pulled out. So if you find out that this site that we've deployed 4 channels to or 4 base stations it's not enough, using Enable Insight you can see how heavy it is, when the heavy moments are, and maybe we actually need to add an extra channel, or maybe you have too many and you never use the 4th base station.
Anytime you deploy a new trunk system, there's going to be a little bit of room. You build your fleet map, which means every configuration of who can talk to who, you kind of try to think of from an operational perspective. When you build an appropriate quantity of talk groups that you think is right. You don't want to do too many talk groups where you only have 2 people in that talking to each other, right? It's not the purpose of radio system, and that will kill the capacity of your system. So you try to balance it. What Enable Insight provides is once you actually go out there, you can see if there's, for example, one talk, let's say PD dispatch, let's say all cities dispatch out with a single PD channel. What you can find out is that if there's multiple users that tend to key up at the same time that they get queued. What that means is that we should probably look at that and see, are we doing that the most effective way? Maybe we should break it up and do 2 different PD dispatches. That way we're not getting those queued usages. This provides all of that information to where you can make those modifications to technology to meet your operations rather than changing your operations to meet the technology.
Enable Fleet's the last one. It actually is a subscriber or terminal management application. So basically, the really powerful thing that it does is it provides you with the OTAP ability over the air programming. What that means is you can actually program and configure run software updates for your radios on the field using the radio system to transfer that data. So if someone needs to have a channel reprogrammed on the radio, you don't have to drive out and physically touch the radio and plug it into your laptop. Using Enable Fleet, you can send the programming updates over the air, over the radio system, and update entire fleets of radios remotely. It also it keeps track of all the radios that you have on your system, so that you know exactly what firmware everyone's on, what programming they're using. It just manages the entire terminal database. All of these applications are just a single server. Again, it's just a server located at the at your central controller location. They can be located anywhere on the network. Typically, they're located alongside the ERP business.
Thank you, Ray. Okay, pricing. Well, first, before we do pricing, we'll talk about that yet anyway. Is there any questions on the tape suite, the enable suite? Everything that we've shown so far is in the proposed offer. So we're not showing any options that are cost extra. Obviously, the microwave and console, that's up to you to determine what you want to do, and we've got pricing captured here for that as well. So let's jump into the pricing. So for the 14 site system built just as we described it, you're looking at roughly $9.6 million. So that's for the full system. That includes 5 years of full managed service warranty and maintenance. That also includes the entire system from an infrastructure perspective, the entire enable suite. What you would be looking at adding to that would be obviously whatever console system you choose, whatever microwave backhaul, if you don't already have your own microwave backhaul, to those sites, and any civil development for the sites themselves. We chose 5 years to include in the base offering because that's 5 years is kind of viewed as the industry standard for a new system deployment. A lot of people look at 20-year total cost of ownership, though, in part of their decision-making capability. That total cost of ownership for 20 years takes into account a couple other things besides just your extended warranty maintenance, right? You have to start looking at hardware refreshes. Outside of the repeaters, antennas, and lines, the RF subsystem, basically, everything else is a computer. Computers don't last 20 years. In fact, if you've got a computer that's more than 5 years old, good for you, it's most likely slowing down compared to what the processing capabilities of today's computers are. Same with cell phones. The reason they swap them out every 2 years. So a hardware refresh is included. Industry standard is between years 7 to 11. Typically, there's a hardware refresh associated with extended warranty maintenance. What that means is that we'll be replacing all of the servers, we'll be replacing all of the routers, we'll be replacing anything basically brains outside of the dedicated RF subsystem, which the repeaters, by the way, are designed for a thermal lifecycle. So the price for that, all the total cost of ownership out to 20 years would be roughly $18 million. I don't have it published here, but I'm happy to follow up if I said. So if you're looking at $18 million would be a total cost of ownership for 20 years. If you want to see a 10-year, 15-year, just let me know what configuration you want to see, and I'm happy to provide that to you, as well as what it includes, what it entails. All right, I did mention the equipment's included. That's 2 cores, a primary and redundant cores. It's $625,000 is how much both cores cost. So we're under $1 million with a primary and a geo redundant. The majority of the cost is going to be associated with the sites themselves. We've got 14 sites, simulcast sites there at 1.6, and then your multicast sites there at 1.9 for all. We also included a 10% spare equipment list. 10% is not an industry standard for what to include as far as on-hand spares that we can get quick repairs if needed. So everything from repeaters to routers to controllers to servers is included in that spare list. Antennas as well.
Reading the spreadsheet here.
Sure.
Subscriber radios are not included.
I'll get into subscribers. Subscribers are not included right now. And the idea that we had there is freedom of choice.
Yeah.
Well, one agency might want a specific manufacturer, another different. To us, we're agnostic. Our entire design is based on a baseline of TSP88. So any subscriber that meets that minimum threshold will be part of that guarantee of coverage.
So no site remediation, or so it has to be site ready.
Correct. There's no site civils here just because that number could range from 300,000 to 1 million.
Just want to touch on the spectrum management.
Sure.
Really quickly. So obviously, when we work with the customer, we get into a partnership agreement. There's certain things that you depend on you for. There's a lot that you depend on us for. And we all have our own responsibilities. The spectrum management is, the majority of the time, people say, all right, you take care of the frequencies, and we'll build the system out, we'll be fine. One of the things that we do, because we want to help take ownership of that with you, we want it to be a full partnership, is we will go out and we will help in that entire process. And in addition to that, we also go out to every site, once they're finalized and we know the heights that we're going to be operating at, we'll actually, we bring in a third-party partner and we actually monitor that site for the frequency that we're planning to use. So we know that there's no surprises. We will actually deploy a trailer on site, raise up a mast, and measure the signals in the area for a 24 or 48-hour period. Go back, take that information back, and that goes into all of our analyses, all of our engineering analysis for interference and everything else. So all of that's included in this as well, because the system is only going to operate as good as frequencies. If you have dirty frequencies, the system's not going to work. It's just physics.
In the spectrum management of these two, so that's called NAM and SAM, so that's noise monitoring and site frequency monitoring to determine if those are the right frequencies for those sites to minimize any interference challenges. Just like we were saying. Also included in that, we partner with a firm called Easy Spectrum. Easy Spectrum does nothing but spectrum acquisition for public safety customers. That is their full-time job. They're a company that does nothing but that. They're extremely effective. They work with local RPCs and regional planning committees. They also work directly with FCC. They've got great connections. They're able to get frequencies that a lot of times people can't get. They also have the knowledge to get it done quickly. This is very important. We're talking about that opportunity right outside Chicago, where they've already spent a couple $1 million hiring FCC lawyers to try to get frequencies. Which they could have just hired Easy Spectrum probably done a lot faster. Front end. Yes, sir.
I listened to the presentation on Tuesday. By the way, this audio is much better. I have a question. I suppose everybody else understands the 14 sites.
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing these are not all new sites. You're going to upgrade existing sites, or are all these sites brand new sites, new towers?
So some of the sites are existing sites. Some of them are new sites with no shelter, nothing. Other ones are sites where the shelter is adequate, but the tower will have to be replaced or reinforced or heightened. So there's a lot of different variables there. For that reason, we only included the pricing for the equipment to go into those sites and the installation labor associated with that. The site civil aspect, or either erecting a new tower, touring pad, grounding, all of that is left outside of this number that you see. So in other words, that's not included. In order to get accurate pricing for that, what we really need to do is release a bid for a civil engineer to actually come in, look at every single site, and then they would have to bid out the equipment themselves, because the price of towers, sheet metal, everything else is moving at such a rapid rate right now that there's really, it's a guess. The price validity right now, if you talk to civil manufacturers, it's only 30 days. It used to be 180 days as a standard.
Are all of those sites within the county?
There are 3 sites that are not within the county. 2 of them, I believe, are SRP sites existing. 2 sites outside. Apologies. One of those is an SRP site. Spring Mountain. The other site, I'd have to go back and look. I don't remember which one, but they're easily co-located sites.
Forgive me for asking.
No.
Is the microwave component of this included in that?
Not in the 9.5. The microwave pricing, it is a little bit hard to see because it's small. For the full 15 hops for the Aviat all indoor configuration, we'll be adding $3 million to that price tag, all the way down to the Ceragon split configuration, which would be 1.5 million. So you would add those numbers, one of those, whichever one you choose, to that 9.5 number, as well as the consoles. So consoles for Navtech Scout system there, you're looking at almost $500,000. That would be added into that 9.5 number. Or if you want to go with the Intertal solution, which I'm a big fan of the Intertal solution, they're just under $400,000. And that's for 6-position console system, fully redundant controllers.
And over a 20-year life cycle, those would have to be replaced.
Yes. Yeah, over on the console side, there's really only one device that sits on any console system that is purpose-built, and that is their audio breakout boards. That's really the only thing that would have a longer life cycle than a standard. Most console companies recommend every 7 years changing out the consoles.
Microwave too.
No, microwave is purpose-built. So microwave radios have TPF numbers that are calculated. Again, when we're looking at total cost of ownership, It's important, one, to look at apples to apples comparison, two, fiscally planning for a long-term system deployment. But three, you have to think about technology development. Right? FirstNet, for example, I don't know FirstNet, AT&T specifically, they're going to have coverage here in Columbia County. They say they've got 90% coverage today, which if anybody drives around Columbia County, they probably argue that. But you don't know what's going to happen 5 years down the road, 15 years. If you look at the past 20 years, the cell phone industry specifically, we've gone from GSM technology to 3G to 4G. There was WiMAX, Radio 2016 that was in there. And then you got 5G, and they're already developing the 6G standard. So in a 20-year period, the technology grows at such a fast rate, the likelihood of wanting to enhance your operation because of future capabilities. NG 911 is another thing that's going to come into play. How is NG 911 going to affect your radio system operations? Now you're talking about command and control functionality at the dispatch position. Are you going to start adding cameras? How are those cameras going to work? Proximity-based dispatch. All of these are factors that you look into in the 20-year total cost of ownership to say, okay, this system as it's designed today will most likely meet our operational needs for the next 10 years. We don't know what the 10 years after that is going to look like yet because NG 911 will be done. It's going to happen. What does that mean from a dispatch operational standpoint? You know, those are just, there was a long-winded answer to tell you that a 20-year total cost of ownership is captured, but it's not necessarily the best or only viewpoint to look at the longevity system.
So would you recommend it to your 10-year?
What I,
Over a 20-year?
so I'll tell you what my mindset at Deschutes County. When I was leading the Deschutes County technology side, everything that we did, of course, we kind of had our hands tied because we were leveraging the state system, which shared systems have benefits and challenges. One of those challenges is you don't control your future. So we were going to be, we really had to do whatever the state was going to do, just like the upgrade the state did this past year. Sue, I believe you were pretty involved in that. But Deschutes County 911 had to pay right around $2 million in order to upgrade just the sites we had because the state was there. So that capital planning aspect. Because that's a regional system, it's a little bit more challenging to plan for 20 years. However, we did set aside a capital budget year over year to be saved for reserve technology. In other words, it was not earmarked for anything. It was earmarked for what we've done. And that plan was at 10 years, or 4 years, we would reevaluate how much balance would be carried into that account. But we were assuming that at every 10-year mark, we were going to be making a major capital investment to some sort of technology. So that's why I kind of stuck on 10 years. Yes, sir. Am I not talking to Mike?
No, no, Rob Davis has a question. I'm gonna turn up my volume real fast.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
So in my rough math here, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. We're really at about $13.5 million prior to subscriber radios with your plan here.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that because it looks misleading when you have 9.5 million in great big letters and then a bunch of options that aren't really included.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that we're really talking like 13.5 million plus whatever the radios cost.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, for all of the backhaul, and I understand you guys are actually deploying some new microwave networks, backhaul, M&I backhaul now. So you might not need the full backhaul.
Plus whatever the site costs are. which
So
is
what's
substantial.
exactly, there's also site development costs that have to be factored into. So the design today, we'll say, let's just say you took the most expensive option that we're all listed, right? So we put at 9.6 million, it'd be 12.6 million with the Aviat all indoors. So assuming that you don't do any M&I build out, you do everything, you rip it all out and call it Aviat. And then you add the Avtech Scout console, it's another $500,000. So you're looking at 13 million right there. So you added the on-site system administrator to, I mean, it's 275,000 a year. Everything that's based here is on 5-year numbers, so we'll multiply that by 5, and that's going to add another $1 million. So you'll be looking at 14.5 million for a full managed services for 5 years, which includes all of the backhaul, the infrastructure, and the consoles. Now, you still have to factor in what your site development costs are, the civil costs of getting the site preparation, as well as the subscriber devices.
You also walk us through the full-time system administrator. What's your vision of that?
That is someone that lives here. They live in the county, they can come report into you. You can have an office set up for them, they can work out of the house. Whatever is the right configuration, that person would do all of the corrective maintenance. They would also do all the preventative maintenance. They would be a full-time Tate badged employee, so all benefits, functional management come to Tate. They would also be factory trained and certified on all other aspects. So let's say that employee would go to Aviat, get all of the certification training there, Avtet, took that route, all certification there. But they would be badged to us, so it would be a yearly fee rather than an additional FTE to the county.
And when we're talking about all the PMs and stuff that's on our equipment, does that include subscribers?
It could, absolutely. So any Take subscribers, that person is a badged employee, they would manage all of the Take subscribers. If they're Motorola subscribers, Harris subscribers, obviously there has to be permission for a Take badged employee to get certified on those. Otherwise, a lot of times, and we've done this, Motorola does it a lot with system technologists put on site. For other manufacturers that they can't necessarily break into a radio change or stream or something like that, they just manage the marketing process.
Yeah, I would say based on our history, probably about 75% or more of the time with the system admin is spent on the actual terminal programming and maintenance and things like that. The infrastructure, once it goes in, it just works.
It's a transition process. Current system to this.
So that would actually be one of the easier solutions because we're moving to a different frequency band. It's going to be all new spectrum, and it's going to be, we could actually stand up the two systems in parallel. In other words, we could get the new system deployed, fully operational, do all of the testing validation, and then we could start transitioning users in a small group, which is a controlled environment, the best way to do it. And then as you transition, we burn them in, we allow them to use the system for 2 weeks, a month, whatever that determination is, and then you bring additional users. What we would do in that situation is we would actually tie an analog gateway between the systems to where PD Dispatch 1 talk group on the VHF system, which is being operationally used today, would then carry over to the 7800 system on PD1. So it's the same exact audio that's on that both systems. So it doesn't matter which system you're connected to, you're going to be able to talk to each other and have that same track. That would be the most logical cutover. Now there's assumptions that are made to make sure that works, right? That's equipment room space, antenna space. So you have to determine where your antenna is going. For testing, you have to have them at the exact height that they're deployed at. So does that mean we put a temporary antenna? Those are all things that get determined during what's called the critical design period.
Is any cost associated with those services or anything?
It's all included. Everything from, and there's actually a pretty big number here, right? 2.7 million in project works services. That is all of the services for the entire project. That includes fleet map planning. That includes project management, both on-site and during the procurement phase. That includes engineering optimization of the system at multiple levels. That includes factory acceptance testing of the equipment. That includes site installation acceptance testing. That includes system functional acceptance testing. And it includes coverage drive testing. It also includes a 30-day burn-in period after the system is fully operational. We start transitioning users prior to close out of the project. We want to make sure that one, the system's operating exactly like it's supposed to, and if anything pops up, we'll be here to fix it with on-site engineers.
Is your coverage drive testing based on a certain period of time, or is it based on certain tile size, like pound mile tiles, or?
Well, typically we use quarter mile tiles on the drive testing. How we determine the coverage acceptance test was more based on an average number for the purpose of where we're at today. To really define it, we need to sit down and say, okay, within these grids, what are accessible roads? Let's define an accessible road. Is it a 2-wheel drive only? Is it 4-wheel drive? Are we going to go on an ATV to cover some bike trails? You know, all of that goes into a factor of how much time is allotted. So roughly right now, in this drive test with 30 days long, which should be more than adequate to cover 686 miles, even if we're going on horseback or something. Any other questions? Again, I gave the per site breakout earlier so that you can extrapolate and try to look at more of an apples to apples comparison of quantity of sites to get more realistic numbers there. Okay.
About how long from like sites are ready, you guys can go ahead, how long until they're like up and more users on?
Now, there's the loaded question. Wait, lead times. Everybody that's ordered anything lately recognizes that Amazon no longer delivers in 2 days. Supply chain disruptions have been an issue. Tate has been better than any other manufacturer in the industry so far because we control our manufacturing process when we get it today. Yeah, we're a smaller organization. We're able to do that because of the volume of business that we do. So we've got more oversight and we're able to do that. We also, our batteries on our subscriber devices are not smart batteries, which means that they don't have a chipset in them. And so there's a big issue with chipsets right now. So we're not delaying batteries. We actually have all the batteries we're able to get pretty quick. On average right now, we're looking at 8 to 12 weeks for equipment. We do what's called a risk order, a lot of times like Cisco routers. Cisco is out almost a year on their timeline to deliver routers, the MPLS capable 40 series routers. We actually buy in bulk a number of routers based on a forecast of how many we think we're going to need for next year. So that we can cut on that one time. So for a system like this, let's say, hey, we loved what you did. We want to move forward exactly like you designed it. Here's the notice to proceed tomorrow. With that notice to proceed, we go into a detailed design phase. The detailed design phase will take roughly 6 weeks to 2 months. And that's where we go up to sites. We measure everything. We go and interview every single agency. We determine exactly what's needed for the full system build out. And then we build a much more detailed package than what this is. And then we put it in front of your user committee, your 911 committee. Then the 911 committee would say that's exactly what we want, or that's great, but change this one thing, or 2 things, whatever the situation is. And then we would define exactly what it looks like. This is all the way down to what connectors are going to be connected onto the site, where the ground terminals are connected. And then you'll sign off on that. As soon as you sign off on that, you'll say it takes 2 months to do that. That starts procurement. Let's assume it takes we'll say 6 months, plenty of say for all of the procurement, third-party components, or frequency-specific equipment, because you also have to go and capture frequencies before you order, for example, multiple. So let's say it takes 6 months. Now we're 8 months into it. Now we get the equipment. You're looking at roughly another 30 days for a staging period, which is optimization in the factory. You come out, spend 2 weeks looking at the equipment. We'll go through a full functional test with you, and we'll say so that process takes a month. So now you're at 9 months. Then we ship it up here. We ship it up here, and we put it into a warehouse or a staging facility or a partner location, and then we start installing. It takes roughly a week per site, 2 weeks depending on weather. So you factor in 14 sites at, we'll say 2 weeks to be safe, right? That's 28 weeks. So you're looking at roughly another 5 months there. So you're 13 months now across the system to have the install. Another month for, I'm going to wait too much detail to answer your question, but another month for optimization of the system. So now you're at 14 months, and then roughly a 90-day period or 3-month period to start transitioning users. So operationally, you're looking at probably 18 months to be on time of those. Now, again, we have to factor in weather, winter. Luckily, we're on the west side of the Cascades. There isn't a major winter activity for site access. So I don't think there'll be an issue with installing sites in the winter.
Site development activities will probably take longer.
Site development activities, that's right. Everything's based on site.
Yeah, I was saying with sites done.
That's right.
So, in your experience of what you've observed, what is the typical site development? I mean, a year?
Well, nothing's typical right now, which is the biggest challenge. I'll give an example from Deschutes County. We did overturf review. We added a site, an existing site location, but we had to run power. We had to do pad work. We used an existing fire tank, so we had that power, shelter, all of that. And it took roughly 3 months from the time that we actually signed the contract to start the project. And then it took about 6 months. That's 9 months to complete that site that did not have to have a tower erected, and that was pre-COVID. Right now, I actually just was messaging one of my partners that does tower installs and full site development bids. He's actually here in Oregon right now working for some carriers, putting in sites for them, and they're right around 9 months now.
And where in that, you have a year or more than a year?
Parallel activities.
They're parallel. Well,
Yes.
so you start the same day they start.
We'll start the same day they start. There's certain things that have to be done. For example, we have to lock down the coverage. Locking down the coverage says how high the antenna needs to be. That's going to determine the height of the tower. As soon as that's determined, and in fact, they could go ahead and start the land permitting process. And those that have done zoning and land permitting in Oregon, there's its own set of challenges there, especially if you find a bone anywhere. But all of that being said, if it was my system and I was looking at a timeline, I would assume a year to have site preparation before the install. Now, again, the install doesn't happen until roughly month 9 of this activity. So there's 9 months of overlap parallel activities. And to be totally honest with you, Rajiv and Susan could probably answer this even better than I do, because they're dealing with site development constantly. Any other questions here?
I got a question if I can jump in.
Yes, sir.
I'm just over here doing some quick math as I'm trying to get the bigger picture here, and I apologize because I missed some of this morning. I had a couple of things going on. If I'm doing the math right with some average radio costs here, am I accurate in that we're an all-in cost here of about 20.5 million?
It depends on how you're calculating your subscriber costs.
I'm just taking a total number of radios times like $4,700 a radio.
Then you would be, yeah, that would be pretty close.
So roughly all in with some options, at least from what I've heard from you, we're about 20.5 million.
That's without site development.
That's right. That's without site developments. You still have to factor in the site development.
Okay, so there's additional cost on top of that.
Yeah, you know, you would, if I was guesstimating it for budget planning purposes, I would probably assume an average of 500,000 per site, knowing that some sites aren't going to need anything and other sites are going to need more than $500,000 per site.
Yeah, so about 7 million.
Yeah.
So what with that math there, I'm sorry, there's a little bit of background noise. What does that bring us to as an all-in cost if you use your 500,000 per site?
So let's say that you've got $13 million on the infrastructure side itself, add another $7 million, you're at $20 million for the infrastructure system, and then adding subscribers on top of that. And you use $4,000 per subscriber for how many subscribers? 800? Say 1,000?
According to the document Tyler gave the other day, with 1,100 radios.
1,100 radios? That includes all the school systems, everything else.
1,117 something.
Okay,
So, yeah, I just wanted to know.
so that would put you at what, about 5 million subscribers? So another 5 million there. So you're looking at right at $25 million all in for everything.
If we're providing subscriber devices for all 1,000.
That makes the assumption. That's
Then
right.
we got console needs and things for those other user organizations that are joining the system.
There would be, I would say there's going to be a minimal cost impact. So for example, Public Works. So Public Works comes on, they're going to dispatch their own aspect out of it. Since you already have AppTag, Citron Intertalk system based on this system design, adding an additional seat is not a linear increase. It might cost $30,000 to add an additional seat versus the $300,000 that we pay for the initial purchase. There's also light scenarios. So like a tablet, for example, the big dispatch only has full functionality. I didn't talk about it, but in the system, we also included ES-Chat. ES-Chat is, I've got the price point of ES-Chat so you can see it, but ES-Chat is a cellular PTT application. A lot of the schools, for example, don't need a $4,000 radio sitting on their desk. However, they all have cell phones. That cell phone also, by the way, if you didn't have radio coverage into the building because it's too big, most likely they have Wi-Fi. So they're going to have cellular connectivity to the cell phone, either through cellular VDAs or Wi-Fi, and they can use that app to talk on the talk group set. We included 150 of those into the design.
Currently at Columbia County Public Works, we just have a mobile radio on board in our office. That's what we use.
Yeah, and that's an option too. If you're not doing proximity-based dispatch or anything to where you're running like an IC or instant command functionality, then all you need to do is talk on the radio, a mobile radio control station with you that needs operation. And it's significant cost savings in national dispatch position. Did I answer your question on the call or confirm your assumption? Okay, so I skipped ahead a few slides here. Again, our focus was on a TSP 88 standard to provide the district with power of choice. whatever subscriber devices meet your operational needs, you need to have the freedom to select them. For purposes of our offer, we are a full OEM, which includes an entire subscriber portfolio. In our pricing, we included our portable portfolio, which is our TP 9400, 9600, 9800. Those are our phase 2 capable H25 radios. Our TP 9800 is our newest radio. It is the smallest form factor multi-band radio on the market. It can be configured as a single band, dual band, tri-band, or even a quad band radio. So that's why I put two different prices here. I listed one as a single band. So let's just say a lot of your users don't need VHF. Law enforcement doesn't really have a necessity for VHF. However, fire might be running fire ground in VHF simplex. So they need that dual band capability. But you want to have a standard radio to where every single radio is easy to work on. It's the exact same radio. That's where a TP 9800 comes into play, because they can be configured in a single band or multi-band. And these are the prices shown. These prices are the NASPO or HJC existing contract vehicle prices. Everything I've shown to you pricing wise, you can go out and buy off of a federally procured contract today. So there is nothing hidden. There is nothing that's unrealistic. Everything you can go buy today at that price point. NASPO actually provides another benefit. It allows manufacturers to increase discount beyond what's published for volume discount purchases. So these numbers are based on the 27% standard discount that's assigned to NASPO. We can increase that 10 to 15% more based on volume of subscribers purchased. So that $4,000 number per subscriber is a good baseline to calculate from a budgeting perspective. But when you look at volume, you can actually achieve a lot better. Another thing about our 9000 series radios or TP 9400, 9600, 9800 radios, they share all the same accessories. So from a standardization perspective, your speaker mic, that's something I missed actually. So these prices include an entire kit. That's the antenna, the battery, and a speaker mic and charger for each of those radios. So it's not just the that's and all licensing. And all licensing. And that's an important aspect because about 70% of the total cost of the radio radio is actually software that you buy with it. It includes P25 conventional, analog, P25 phase 1 trunking, phase 2 trunk, which is a very expensive software application. It also includes AES encryption multi. So it is a fully loaded radio with every bell and whistle kit on the radio. I made that assumption that we could use this for budgeting purposes on a worst case scenario. If utility doesn't care about encryption, then you take encryption out, that's costly. Okay, this is our new TM 9800 multi-band. It says TM 9400. This is actually TM 9800. It's not officially launched yet. I wanted to include this as an option though, because it is our multi-band, and it will be production available long before the system actually deploys. There you go. So you're looking about $4,000. $4,000 shows that. 4100 for a TM 9800, fully loaded with all the software that we discussed already in a single band format, and then 4480 is multi.
Yeah, I just want to get more slides for the control.
So this is the only slide.
Yeah, I just want to point out that we actually, our mobile radio is very mature. It's been on the market for many years. But the control head looked a little tired. So we recently underwent the effort of renewing it or refreshing it. And we released some first mock-ups at IWCE last year. And on the right side of this control head, you can see there's a knob there for changing channels. Typically in New Zealand, they actually use a ramp, like up and down buttons instead of an actual knob.
We got a question on the line.
All I was going to say is we released our first mock-ups. They didn't have that knob there. They had a ramp like we've always included with tape radio, with tape mobiles. And a bunch of users came back and provided feedback. And I said, look, as a police officer, I did not have time to drive at full speeds and look where a button is to push it. I need a knob on that. That got back to our product management team in New Zealand. They came up with this revised public safety radio. So we actively listened to the users. We actively changed our design, and we came up with a solution that met their needs.
All right, we have a question on call.
Yeah, on your portables, can you go back one slide possibly?
Sure.
Or maybe two. So on that 9800, what kind of testing has been done with that model radio and its accessories, the remote speaker mic, et cetera, for interior firefighting use? And then also, does that radio provide a solid stop point on the channel select knob at the end of it, at the beginning and end of its cycle, or does that knob continue to spin full circle?
It is not a free spinning knob, so it has a solid start and stop. That is one thing where we've had a lot of discussion on enabling there's different ways to actually where you can, it's a software program decision, whether it's free flow or a stop, then it's just hard for stops. For public safety specifically though, the stop is default. Because a lot of users are looking to go all the way to the end and back. That's how you memorize what channels are where that we don't have to take radio. So it is a positive stop. Your other questions about testing on TP9800 or TP9800 is our newestly launched radio. And there's a reason that we included the TM9800 and the TP9800 in our offering because it is a newly launched radio. It is going to have the longest longevity on the market for subscriber devices as far as support, etc. So the TP9800 recently launched. We have that radio. We've already done all of our internal testing, which includes the P25 testing. It is at FCC right now for type acceptance testing. Following the type acceptance testing from FCC, it will go through the CAP testing process, which is where you go to 3 different manufacturers and test on their system of validation to get the P25 stamp of approval on it. And then from there, it will go to individual states to be validated from a statewide perspective. It also includes the security aspect to it. The security testing will happen in parallel. That's your FIPS 140-3, for example. That's your FIPS testing, which is your federal security NSA standard, or NIST standard. But for testing, that will happen in parallel with the CAP test after the FCC type acceptance. So in other words, to have the radio completely tested, validated, ready to go, we're expecting that to be May of this year.
Okay, so, but I guess my question is, between that radio and the remote speaker mic, has that been tested in live fire interior firefighting conditions? And if so, what are the results of that? Specifically, probably most importantly, the remote speaker mic and its ability to withstand heat.
Okay, so remote, now you're talking more on the NFPA side. So from a speaker mic perspective, we partner with Otto for a fire mic. Otto produces their high fire 500 degree NFPA, which technically no one's allowed to say NFPA compliant. NFPA standard design solution set. The radio itself is not an NFPA radio. It is not designed for 500 degree flash. Does that answer your question on the fire side, heat side? As far as audio connectivity and audio functionality, it has been tested internally. We have not tested it into a live fire situation yet.
Okay, so just, sorry, there was a bunch of background noise there. So just to clarify, the TP9800 is not currently tested for interior firefighting.
Correct.
All right, that's what I needed to know. Thank you.
The auto fire mic is what we propose with all of the devices for the 500 degree temp fire. Yes, sir.
And then for the 9800, any reason why you took the keypad for field programming off of it?
No, it's still available. It's just different models. Yeah, so there is a Model 2 limited keypad, which is displayed there, or the full keypad. Just try to put some variation in the views. Also the colors. Colors can be anything. That can be blue used to be designated specifically for a UL environment, C1E1, for example, environment. That is no longer the case. But you can order it in blue, you can order it in red, pink, orange, polka dot, whatever it is you fancy. Obviously, the high is green and black. And that's how you speak polka dot. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Did that answer all your questions in the call?
Yep, thanks.
Okay. Now, operationally, from a fire perspective, are you wearing the satchel or the harness underneath the turnout gear? Or is your radio on the outside of the turn?
Depends on who you go to.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's different. I recommend all of my crews to wear it underneath your coat for extra protection. That way you only have a couple of inches.
Sure. as part of our design practice, when we're looking at radios, you know, the NFPA 1802 recommended guideline. It's not exactly saying recommended guideline. We've looked at it at detail. I mean, all manufacturers have looked at it in detail to determine what makes the most sense to pull from. Building a fully NFPA 1802 compliant radio is extremely cost prohibitive, right? They would have to sell it. I'd say probably that's a 400 closest. It's still not compliant completely, but it's the closest. And the price point is up to $10,000 for radio. It's not to be volunteer firefighters. $10,000 for radio. So we made a conscientious decision not to follow it exactly there. And our mindset on specifically on 500 temp requirement of that is that in most applications from the users that we talk to, they're wearing it inside their turnout, the radio itself. The speaker mic is the challenge because it's outside the turnout gear, but they're not integrated into an SCBA. So the speaker mic is a biggest focus. That's one part. The auto, every software revision that we do and every radio that we do, we actually work directly with auto to ensure audio profiles are good with their fire speaker. So in a fire environment, we recommend the auto speaker.
And do they, are the Bluetooth compatible?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so that's pretty much the meat of the technical presentation. There's a couple things I just want to talk about. We talked a little bit about NG, what's coming, you know, what are the things that you have to factor for the future. LTE convergence is an aspect of that. So what does NG look like in the future? LTE convergence. Everything that we do is designed based off of P25 standard. Part of that P25 standard is ISSI. ISSI is also that threshold that's being discussed as that medium mechanism to integrate into those next technologies like FirstNet, like LTE, like Wi-Fi calling, all of the other application layer things. So we design everything to the ISSI functionality for integration into LTE, unified vehicles, etc. We do provide private hosted solutions. We also work with ESJet in this offering to include the 7 PTT functionality. And that also includes an on-premise server. So that means that it's not going to be reliant on connectivity to a hosted solution. It will actually be under the control of the district. And that's the cost for 150 users. That cost also includes the on-premise server. So they do have a recurring cost, but it's going to be significantly lower than that because that includes the on-premise server. They have to get the exact license or we can check. But again, they're an independent company. Not having anything, you can actually buy the applications directly from them. Okay, the 2 dispatch options that we included, AppTech and InterTalk, they're both almost identical from a functional perspective. They're digital computers. They have the same topology. So, and fully redundant topology. So what makes one better than the other? And that's up to you. Each one has their benefits as far as user GUI functionality. They can both be configured to look like anything you want. You want to make them look like a Gold Elite or a Zetron Model 25. You can do that. It can be designed pretty much how you want. So you look at it, in my opinion, you look at it more as, okay, what partner do we want to work with long term? Who do we need longevity of? The only challenge that I do have with AppTech that I want to bring out is that AppTech is recently purchased by Motorola. So we don't necessarily know what the future of AppTech is. InterTalk is a fully unbiased console company that is not owned by anyone yet. They say that that's going to be sent next year. It seems in the land mobile radio market, there's constant acquisition of mergers that are occurring. Okay, so why Tate? You know, we were very happy when the city of Spruce came to us and asked us if we would help evaluate technical offerings. And then Mike reached out to invite us here in the district. We were happy to be able to show that. Tate is a different company. We are a smaller company. By being a smaller company, what that means is we don't have the luxury of choosing who our references are, which means that every client that we partner with has to be a reference account. We go above and beyond. We go that extra mile to make sure that you're happy, meeting your expectations, while also providing that expertise level of recommendations as you move forward. And that's why you go out to a third party. That's why you hired Federal to come in and do the analysis, because this is what we live and breathe to do. This is what we live and breathe to do. We can provide that expertise to you and support. But ultimately, we would be here to support you and make sure you're happy with the solution. So we are a small company. We don't answer to shareholders, which is another bonus. A lot of times we make local decisions within the region that are maybe not the profitable decision, but will make the best long-term relationship. And that's why, in my opinion, it's a bringing something to the table different from other manufacturers.
Will, you talked about your local Oregon Pacific Northwest.
Sure.
LACP, partnerships.
Yeah, Umatilla Morrow Radio District, over in Hermiston area, they are a Tate P25 customer there. Sean Halsey was the lead tech that we worked with on the implementation of that system. He's actually now a consultant at AdCom. Currently, Brett is the system administrator there. So Brett would be a great contact to reach out and talk to about the tape. Marion County Public Works is also another local customer that uses tape. WashDOT has tape deployed. Deschutes County 911 has tape system deployed, as well as the subscribers for a lot of their fire departments. There's quite a few local here in Oregon tape solutions that we be able to get references. Yeah, TriMet is another great. We're actually working with them right now to develop their system. BGE is another really big one. But Northwest Natural. Why am I talking?
Well, I knew of some of the, the public sector, or I mean the private sector, but not so much the public safety. So Umatilla Morrow,
Yeah. And let me,
shoes.
let me talk on that specifically on why Tate historically has been more utility focused than what they have with safety. About 6 years ago, Tate decided that they wanted to focus only on public safety, really wanted to, or only on utility space, and they wanted to find a distribution channel. New Zealand is big on distribution channels, so they partnered with Paris with distribution channels. It works in New Zealand, doesn't necessarily work in the US. So they found that that was not a good partnership. That partnership was then eroded and removed. Since that happened, Tate stood back up their entire United States-based team. Part of that was hiring very critical people to come on into and really focus on growing the US market for Tate, and with a major focus on public safety. In fact, that's one of the reasons that I came forward was specific focus on public safety. So while they do have a lot of utility customers, I'd say probably more utility customers in the industry, public safety, they are one of the smaller players. So now we're bringing that expertise forward to the public safety focus there. As you can see in our subscriber portfolio, the subscriber portfolio, in FPA, for example, it's more designed toward utility use. It's more designed toward commercial application, not as much toward public safety. And that's what's changing. And I'm happy to give you plenty of accounts that you can reach out. What I do is just give you an account list and contact any of them.
Mac is another.
Which one? Mac. And then California, Stanislaus County is another one. Fresno. San Luis Obispo. New Zealand just contracted with a joint venture to the largest B2B system. Of course, 10 years before that system was deployed, but that is a pretty big deal for Tate and public safety. Just to recap on the proposal summary. So everything that you've seen so far that's not clearly defined as an option is included in the base proposal. There are no gotchas. We do not believe in going in and doing change orders. We don't go into the low number to capture your attention and then document all of these assumptions to prove them true that we're going to charge you later. What you see is what we get. If the coverage that we guarantee does not meet the actual real world coverage, we will add sites to meet that coverage contractually at our cost. There is no cost to you. And our coverage is based on a minimum TSP 88 threshold, not on, for example, the highest tier rate available that force you down that path. The entire thing is based on the ability to give you freedom of choice. Again, we need every customer, every client of ours to be referenceable at any time. And so we will go that extra mile to make sure that we're meeting your expectations.
Just to add to that, I recently worked on a project in Pennsylvania where we transitioned the core to a tape core. We're openly aware that everyone wants their freedom of choice of subscriber radios. But as part of that effort, county, we agreed to test every other vendor's radio on our system. We ran through the same tests, operational tests that we ran our own radio. That included Motorola, Harris, BK Realm, Kenwood, EF Johnson. We asked the county to gather one of every different type of radio that they had on the system. We moved them into a radio and ran all through our tests.
Well, that's something to add to it. Just this is more from my time at Deschutes County. If anybody's familiar with Deschutes County, there's a lot of media press, there's a lot of challenges with the radio system. There's a lot of people got dragged through the mud that didn't do anything wrong. And it was more a lack of management of expectations. The coverage that was provided was assumed with a specific model rate. So now when we've got Motorola APX 8000s on the system, we've got Harris XL200s, we've got Tates, the radios were not all performing the same way. And that's not necessarily from the coverage received. There's no knock on the manufacturers, but each manufacturer does things a little bit different. Roaming algorithms with the radios are a little bit different. The transmission trunking versus message trunking functionality of the radios, the programming is a little bit different. So as you're looking at a multi-manufacturer fleet, which is what P25 is built for, that's the whole design behind P25, there are things that you need to look at and make sure that you're evaluating, testing. In Deschutes County, I mean, Harris and Motorola engineers work wonderfully together to help fix a lot of those issues. And today, if you ask anyone over there, I think they're pretty happy with the system as it's designed. One of the major issues that we did identify over there was because some of the state sites were operating for mobile instead of for portable design. That shadowing thing I was talking about earlier, as you shadow and connect to this side and that side, that was causing a lot of roaming issues. Shoots down the drive, down 20 off of, or from Sisters Camp Sherman area all the way down into Bend Redmond area. You would bounce back between 3 different sites by design on the Deschutes County side, and then one high site from the state, and it was jacking it up big time. There were a lot of dead spots, roaming issues because of that. So that's why an actual system design, engineered design that counts for these things is so important. That's all I've got. I'm happy to answer any other questions. I wanted to try to get to it and give people time. So, does anybody else have any questions? Well, thank you.
I appreciate you guys coming out here and doing this for us. If I have your contact information, and you have some handouts.
Yep, there's a copy of our executive summary, which kind of just gives a quick overview of what we're offering and who we are. Feel free to grab one of those. My business card is sitting there on the table as well. Feel free to take one. Email me, call me, and I'll answer any questions you got. Either from Tate's perspective or from my own personal perspective, just specify which one you want for the call.
Sure.
And then I also have thumb drives with the presentation on it.
I was just going to ask that. Okay, thank you. For anybody that has questions, you can contact me or Will. That'd be great. And also, I want to remind everybody, if you didn't sign in, there's a couple sign-in sheets here by the front door. I'd ask you to do that. Not anything else, we could break actually early for lunch. We'll be back here at 2 o'clock. We'll start all over. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Absolutely. Are these ones that are? These are all good.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It's,
And the audio recording. Good. So I'm gonna apologize to everybody who heard me say this morning, but we do have new people in here this afternoon and additional new people online. So there is a sign-up sheet here. So if you missed that, we're gonna ask you as you leave today to make sure you sign our sign-in sheet. So for those who don't know, my name is Mike Fletcher. I'm the administrator for the 911 district. And I want to thank everybody for showing up today on TV land and in person. Preamble here, this is a special work session of the 911 district. This is not an official meeting of the board of directors or the 911 district advisory committee. So no decisions or actions will be taken today. I want to recognize all of our user agencies here today. In the end, whatever final solution that the district decides to pursue, it is you that we are focused on. I'm also recognizing staff from Federal Engineering who are here today. Federal has worked with the district over the last couple of years by consulting and acting as our representatives as we continue on this path towards a new system. Today's goal is to provide an opportunity for our decision makers, our board of directors, and our advisory committee members, and the staff of our user agencies, all of our police, fire, and EMS partners, and federal engineering to engage in dialogue with presenters. We are actively seeking your questions and concerns and comments, and for presenters to have the opportunity to showcase their companies, their staff, and the hard work that they have put in to develop a potential solution for a new public safety radio system. We appreciate all the members of the public who are present, and I hope this ends up being a valuable and educational opportunity for you. However, no public comments will be taken. This afternoon is a combined presentation. I'm going to introduce Andrew Chetterbach from Motorola. Andrew will introduce his team and go over who and what Motorola is as a corporation, their experience, and their proposed solution for Columbia. As part of a potential solution from Motorola, or perhaps a better description, it's an option, is the ability to partner with an existing neighboring radio system. Ron Policone is the radio system manager for the WCN system. Ron will be speaking about what WCN is, its history, an overview of what that system contains, and the added value or partnership with WCN could provide to our users in Columbia.
I have a loud voice already, so I'm going to try not to pop up these earphones. Thank you, Mike. My name is Andrew Chetterbach. I work for Motorola Solutions. Thank you for the opportunity this afternoon to come and talk to you about some of the options that you put together. Coming in here, I do recall or remember in October of 2018 being in this very same room to do a similar presentation. That was based off of the RFI process that Columbia then, as well as the panels report. So I only bring that up because it's a good basis for data that we were able to work through and present today. So we received a letter from Mike about a month ago asking for Motorola to come and present to you today. We had some good information to work off of based on our efforts from 4 years ago. So even though we only had about a month to put this together, we fortunately weren't starting from scratch. So I think that's beneficial in our work here. I will start with the agenda. So 4 main points that we're going to review today. I'll make introductions for the rest of the Motorola team that is in the room. We'll talk about design considerations, what Motorola looks to do when we are asked to put together a mission critical communications solution for a customer in a city or county, and how we look at really at technology needs that drives design. And then we'll talk specifically about the design that we have put together for Columbia County. And then last, we'll go over the pricing estimates for the 3 options that we were asked to do. And those 3 options were a standalone Columbia County system, a standalone system that uses some available equipment from a neighboring county, as well as a partnership with WCN and the pricing for that. So we'll talk about design and pricing based on all three of those options. Already mentioned my name. I'm Andrew Chitterbach. I'm the area sales manager for Motorola Solutions. The other three Motorola individuals that we have in the room with me today are George Nissan. George is the account executive that covers Columbia County. George lives in Bend, Oregon. We have Colin. Colin is one of our systems engineers that puts together designs, as well as new who will supporting Colin. So in the room, we have a few salespeople and, more importantly, a few engineers, the real smart individuals that make these things happen. Company overview real quick. We are a pioneer in the mission critical communications space. We've developed a lot of the firsts in this particular industry. I won't go through all these bullet points, but Motorola has a long history of innovation and bringing products to our customers. What we are most proud of is probably the things on the right side. Our corporation, our company is continually listed in most admired companies as places to work. We're continually recognized as a company that's really driving the environment for our employees. Why that's important for you? This is a partnership. You are embarking on a decision that has long ramifications and a long-term impact to your county. And so we believe by being able to attract the best talent, the hardest working individuals, that's a direct benefit to you. We bring our expertise, we bring our passion, our energy, our drive in helping you complete your mission. And that's important. That's important to us, and hopefully that's important to you when you're looking for a partner. So very proud of these things, but we continue to drive forward. Our scale around the world, we are an international company. We do have operations across the globe. And here are just some of the metrics of the sheer volume of individuals and systems that we built. What it means for you is we have a lot of experience. We have a lot of experience being challenges, designing systems, providing solutions, and being here for the long term. So we're able to bring to bear our scale, our expertise, our knowledge, our history, to bring a solution to you and to partner to you. So just a quick snapshot of the breadth of our experience and our capabilities. A lot of times also we hear out in the industry, hey, Motorola Solutions, you're just a radio company. And radio is an industry that's dying or is shrinking. Are you going to be able to sustain yourselves in the future? Well, number one, LMR is not a dying industry, as evident by us all in this room working together. So certainly that we have not seen the demand go down for land mobile radio. But at the same time, Motorola has been going through a bit of a transformation over the last few years, both organic growth as well as acquiring a number of different companies in the public safety space. We're not going to really focus on a lot of these solutions today. They're really around 911 call taking, computer-aided dispatch, video, broadband type solutions. We are bringing these solutions together. Our mission is to be an end-to-end solution provider. Whether you're in the dispatch environment, whether you're a first responder, we are striving to bring integrated solutions to you. And that's done through both acquisitions, bringing those products and platforms into our portfolio, and then making it work together. We spent a lot of time today focusing on a P25 mission critical communications network. Like I said, we're not going to really talk a lot about these other ventures, but this lends itself to Motorola transforming itself, Motorola continuing looking to drive innovation, bring new solutions, so that we can position ourselves for the future and be that long-term partner that we strive to do. Enough about Motorola. Let's talk a little bit about how we design systems, and then we'll get into the meat of the presentation today, which is specifically what we've come to design for you. So when we design a mission critical communications network, we're really focused around 5 different pillars that make up that system. It's what we call our Astro 25 core, or the brain of a radio network. That's where all the call processing occurs. That's where the management functions are. That's the configurations. So that's within the brain of the system. That's what really controls all the various parts of the network. We manufacture and provide the other 4 solutions, which are the radios, dispatch consoles, the network infrastructure, the RF sites, right? The equipment that goes into the shelters and up on the towers, as well as a breadth of data applications. Our approach to a system and a solution is we manufacture all of these things, we bring all of these solutions together in an integrated approach. Our belief is that is the least risky for you as a county, as a communications district. It also ensures all these things work together. We do not approach it as a cobblestone effect, meaning we pull products from different sleeves and sort of put them together. We certainly approach this that the consoles, the radios that the public safety first responders carry, the network infrastructure, all the core are all built by Motorola, all integrated, developed, ensures it works together. That puts you in a greater chance of success that everything works well together. That's not to say that we don't support the P25 standard, or that we're proprietary in nature. We do support the P25 standards. We have lots of examples of other manufacturers' radios working on our networks and our radios working on other networks. That's more really focused on the subscriber or the radio side of things. The standards aren't as well developed or really don't exist when you're talking about infrastructure, base station radios and cores. Those do come from an individual manufacturer typically. So again, our approach is to bring these things all together. When we're designing, look at coverage. That is the first and most important thing that we look at. Where do you need to talk? Where are your operations? Where is your business? So coverage is where we start when we're looking at designing a system. We look at functionality. Obviously, these networks are built around voice, but more and more, a lot of them are bringing data applications to it. And so that functionality will then drive capacity. Capacity is how many different channels, how many different talk paths do I need to achieve my mission, whether it be voice, data, or both. And we always talk about balance too, or key design criteria is balance. And what we mean by that is it would be great to say that I need to be able to talk at every square inch of a county, but that may not be really practical. So when we design a system, we're looking for balance. We're looking at what a realistic design can bring to you and something that can be achieved, something you can actually purchase and build, support for the long term. So we're always looking at sort of balancing the existing assets, existing sites, what else might be available in a neighboring county in this particular case, to bring you a system that provides you the most value, that you can build, that you can afford and pay for, and ultimately then also support for the long term, because that's of course important as well. It's not just building it, it's also supporting it for however number of years you expect to use it, 10 or 20. So balance is kind of a key word, and I'll be mentioning that a few times as we get into specifics on Columbia County. And what's the result of all of the system and these needs and considerations is when we're done, the result is a mission critical system that's IP, that's software based, that's flexible architecture so it can grow, and secure. Right? More and more, the security of these systems is paramount. A lot of times we hear that these are closed networks that can't really be infiltrated, and that's just really not true anymore. So more and more Motorola Solutions is very much focused around securing these networks to stop the bad actors out there from gaining. Let me talk a little bit more about coverage and capacity and the modeling design. We have some very sophisticated coverage prediction tools. These are tools that our systems engineers are trained to use. It's born out of our decades of experience designing and implementing these systems. These tools are not publicly available. They're not something you can download off the internet, look at YouTube, or read a book on. Our coverage modeling tool, which we call Hydra, really is a living, breathing application that is very good at predicting coverage. A lot of the data that we gather from all the systems that we built go back into its performance. So that's what I mean by a living, breathing tool. It is not a static coverage prediction tool. We built a lot of systems. We take actual data from how those systems perform. We feed that back in and try and make the coverage prediction tool. We have, again, very highly trained engineers that are experienced. There's two sitting in the room here We have hundreds back in our offices around the country that are looking at how systems perform, where coverage is necessary, and how can we provide a balanced system design for our customers. It's based on thousands of measurements, like I said, from all the various systems that we have out there. So what does a good coverage prediction tool mean for you? Confidence. Confidence that when we build you a system, we show you a map and we tell you where we think the system will work, it actually does that. It's highly important for a mission critical communications network. We're also quite conservative, quite frankly, sometimes to our detriment, when it comes to coverage modeling. It's because of how important the system is. We don't want to overpromise where it can deliver coverage. And so we want to be able to provide you information that it will work where we say it's going to work. That's very important, very paramount, obviously, for public safety operations. So what has this resulted in? This discipline, this tools, this experience. Just a snapshot of some of our systems. On the left side here, this is a map of obviously Oregon and Washington. Stars represent P25 trunked 800 megahertz systems that 800 megahertz systems that we have built in both of these states. So we have 15 of these public safety systems in Washington and Oregon. On the right side, we've color-coded where we have statewide networks. So see some of the statistics here. We've built 1,100 public safety networks in the United States, 800 P25 systems in North America. 200 of those 800 are phase 2 TDMA systems, which is the design that we are going to be presenting today. So a lot of experience nationally, a lot of experience locally, difficult terrain to build radio systems in the Northwest, hills, valleys, rivers, oceans, etc. All these things have implications on building a system. We have experience building the type of network that you are looking at here specifically in the Pacific Northwest. And all these systems are providing us performance data, which just makes our tools even better when we look at prediction coverage. Please let me know if there's any questions. I hope I don't just up here lecturing. So, any questions so far?
I'll just interrupt.
Okay.
Just so you know that Dave is watching online, so
Okay.
you may see him throw something at you, raise your hand. We'll be notifying you if somebody online.
Okay. Specifically now for Columbia County and the design. We have initially provided a preliminary design of a hybrid VHF 7800 megahertz system. So hybrid means that some of the sites, I'll show you in a second here, some of the sites are 7800 sites, some of the sites are VHF. So it's a hybrid system built on both VHF and 7800 spectrum. There's some of the major system elements. Again, a preliminary design here. I do want to say that this can be an ever-changing sort of iterative process. What we present today isn't locked in stone, obviously. This can be changed, discussed moving forward. This is a preliminary design. These are the major system elements. So, as I mentioned, an Astro core or a call processing core, both one that would be potentially located here in Columbia County or a partnership option, which would then utilize 2 existing cores that are already in the region. So that's what I mean by the standalone and WCN. 9 RF sites in Columbia County, and then the partnership design that will include the 45 sites that exist in Washington, Clackamas, and the city of Newburgh. I probably should have said that. I apologize for the acronym. WCN here means the Washington County, Clackamas County, City of Newburgh system. That's the acronym. So the major design elements include 9 sites in Columbia County, and then some of the coverage maps that we'll show you then include that composite coverage between the 9 sites that we can provide within this county and the 45 sites that exist in those 3 other places. These are the sites that are built on 4 TDMA channels. I didn't really want to get too much into technology specific things. TDMA means that each physical channel will allow you what's called 2 talk paths, because the 25 kilohertz spectrum is divided into 2. So when we say TDMA, we say 4 channels. What that actually means is 6 talk paths. One of the channels is what's called a control channel in a trunked environment. The other 3 channels will be available for voice and data communications. And those 3 physical channels actually provide 2 talk paths within each channel. So when we say 4 channels, it's 6 talk paths throughout the system. Our scope, our design includes a dispatch site with 5 consoles. So those are that's the technology that's used at the dispatch center. The dispatchers use that to talk to the first responders, and obviously the first responders to talk back. So our design, our pricing estimates includes the dispatch site with 5 consoles. Our design and scope and price also includes 650 public safety multi-band subscriber radios. The 650 quantity came directly out of the Helens report that was produced prior to the RFI in 2018. So that's the number we were using. There's a very nice table in that Helens report that had each agency listed and the number of portables and mobiles that they had. Obviously, that report's a couple years old at this point, so there may be some update to the quantities, of course. But as far as like a starting point, a preliminary design point, 650 radios. All of them are multi-band radios. They're capable of working in both VHF and 7800 records. And then implementation. So when we talk about implementation, it's not simply bringing a box and screwing it in and installing it in a rack and leaving. Our implementation is soup to nuts, right? From the moment we initiate a project to when we're finished, and it's turned on, it's cut over, it goes into support mode. That involves a couple different disciplines. That's project management, that's engineering, that is configuration, and then, of course, also physical installation of radios, both in the vehicles as well as radios on the mountaintops or consoles. So when we talk about implementation, we talk about a full, we live with you while we're implementing this system. We estimate that this network will take about 2.5 years to implement. And that's just based on experience of how big you are, where the sites are, et cetera. So again, this leads to good results. This type of disciplined implementation and system integration services ensures that when we're done and we leave, you're in a support mode, that the system works according to how you want it to work. So when we get into the pricing estimates, these are the major system elements that we have started with from a design perspective. Maps. Who loves maps? I know coverage design engineers love maps, right? So we have 12 different maps to show in PowerPoint format here. We do also have our Hydra tool that I talked about live on Colin's laptop. So if there's a desire to zoom in, zoom out, take a more live look at the coverage, we can do that. What we'll do is we'll start with maybe the static maps to kind of talk about that coverage. And then again, if we want to switch over to the live tool, we can do that as well. So this place looks familiar, I hope, right? So here's our preliminary design. And I'll try and make sure that I call out kind of the specifics, because you can produce 100 maps. You can probably produce 1,000 maps, but in the interest of time for today, and trying not to confuse you as far as all these various maps, I'll try and make sure when I talk about the maps that I'm talking about what design option we're referring to. So the first one is what we're calling a composite map, which would mean a combination of the radio sites in Columbia County, in addition to the WCN radio sites. This is 95% covered area reliability, so 95% confidence. DAQ 3.4, that's an audio quality measurement. P25 phase 2, and this is portable at the hip. So portable at the hip, radio speaker mic at the shoulder. This is worst case, typically scenario when you're talking about coverage. Talking about portable, which is limited in its wattage output, and having the portable closer to the body does affect the coverage. So when you model, portable at the hip, this really kind of shows worst case scenario from a coverage standpoint for portable radios.
Is this on street?
On street, yes, correct.
Andrew, if I could interject.
Absolutely.
One thing, just as a reminder for everybody, these are maps of probabilities. These are not necessarily guarantees. So where you see paint, there is a high probability of you getting a call through, but just because you don't see paint doesn't mean it's guaranteed to be a dead zone.
Exactly where I was going with this. We know that the question is, well, I see a lot of white here. Does that mean there's no coverage? No, does not mean there's no coverage in white. It just means that a 95% confidence based at a DAQ 3.4 phase 2 TPMA. That's where it's painted is where we are predicting coverage. Okay. Soaking it out. Okay, this is composite again, same metrics as before, portable at the head. So this would be taking the radio out of the holster and talking into it like this. So it improves coverage. Right? When you take the radio away from the body, pull it out, it will improve coverage. So this is portable at the head, same metrics as before. All of our maps will have the same metrics, 95% confidence, DAQ 3.4, phase 2 TPMA.
You have a product where the shoulder mic has an antenna. Right? That's not this.
We have not modeled that,
Yeah.
but that would be an option to enhance coverage, would be to put an antenna on the radio speaker. Yes,
Would that theoretically improve coverage?
yes.
Question here.
Sure.
I don't know any of this stuff, but so when you're doing this propagation study, though, you're looking at, this is everything and it's based on using your specific radios, correct? Not a different radio or something like that that I bought somewhere else, different vendors with your radios, correct?
Yes. Right.
So,
Yeah.
so just so apples to apples, well, the same thing for your guys' study as well, right? Using your specific radios, you get that?
No, we use TSP. TSP 88 at the table, find minimum CNC for subscriber devices. That was
Yeah, I think the last slide, or the criteria slide were the APX 8000, which you're using as a radio model.
Yes. Dual band radio. Colin can interject too on the
Yes.
specific.
So there was a question, just to make sure everyone online gets it too. The question was about how did you develop this? What was the parameters used in particular with the subscriber radios? So for all the maps we're going to be showing here today, these are using specifications using Motorola's own radios. So the portable radios are going to be our Apex 8000s, and then the mobile radios will be our Apex 8500s. I'd also like to add one detail. So on these maps, you're seeing lighter and darker shaded areas. What that's showing is just overlap from different sources. So it's from the Columbia County system we designed, the WCN system we designed. So if you're wondering what the darker, lighter areas mean, that just means it's getting covered by two different areas at once, 2 or 3.
Those of you online can't see my laser pointer. I understand that, but for those in the room, I'm pointing at the screen what Colin is talking about. You see a bit of the darker green. That is again what we're calling overlapping coverage between WCN sites and the sites that are being built in Columbia County. I do have maps that show just WCN and just Columbia County, so just so you know, this isn't the only map we're going to show. We do have different iterations, so you kind of see individual system level, what contribution of coverage those are provided. So I probably should have mentioned it on the design, major system design element slide. What we chose to look at least preliminarily, is where the population, I'll call it, centers are in the county. So obviously kind of along the Columbia, along 30 and down here. That's where the 700-800 megahertz sites would be. And I'll go back a slide here so you can see the sites. But we have a 700-800 layer that sort of covers this area here. And then the 2 VHF sites that we initially designed here would be right here and right here. So I'll go back to the site names here so you can see a little bit about I apologize, I should have stopped at this slide here, but the VHF sites, the two VHF sites that are noted here, it's Corey Hill, Class 9 Mountain. All the other sites that are in the design would be 7,800 sites. The other seven. 7,800 sites, two VHF sites. I'll stop here for a second.
Are these all existing sites?
There are two new sites, Chapman, as well as Rainier High School. So those do not have existing towers and infrastructure today. All the other sites are existing sites that could support installing radio system infrastructure. Switching colors now, this would represent mobile radio. So this is composite WCN Columbia County mobile coverage. And a 95% coverage.
Again, dark purple, light purple versus kind of the white.
Darker purple represents overlapping coverage. Lighter purple would be more coverage that's being contributed by Columbia County sites. When we show WCN only coverage, you'll see that the coverage from that network really does come up this way and this way. So that's why the kind of areas here are more the lighter, we'll say, because those are coverages being provided by Columbia County sites. Whereas the coverage along your population center here and kind of in this quadrant of the county is darker because there are Washington County sites that will be contributing coverage to the partnership. Yes.
When you talk about portable.
Portable,
Yeah, unless you have more maps later on, is this able to zoom in on some of the communities?
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll switch over. This is more of a static map in a PowerPoint presentation. We can switch over into the tool and zoom in and zoom out. If you like. Yeah, absolutely. We'll stay here as long as we like. Even though it's only going to 5 o'clock. I'm not until long questions. Okay. This is Columbia County only, so the 9 sites we talked about, portable at the hip. And our focus from a design element was this corridor for 7,800 and then VHF out in kind of the rural part of the county. VHF propagates real well out there in the rural areas. We know that fire districts do tend to have a preference sometimes for VHF. So from a preliminary design perspective, this is our approach. Of course, again, as I mentioned, this is an iterative process. This can change over time. Should be using a quantum system. That's what we actually
Does Hydra model in building coverage?
It can. The way it does that is we will typically apply what's called a DB loss.
Right.
And have those maps then produce predicted coverage.
Do you have an example of DB loss for a house, but typical residential house?
Typical residential is about 60 dB loss. We'll look at 12 for what we call medium buildings, more dense buildings, high rises, things you find in Portland. We look at negative 18 or negative 24 dB loss. Likely for this county, 6 to 12 dB loss modeling would provide a good in-building sort of estimate.
I know that's a big concern for users.
Yeah, and part of building 7,800 in this side is that's where you'll typically find more of the urban settings for this particular county. And so 7,800 does penetrate better than VHF, that is physics and science. So we know that the 7,800 will penetrate real well in your urban environments within the county. So that number one, by potentially switching bands, because obviously today everyone's VHF, that will improve in We have the overlapping from the WCN potential partnership that includes it further. Same map, portable at the head. Columbia County.
Can you switch between two real quick? Back and forth.
Between which Columbia County portable at the head. Portable
Versus
at
the
the head.
head.
At the head. At the head.
Yeah.
Oh. Clicker is
Yeah.
as quick as mine. Columbia County only mobile. WCN only zoomed out to show all of WCN's coverage. The reason we're doing that, obviously, as an option, as a partnership, if you were to partner with WCN, we gain all of this coverage in addition to Columbia County. We'll focus in on Columbia County at the top here. This is WCN coverage. Portable belt clip. So this is again the worst case, worst metrics.
And this is known, right? This is existing.
This is an existing system, that's correct. No. That is one change from 4 years ago, when Motorola responded to the RFI. The RFI asked for options for the county, and we had several options. One of them was partnership. At that time, we had not actually built the WCN system. We were in the process of building the WCN system. Now that we're here 4 years later, the WCN system is built, operational, coverage, passed very strict coverage metrics. So this is no. WCN only mobile. Then now we're zooming in to show a little bit more granular detail on what coverage WCN's system provides into Columbia County. So this is WCN only, no Columbia County sites. And so I talked about kind of that in the previous maps that showed composite where it was much darker. That's because you have this kind of horseshoe effect happening here with the WCN sites. And it makes sense because WCN has sites here and sites here. So it kind of stretches up.
So this coverage that we're looking at here, out towards the Hamlin Valley, Vernonia area, is that all VHF coverage?
That's 800.
Oh, that, wow.
Yeah, not good, a good thing. Sorry about forgetting that. The WCN coverage you're looking at is all 800. Should have mentioned that. WCN is a 800 trunk system. They do have VHF, UHF backup, but that's not in any of the maps that are shown. This is strictly 800 trunked WCN system. Oops, sorry. So portable at the hip, portable at the head, and then mobile. WCN. 12 maps, got to keep kind of reminding. We just have a couple more slides that go over pricing, and then we can flip back into the tool if you wanted us to zoom in on anything in particular. This is again your time, so let me know what you want to talk about.
Yeah, any feedback on the coverage design is greatly appreciated. Do keep in mind, this is preliminary based on 4 or 5 weeks of work and what we know so far.
Yeah. Again, we had some good basis to work from the RFI work we did a couple of years ago. So we knew information on existing sites, users, that type of thing. And obviously, some of the coverage is based on a known system that we've built. Yes, preliminary iterative process. Whenever we design coverage, it's always with as a partnership with you. As you tell us we're talking.
Yeah, I'd like to zoom in.
Okay. You want to start zooming in, or should we talk about pricing? Let's
Let's switch over to Hydra.
Okay.
And let's take a look at some, sounds like there's some areas of concern that.
Okay, so I'm in the Hydra tool now. I'll start by pulling up some of the portable coverage at the belt. But again, y'all let me know what you want to see.
This is WCN and Columbia combined, correct?
Yes, so I have the WCN layer on and both of the Columbia layers on.
This is portable.
Portable at the hip, yes.
There's a road between Scappoose, Vernonia, and Scappoose and Vernonia. All of Scappoose, Vernonia. Did you zoom in and scroll? Again, I understand this is 95% coverage that
Sharing your screen.
white doesn't necessarily mean not covered, but
Oh, did it drop?
Yeah.
On the, oh, all right.
We're getting the screen share
Yeah,
back on.
apologies, we'll bring it back up. Share screen. Okay.
you zoom in just a little bit more.
So I'm not able to see anything on the screen except for it says double click to enter full screen mode. Other than that, it's all black.
Give us 1 second.
It's working.
It's saying click to, or double click to make full screen, so I don't know what's going on.
Still nothing.
It's still all black.
Is there a link or something we can email out so we can have access to this and play with it?
I think it's a couple $1 million.
No, so this is our internal tool. So I can't give access out. Let me try again.
Says I'm sharing. You try hitting stop share. It looks like you're remoted into something. So when you did it, it showed kind of like a inception of your screen.
Oh, wait one second.
Oh, stop sharing.
This one. Yeah, but it's doing the whole screen, so. It's not. Let's see if that works. Yeah. That's very strange. Oh. Andrew, do you want to try going back to the PowerPoint? We can try again with this.
Yeah, we can. Or we could keep zooming in for folks in the room.
That's our sheriff.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Yeah,
That is important.
We'll go through a couple more slides and we'll see if we can't get the coverage here.
I could set up a Google Meet and get in there.
Okay.
That might work.
Willing to do as many working sessions with the user community as you'd like, so there's an opportunity to come back and look at the maps. Visit any
Oh,
user
leave the
that-
meeting? Yeah, that's a good idea.
or try that.
I'm gonna try one more thing. I'm leaving the meeting and then try to join back into it.
Okay.
Trivia.
I'm not very funny.
Let me know when you want your screen back.
Okay.
Because it's not super easy to tell the difference between white and light gray. Should focus this out. So change it to purple, do it with something else.
Okay.
We can do that. We tend to use lighter colors. Sometimes you can see cities, roads, the darker colors you use for coverage, although that shows the paint, will then sometimes hide major points of interest. However, yeah, we have lots of different colors, lots of different.
Just watch it out.
Yeah.
Up there. Is it coming up?
Yes,
Oh,
I got
there
it.
we go. Okay.
Okay. Patience is a virtue. Okay.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.
And our sheriff's comment was from the preliminary maps, the coverage is pretty fair in the county, both mobile and portable are fairly poor, sorry.
Fairly poor.
But maybe now that we have this tool up, we can show us around.
Okay.
So is the white no coverage? Is that what I'm looking at?
No.
Okay.
On our maps, we use a 95% predicted reliability. So if you see white, that does not mean there is no coverage. The coverage prediction tool is looking at a certain confidence percentage. So white does not mean that there's no coverage, just the metrics of a 95% predictability, 3.4 DAQ, so that's an audio quality metric based to TV band. So you zoom out, Colin.
Yes. So it could be no coverage or it could be just a little bit of coverage.
That's correct.
Right.
Yes. This is again portable at the hip.
This is one of our major east-west routes. Many accidents, lots of emergency response, and maybe there's a site we could add that improves coverage on that. Because it's easy. Even on the hip, you know, these guys are going to be out of their vehicles, up in the woods.
That's a good point. So again, preliminary design based on really no feedback, except for today, right now. Right. So we received a letter about a month ago asking us for preliminary design really didn't have any working sessions with users, which is typical when you're talking about coverage. So 9 sites, preliminary design, iterative process, this can be changed.
Is the entire road a coverage requirement for the user? Is that what I'm hearing? Or is that
I'll let the
not?
users answer that. For public works, yes.
Helens a very big thoroughfare, say, east-west in my district. I'm part of it. And my guys are out that road. Lots of access. And sometimes you have to park far enough away, quite a ways away, the fact of like, going out, road. It's not easy to get back. So. And there's, I don't know if you're still on there, Rob, too, but I know that that's one of our big concerns along with yours, is all the accidents down there.
So for these layers, is there anywhere else we want to take a close look at, or should I switch to a different layer?
Look at Highway 47 from Vernonia south.
We also have another question. Would the mapping change if we used all 7, 800 and no VHF?
Yes.
In what
Today,
ways?
today, the initial design is VHF at Quarry Hill and Class.
So is that,
Would change if you change that parameter? Yes.
I'm guessing their question would be, is that gonna, if we got rid of VHF, is that gonna shorten the range or extend the range?
Depends.
Okay.
But I don't want to make any.
In the rural environment like this, it would be more likely to shorten it.
Can we zoom in on Avery Road as well, from 47 down to 30?
So north of Vernonia to. Can't read what that is. Yeah, that road right there where your cursor is. Avery. That's another east-west route, major road. Those are our connections from Highway 30 over to Highway 46. Those are our two main connections.
The chat is there. Are they asking me?
Yeah, predicted coverage and conservative based on our experience.
And Class 9 area, north County.
Asking about.
Yeah, keep going
You go
north.
keep going north. Oh, yeah, that's gonna right there.
A little bit more west.
Difficult terrain, obviously, on the west side of your county. Very difficult terrain. So the balance comes in. Want us to build your 50 radio sites? We could. Is that realistic? No.
I mean, in this case, what we would have to do would be to search out a greenfield site somewhere up here north of the river. So for this design, I focused on the best possible design I could get using existing sites as much as I possibly could.
So this has one greenfield, which is the high school.
There was a second one, down south called, Chapman.
Oh, Chapman, that's right. Yeah. Two greenfield sites, the Rainier High School and the Chapman Fire Station.
Sorry, I think I missed this earlier. How many tower sites does this encompass?
9.
Would this be increased, or how much would the price increase if we added additional sites to it?
Yes.
Yes.
Is there a rough guess on how much per site that would cost?
Yeah, if you're talking from the roll-up perspective, just the overall equipment, so non-civil, microwave, other elements, and whether it's greenfield, you have to work at and do a lot of civil work. Depending on either a repeater site or a simulcast site, somewhere in the 500,000 for sites as an estimate for a mobile site.
Was that 500,000 per site-ish?
Yes, I'm sorry, yeah, about.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. I guess I missed part of the beginning of the meeting. We got a lot of things going on here, so I apologize, but I'm looking at the coverage map. And from what I know existing through WCN, the coverage on your map appears to be far less than what we're actually getting currently on WCN.
Our guiding principle with coverage is being conservative. So it would not surprise me that the map shows something, but reality is different.
Yeah, I just know that our 800 coverage down Scappoose, Vernonia is much higher than what your map shows. And I also know that our 800 coverage in the Vernonia Fire District, which according to your map, if you kind of hand southish, is far better than what you're showing in this map. So I just want to make sure that we at least share that from our current standpoint, that what we see real time right now through WCN is far better than what we're seeing on this map.
Josh, you want to look at the golf course area?
Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty white down in there, and I don't know if you can fit it on that map, because it's so far south of the county line. Well, yeah, I mean, if you can, that would be great. Again, I know WCN does hit there because they're facing with Walton Valley and Pillsboro. I know they have adequate signal there, so I know if we did anything with that partnership, then it would work.
Call on southeast of Bald Hill site.
Yeah, it's that big white spot just to the left of Highway 30 south of Aurora. Right over here.
Sorry, what you were saying is that you know that there is coverage there, but it's not showing on this map.
Correct, same thing, right? There's a lot of mountain bike trails out there that we interface with. Like I said, Walton Valley, WCN system, and they can talk out on the portable from there. The same thing is, it's even worse up there. I would get that correct because we're hiking in 1 miles and up on the trails to find bikers.
These percentages do make a difference. If we ran this at 90, it make a huge difference. And you think 95, 90, not a huge, but it does. This is a very tight public safety metric, 95, 3.4 DAQ. Right, right.
Chief Marks, the possible partnership with WCN with that on that Scappoose Vernonia Highway area, do you know, are you familiar with the coverage in that area?
I don't know from our side. I know Chief Davis for Vernonia, he uses and listens to the WCN 800 system quite a bit. I don't know how the signal is from the Scappoose point, the Scappoose side up goes. I don't know how much that probably is the because it's a lot narrower of a canyon down on our side, for a majority of it, and on top of it.
I can say that from driving Scapburn enough, there are some spots that are scratchy now with only, bouncing off WC and towers into Scapburn there. But I do know that the coverage is really good from the Highway 47 split down to like milepost 8. And then there's a couple of miles where it's kind of scratchy. And then as soon as you get out of that zone back towards Scappoose, it's crystal clear again. So I definitely think that the map is performing based on what the actual performance is that we're seeing since WCN has upgraded their system.
The only other spot that I wouldn't know about is that Dutch Canyon corner one at the top. That also is pretty hilly, pretty deep canyon. So, but I don't know how we would get a very good line of sight on the run out of there.
There's always mechanisms, as far as using, signal extenders, vehicular repeaters, or something of that nature to help you be a little bit more, especially some of those dead spots. Probably a far more cheaper, solution than putting in a tower. But definitely goes a long way. Thanks.
And we've had to use the vehicle repeaters up there for more than a decade.
Yeah.
Question about the tower and Chapman site, infrastructure wise, do you know how is it connected to the system? Only because I don't think it's a blank site. It's in the bottom of the bowl. And, there's really no data up there, and people even lose phone service when it rains.
Yeah, so the question is about connectivity from the Chapman site. So. Let's see. So this is one of those things that preliminary design, I haven't figured out exactly how we're going to fix this, but one possible option is going to be a microwave shot from Chapman up to Buck Mountain, which would be a microwave only backhaul. So, but otherwise, it'd be nice if I could run it straight from Bald Hill, but that's pretty shaded. So I don't think that's gonna work. So small microwave shot to Buck Mountain is a tentative plan for there.
So it'd be a spur.
Yes, and so this is actually the plan for this is actually to use a compact site. So it's not necessarily a full shelter, tower, generator, et cetera, et cetera. We can drop in a little exterior outdoor rated networking cabinet that has just a couple of radios. So it's not necessarily the full large site, but it's enough to provide some fill-in coverage in the middle of this valley. So potentially, if we need to fill in Dutch Canyon Road, we could look at doing something similar down there too. Does that make sense to everybody?
Do you have a diagram for your microwave network?
No. So microwave is not part of our design here today. So now, if you want us to fold that in the project, we certainly can, or you can procure it on your own. Either is fine.
Certainly, we would work with you to determine that's an important element of the radio system. So whether that's part of the radio scope or not, we'd be involved with the microwave design, ensure bandwidth and metrics that we're looking for. So radio systems. We've done either way. The WCN example, WCN was responsible for microwave, so just we're working with their chosen microwave vendor to support that effort. There are other projects where we can work within whatever construct.
Obviously, the most important part in that sense is figuring out where all the radio sites are going to be for staff.
Typically, that should be done first, right? Yeah. Have to be necessary. We have 4 more slides. We can keep zooming in and out again. This is your time, so we're here as long as
Are there any other troubled spots that we as a team should focus on and making sure that there's coverage?
So it was a northern part of class tonight.
They go up to what? So they go up to the top of Bradley Hill. Just with the one, just with the county line.
Where the road turns, you follow 30 and it all of a sudden goes north and then west, that road right
Gabe asks if we have any maps of our current coverage to compare this to.
No, we do not.
You touched on schools earlier, but I didn't quite get the big picture. What is your coverage in school buildings?
So we haven't looked at any buildings in particular today. Everything that we have to present today is on street. Now, so for in-building coverage, there's a couple different things we can do. We can apply a blanket loss to the tool, and that'll just show you medium or small or large buildings just everywhere throughout the county. Or if you want to provide us with specific buildings, say this, this, and this one, then we can isolate those as well and just predict what that's going to look like.
Do you just predict or do you actually try it out?
So the tool is just a prediction. The only way to try it out is to go build the system and then physically test it.
Well, about in building, I'm sorry.
So you do that?
You can, yeah. So as part of a project, there's the design, prediction, there's the implementation, and then the testing.
And if you don't have coverage in all the school buildings, do you correct that or is that extra cost?
So in Oregon, there's a fire code when it comes to in building. If the fire marshal would enforce the fire code in the county, then the property owner would put in what's called a BEA system to improve coverage. So I provide prediction tools. As part of a contract, we talk about what we're going to guarantee and test. Guarantee something and test something. If it doesn't work, then we'll fix it. But in building, there are other ways to improve in building that aren't specific, we'll say, to the radio system manufacturer.
We can also subcontract to BDA designers and have them design and implement and test in-building coverage. So if you have specific critical buildings that are an issue, please let us know. We can address that, fix it.
With everything that's happening in schools, like it seems like that would be a high priority. And we would want to say if something was happening, well, we just didn't. This wasn't part of the deal. You know, so I'm just trying to figure out, is there some way that that's going to be covered so we can be sure that we're getting coverage in our school buildings? If not, give us a way to correct it.
Absolutely, yes.
And I would say, as chair of the advisory committee, that is one of the things we're interested in too, is in building coverage, not just schools, but other government buildings or other buildings that have high congregate numbers.
Sure.
You said there's no microwaves involved in this current plant. You would need one. Maybe, what would be the capacity of that? And just that one. If we needed it.
So you're saying for,
So you were
for
talking
just
about
that
the one-
spur
Yes.
link?
Yeah.
Maybe 45 off the top of my head. I'd have to get a closer answer for you, I'd have to go run our backhaul tool and see what it spits out for that particular site. But just off the top of my head, that'd be a rough order of magnitude.
Someone asked if we could look at Rainier High School.
Rainier High School, one of our respective radio sites, so we expect that to be pretty good.
Probably say there's a building cover.
Probably a good chance.
Notice it's also a dark shaded cover, so you've got some WCNs signals flying there as well.
And then just confirming the dark green, the better the coverage.
So not exactly. So dark green means an overlap between two different layers. So up here in the north part of the county, the dark green is most likely going to mean an overlap of our VHF layer and of the 800 megahertz layer. So it doesn't add necessarily, but it does mean an element of redundancy. Yeah, so I just turned off the WCN layer. So what you're seeing is prospective Columbia sites only. So the dark green means an overlap between the VHF and the 800.
So I just want to clarify a hybrid system. The user is not changing between bands every time they're going down the road, right? But
okay.
radio doesn't, their user doesn't see that.
Right, right. So excellent question. So the question is, hey, you talk about this multi-band VHF 800 system. Is the user having to reach down and change the band? So the answer is no. All this switching occurs automatically in the background. The users will roam from site to site. Unless they're checking the radio, they're probably not ever going to notice the difference.
We got another question. Is this the coverage that Motorola would contractually guarantee?
Contractually guaranteed in 7800 because it is a guarded band. The HF is unlicensed. There's no guard band in VHF, so it's hard to guarantee in VHF. Lots of entities out there using that frequency that we don't necessarily know about. So typically Motorola will guarantee in 78, not in VHF. Test maps, but guarantees are difficult in the VHF band because of the nature of that band, and it's unpredictable.
I would also add, there are parameters we would have to verify before I would sign up to put this on a contract. So we've done the best we can. I mean, we have the site coordinates, obviously, but we would need to verify, okay, we need these heights for the antennas on the tower, et cetera, things like that. Make sure sites are available, whatnot.
It's typically done, via sidewalk process. We have done that as part of this process thus far. We would as part of iteration of the system design.
Yeah, and I would add for this system in particular, I understand there's concerns about the portable coverage. So just based on that, I would go back to the drawing board with this and improve that portable on hip coverage before I took this back out and put it on a contract.
Yeah, feedback is important from that standpoint. This is an important solution, right? It's pivotal in what you guys do as from a user standpoint. So where there are pockets that desperately need coverage, then it would be our best interest to make sure that there are sites that would help with that. They could come at a price, or we're adding additional sites, or moving certain sites, and whether there's a greenfield site where you have to establish shelters and towers and civil work, so on and so forth. It's going to be more costly, but we're talking about safety of officers, talking about making sure that they're safe and they're able to get back and forth to dispatch. And I would say that's something that we absolutely have to look at.
Let me go back to the slide there.
Sure.
You can go back to this if there's other questions that come up. We wanted to provide the pricing estimate, obviously, that was another key element of our agenda. So resiliency, there's a couple different resiliency levels that we provide. We provide resiliency within the racks themselves, meaning things like 2 switches, 2 routers, and a radio site. There's geographic resiliency. There
It never
is more
stopped.
resiliency. So
I was switching it for the online.
I know, but it never stopped when you hit stop sharing.
Oh, was it? Okay, we're good. All right, ready to go.
So all of our radio networks are certainly built with different levels of resiliency in them. The radio, I had mentioned kind of in the beginning that of the major system elements when we develop the scope and price. At this point, again, subject to change based on user input, but at this point we have scoped our multi-band public safety radio. So that is the Apex 8000 as portable, the Apex 8500 as mobile. It's public safety grade, highly durable, your most return on your investment. Feature rich, so the radios that we've configured have data features, encryption features, and TDMA. Benefit of a multi-band radio for this particular county is in an deployment implementation standpoint. This could be radios that are put on the field right away. Use the current VHF system for just have access to the interop capabilities with the already built 800 systems in your area, UCN, Portland, Clark County, Cressa. That would also make cutting over to the new system a little bit easier. Users would have familiarity with the device, using the device. A lot of the cut over to digital would happen sort of in the background system. So multi-band radio provides a lot of key benefits, both short-term, while the system's being built, and then after the system is built. So today our scope, our price includes again, 650 of these particular radios, 400 of the portables, 250 mobiles. Again, that's information that we pulled under the Helens report, a table that showed all the radios that are out in the county. Apex 8000 is part of a long lineage of radios that we've manufactured. It's a 4th generation digital capable radios. Comes on the heels of Astro Saber, XTS, and then Apex. There are still a lot of XTS in use across the country. That just speaks to the quality of our devices and the longevity of our devices. So, in addition to that, even though our scope today has a public safety grade device for law enforcement, fire, and EMS. We do have a whole line of other devices that talk on the system that would be more geared towards a public works or different entities that may not need that high durability, feature-rich environment. So we have a whole portfolio of different radios. Most of our systems do feature a mixture of public safety grade and public works type devices. So we have a lot of choices. Again, for this particular scope, we focus on the public safety radio in our pricing models. In addition, we do have what we call Wave PTX. So this is a mobile broadband application. So this is an app that could be on a phone that could connect into the radio system. Another option for the ability for a user to talk on the system that would not necessarily need to purchase a radio. So this application is adopted and used by the 3 other major systems that are in the area, Portland, Crescent, WCN. So it's in use, it's adopted. It works. It's a great option for users either that aren't in the coverage, maybe across the country, want to talk back into the radio system, or a user that may not necessarily need that dedicated device, but still needs the ability to talk on the system at certain times. This is a great option.
Is this part of the core that just need a flip a switch and it's active, or do you need a whole new server?
So this is a cloud application. So there's no server. It's a subscription model. The standalone, you'd have to purchase the whole new subscription. The WCN system already has the base subscription, so you would just buy user licenses.
What's real-time presence?
So the application will, you can see kind of a map there on the far right side. You would see the location of other users of this particular application based on the GPS.
It's used in a number of different applications. I think maybe, covert operations where police officers conduct an investigation, some free time, he doesn't want to carry a radio, so you could use a cell phone essentially, just download an app or an app store. You'd be able to use a cell phone or push to talk standpoint to talk to other users. Think of potentially some sort of event or concert or some type of interop operation. Have others coming in, you want to deploy a handful of radios, and instead you just turn your cell phones into push to talk device for this.
Cool. Yeah.
This is probably, everybody knows this but me, but once the server goes down, what kind of backup do you have?
Server for this application, or are we talking about the radio
Any
system?
server you need.
Any server that you need?
I mean, whatever runs the ship,
Yeah.
if it goes down, is there a backup system that we can tie into quickly, or am I asking a question that need to be asked? I don't know.
No, that's a good question. So when we talk about resiliency, so we have within the site resiliency. So what that means is switches and routers, different networking, we'll call it, equipment is doubled at the site. So if you have one element that uses power, shorts out, whatever, the other element can pick it up.
So there's no like maintenance server somewhere that controls this whole thing. The core.
There is a core. The core itself has resiliency. I will say with the WCN option, there are 2 cores. And each of those cores has, again, individual racks that can take over. So there are multiple resiliency models that we design into our systems, looking to avoid what we would call a single point
One other question. If we were to do this, would the WCN, would that now be WCCN, or are we gonna be separate to ourselves, or how does this all work? I don't know.
That's what we would like, yeah.
Yeah, getting your shirts made.
If you'd like to create a new acronym. Yeah, no, joking aside, yeah, a partnership with WCN. Again, I'm gonna let Ron talk about that. I don't work for WCN, so I don't want to speak for Ron. You can talk about that partnership, but essentially that system is 3 different entities today that have a partnership and have had a long-term partnership, and that's Washington County, Clackamas County, and City of Newburgh. So yes, a partnership. Columbia County adds another seat to that. Sure.
I have one comment about the server and redundancy. So that there's no single point of failure server where you yank a power cord and just the whole system dies. So no, we build a lot of redundancy into the systems, into the rack, and then we have additional options if you want some geographic site redundancy for smoking crater type scenarios.
Thank you. It's a good question. It's a great question. In the letter that we received from Mike about a month ago, we were asked to provide pricing on 3 different options. That was what we'll call standalone system based on our preliminary design. We've been made aware that there is some unused equipment from Clackamas County C800 that they are making available. As I understand, there's conversations already between the board and just preliminary, but we're asked that if that equipment was purchased or brought to the design, what reduction in the new equipment will say the county needed to purchase would occur. So we modeled that in here. The third option was all of that plus if I were to partner or if Columbia were to partner with WCN, what's the reduction in the equipment? So a lot of different options. And so I won't move off this slide quickly, but we thought the easiest way would try to put everything on one slide, sort of build these various scenarios so you can kind of see the various numbers. So we'll stay on this for a while, kind of walk through some of the logic here. Hopefully it makes somewhat sense when you're talking about pricing out a system of this magnitude and trying to put it on one PowerPoint slide. Sometimes it gets a little difficult, but again, I will leave this up. But for now, I'll start again, far left side here. Excuse the laser pointer would be a good idea. So this is again option 1, system, no equipment, reuse from Clackamas County, no partnership with WCN. Everything that we've talked about, the major system elements shown. So we have up here the acronym FNE stands for fixed network equipment. So that would be your core and the equipment that goes at the radio sites. Also, we have console. So this top number represents a list price of that equipment. We have a line item for subscribers, that's radios. So again, that's 650 multi-band radios that are configured for encryption, data, TDMA. Implementation, as I mentioned, that involves soup to nuts implementation, project management, engineering, installation, programming of radios, everything you would need to start with no system and end up with a system. Again, we're basing this in about 2.5 years worth of work, and we do live with you while the system is being. State contract discount. So there's a NASPO contract. If for those of you that are familiar, it's a state contract. State of Oregon participates with the state of Washington. We have all of this equipment on that state contract. So we've taken discounts to the equipment. So that's what that number represents. We have a capital total. And then below the capital total is our maintenance per year estimate, as well as what we call life cycle. So Motorola does have a program where we will upgrade software and replace infrastructure hardware that goes end of life. So for example, your dispatch console uses a computer. That computer does go end of life at some point. When it goes end of life, we replace it within the term of however long we're looking to establish the program. So there's replacement, what we call life cycle, and then maintenance. Maintenance are things like technical support, repairing equipment, on-site response, preventative maintenance, security updates, all the things to keep the system operational. So that's the difference between those two numbers. So the estimate per year for those services.
So there's no backhaul and there's no site development process.
That's correct. Thank you. Yes, this is Motorola scope, Motorola lens, the equipment that we've been talking about. This does not include civil, not include microwave. Again, those are things that we can do as part of a project if asked to. We were not asked to estimate that price for this particular exercise. But if that's something that the county, the board, or the one district is interested in us doing, we can. We just haven't costed it at this particular time.
What's your, so say for like a site controller, what's the life cycle? Typically 10 years?
A site controller, probably shorter than that. If you're talking about the switches and routers, about 5 years is what that
So that's
lasts.
339,000 includes replacing that every 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
What lasts the longest in these systems is our base stations, what we call a GTR 8000. So that's the base station that's at the site. That has a very long life cycle. We manufacture that. All these other components are from other vendors that we have specifications, and Juniper and HP, those types of vendors. So we use off-the-shelf components in our radio system. A modern radio system design is really very IP and PC focused, we'll say. So we have partnerships. Now we have certain specifications we're looking for. We test that. It isn't just grabbing something, local, Radio Shack and just putting it in our radio system. We have very rigid requirements of our devices. Those third-party manufactured items tend to have a shorter life cycle. We know that, and so we plan for that with updating those generations. And so the things like switches and routers, dispatch PCs, the core, which is made up of servers, those elements get replaced as part of the life cycle program.
It's an important point. Besides what Andrew's saying, but what you'll notice is radio systems, radio networks, very complicated, very complex. It's not just Motorola equipment. It's a handful of different equipment. And more often than not, we're at the mercy of whoever is providing that specific equipment to put out a cancellation notice on that specific product or no longer supports it for whatever reason. However, it's our obligation to make sure that whatever is in place is supported, is maintained, in the event that it breaks, someone can't come and fix it, can't come and upgrade it. And that portion of the equation is vital for the health of that network.
So that's the system pricing estimate. The middle column, the second estimate we were asked to provide would be in the event that Columbia County District, when it purchased the equipment that C800 is not using, what impact does that have to your cost overall? So there's we call it a reduction. I don't want to use the word discount, it's not a discount. It's a reduction in the new equipment that we have to provide, and therefore then it's kind of taken off that top number, and then the discounts again are applied to what's left. So the reduction in the equipment for Motorola should Columbia 911 purchase the C800 equipment, be about a reduction of 1.3 million. Those are really the GTRs that I mentioned, the base radios. That's what's available. As I understand from C800, instead of that would be not needed to be purchased, so to speak. Same concept then as far as, the subscriber number obviously doesn't change. Implementation number goes a little bit down, just because you don't have to build that particular rack. It's already built. We don't have to configure it, engineer it. You do have to configure it. We don't have to engineer it. Don't have to build it. It's already sort of built in the field. So slight reduction in the implementation. And then obviously the discount is slightly less because there's less to discount.
So one of the, not concerned, but one of the, I don't know, whatever, the equipment that we were offered, is it too much? Is it over engineered for what we need for our system? Are we buying more than we need? Is it, that was just a question. I don't know if that's been answered.
Yeah, no, it's an 800 simulcast site, so it's part of what your design is. So the answer is no.
So if we were to build that site ourselves, we would buy the exact same equipment.
That's correct.
Okay.
So reduction there in the middle, and then the far right probably bears the most conversation. It's got the most things going on the right side. So same concept that you have a certain amount of equipment. You have the reuse reduction. WCN system reduction, what this really boils down to is you not purchasing a core. The partnership, the cores are existing. There's two of them, one in Washington and one in Clackamas. It's all networked together. That would already be there, therefore Columbia County does not need to purchase the system for it. It's already there. I do want to caution, though, again, this is from Motorola's lens. This is less equipment to purchase. The partnership does require the two parties to work out some agreement for use of that core, et cetera. So I want to be very clear that my presentation is simply the Motorola numbers. It does not get into what that agreement is. Sure.
Gabe asked, obviously with the cost, is the system able to be expanded at a later date if we found a big hole in the service area?
Yes.
Thought so.
No,
Is there about
it's a
an
good
estimate?
question.
Yeah.
These things are never set in stone. Everyone strives for perfection, right? So when you build a radio network, rarely does it stay the same. Obviously, population increases, service areas increase, and so absolutely, this would be an initial build again on the design that we've shown already. But our architecture, our equipment, our ability to scale that up, add sites, expand sites, it is there. So yeah, absolutely, that can be done. So a reduction in the core. Again, radio number doesn't change. Implementation goes down significantly. There's a lot of work in putting in a core. Networking, engineering, building it, testing it. So a lot of there's a significant reduction in implementation to that doesn't exist if you don't have a radio core. State contract discount, obviously there's 1,000% WCN system discount. So the WCN contract with Motorola is approximately $8 million. It has information that if it expands, there are additional discounts available, contractually allocated. So as far as expanding that, Motorola's perspective would be as a user, as a partner, you would get access to additional volume discounts for contractors who are obligated to offer an additional discount based on the fact that that $80 million volume contract would go to 90, 92. So there's an additional WCN system discount based on its volume that's above state contracts. So I've shown that here, and capital total then in the partnership you see. If you have an asterisk by the maintenance number, WCN has their own staff, so they do on-site. So we don't provide that service because they have staff. So that number would go down from Motorola. If you have your own system, as I understand again correctly, there is a staff to do on-site, and therefore Motorola would have to provide that service. The WCN model, their staff provide the on-site. So the maintenance number for Columbia County, from Motorola's perspective, goes down. So does the life cycle. Core elements don't need to be replaced because the core elements are already under a plan to be replaced. So Motorola would not have to replace as many things in your system in a partnership model because the core is already taken care of for the life cycle.
So question. I understand columns 1 and 2 for maintenance from Motorola. We don't have anybody. And we're relying. What, and if the WCN system has a staff of technicians, folks to maintain, what is that 115? What is that?
A good question. So it's we would still provide technical support for you, repair things for you. So if something breaks at the site or the consoles, we would still provide preventative maintenance. So our staff would come out once a year to check those things. So that's that maintenance. There will still be some services from Motorola because you have your own sites and you want to have some coverage on those sites that's outside of the WCN staff. So
There's about 5 to 6 different components of the maintenance, of that maintenance number. So 5 or 6 different buckets, and Andrew's touching on some of them. Preventative, on-site, technical support,
security updates.
Security updates, so uploading patches to consoles or to firmware updates, so on and so forth. So on-site, CNs, who they handle that portion of it, but then the other elements will cover those.
Capital monitoring is part of it.
Yes, yes, it's under the maintenance. Should have mentioned that. Yes.
So right now you're predicting the sites that we need in the county.
Preliminarily, yes.
So if they were to go up, how can you predict how much our maintenance and the life cycle will go up?
Increase the sites.
Like if you had to.
Yeah. You add more sites, the top number increases. The maintenance would go up. So that's 9 sites, probably 10% or so somewhere there.
Per site or just?
Yeah, per site.
Okay.
Per site.
Just to give you a little bit more granularity. So there's this joke about this giant Excel sheet that we throw in, the engineer, I should say, throw in all the inputs that are covered within that system. So that's consoles, number of sites, with all the other inputs that go into that network. It's a living, breathing document. As you expand, if you don't expand, you shrink. You decide that you want to activate a site for whatever reason. Those inputs would change, and then therefore the output pricing would change. And it's something that we could work and talk to you about and share with you and say, yeah, we had another site, 2 sites, this would be the difference in cost.
I just wanted to clarify, first 2 options, the county is buying a core.
Yes.
The last option, the county is not buying.
Right.
The difference between 1 and 2 is no C800 equipment. Column 2 is C800 equipment. Column 3 includes C800, but it's a partnership with WC. Thank you. Also, I want to clarify some points.
Sure.
FNE and consoles, that's all of our stuff, including the dispatch consoles.
Correct.
The only thing missing is our responsibility for civil construction. What else is missing?
Back
And I would also say that the big difference between the first 2 columns and the third column is that you've got a 2-pole resiliency.
So the 2 cores really is 4 times redundant because they're independently redundant. Correct. And subscriber ratings, we're talking all the portables. Mobiles are included.
Up to 650 multi-band radios for subscribers. George brings up a good point on resiliency. So in the partnership model, you have your own dispatch site here with consoles from Motorola. If you partner, all 4 of the dispatch centers that exist in Clackamas and Washington County would have the same equipment. And the partnership model, they have access to your radio infrastructure as well. So resiliency from a dispatch perspective greatly increases the partnership model without extra capital. First 2 models here, our scope only includes 1 dispatch site for Columbia County. Now, that doesn't mean you couldn't look at your own system and say, hey, Motorola, I need a second dispatch site. Absolutely, we can know that, right? This top number would increase because there's another dispatch site to build in. In this model, there are already other dispatch sites that are using the same equipment on the same system, and therefore your dispatch center resiliency increases in partnership without additional cost.
So Mike, that brings up a question too. With the WCN partnership, going through your dispatchers out, let's say Castle, they're starting to happen right at CCOM, could then Clackamas County or Washington County take over since they're all.
We're going to.
So the short answer is yes. The longer answer is that is part of the reason behind the Magic's formation. And we added value by all maintaining the same phone, the 911 phone systems, they're mirrors of each other, so dispatchers from our house to go, for shortfall has always been great. And fire station alert.
And that's, for us in that area down there,
Correct.
as you know, talk about Washington County shows 0 Clinton County units available because they can't talk back and forth on the radio. They have tried dispatching us in the past, send out the tones and everything, but nobody knows how.
That's correct. So there are added values to the WCN partnership. Resiliency, fallback, just, fire station alert. There's a lot of things. Then they're gonna steal runs, what he wants to talk about.
I'll talk a little bit more about microwave, Mike, in light of our presentation this morning, the sites that they proposed, and the sites that Aurora is proposing. As far as microwave, are you seeing huge differences, or between the two proposals, are you gonna see a large difference in investment or not? Or do you know?
Well, kind of. I mean, I don't know on the Tate proposal, I didn't get a snapshot of every single site,
Yeah.
but there were only, if I look back at my notes, there were 4 existing. I think so, yeah. 5 existing of our sites. So through the last 2 years, we have intentionally been upgrading our backhaul. And this past summer, we signed off on phase 3. That will bring us 95% ready microwave across on our existing system. So the difference is working with Tate on, so it would be a change because if only 5 of the sites of 14 have our existing backhaul, then we're going to be adding new hops and or at minimum redirecting some, but that's okay. Redirecting is much easier than adding.
Yeah.
So this so there's only 2 new sites.
Yes.
So we'd add those, but the rest of it is existing and it's brand new. There would be, if we partnered on WCN system though, we would want to make new hops from our existing to at least 1 or 2 sites of the WCN system.
So what I'm hearing is there's more work
Oh, yeah.
to reconcile the proposals on the microwave bill.
Yeah. Questions? Looking to you.
No, I mean, good points brought up on the microwave piece. Same thing as this morning with additional sites. I know there's fewer here, but regardless, the site development, site remediation costs are going to be, depending, obviously, this proposal is a few fewer sites, but overall, it's not only additional expense, but a long lead in terms of what we discussed even this morning with the greenfield sites and so forth. So those need to be factored in. But yeah, I think this is a good snapshot of, at least from the rural perspective, what are some options as far as the counts.
I already tell you which option's better. This is for you to decide.
Yeah, and they're not apples to apples at this point. And in fairness to you folks, like you said, I mean, a lot of what we focused on in the session this morning was in building coverage and so forth, and which led to 4 sites being part of that proposal. So, that this is a good capture of kind of the on-street portable coverage. But I agree with, I think, a lot of the folks here who said, there's definitely, even when we had developed our conceptual design of the alternatives, we had in building as well, just based on user feedback, which I know you guys have the opportunity to have.
Yep, we'd be happy to develop those maps and we can share them. Any point of contact that distribute them on the user groups. I think understand that there's a high importance on that. We see the value of that, absolutely. I'd say that the 7,800 recommendation for more of the urban areas will definitely help from that standpoint.
So one of the things I see on your scenario here is across the country, we do a lot of interoperability, a lot of backup scenarios for agencies. Rarely do they consider the radio. But here, it's a real backup. Anybody can switch the phone lines, and you can answer the call and keep the data in. So what good is it? With that scenario, it's a rare opportunity. We can discuss it more. Cool. So that's kind of my area of expertise, and that's a rare opportunity. And think about future grants. If you're going after a federal grant, they love to see this information about interoperability and backup. It should make it a little easier to get grant funds to expand and the other thing we talked about is ISSI. Did we talk about that in these scenarios?
Yeah, so in the letter, ISSI licenses, so that's inter-subsystem interface. So that is, if you have a core, your neighbor has a core, connect those two cores. It is a standard, so we manufacture that standard, so that is built into this price.
Oh, it is.
It's built into all here. Now it gets, because WCN already has ISSI connections to the city of Portland, the state of Oregon, which is the air system, as well as Ponca County, PRESA, that reduction, the ISSI reduction occurs in the partnership. There is no ISSI reduction in the standalone. In these two, because you're buying for, you need to buy those up. You don't need to, if you choose to,
right?
You buy those ISSI.
But they're not included in that F&E console for option 1 and 2.
They are.
Well, they are.
What occurs is in the partnership, because it's at a core, the
Yeah.
ISSI license exists at the core,
Right.
it gets removed as part of a reduction in WCN. That is something we don't need to purchase. Because it's all right, I'm going to confuse that. Yeah, so the letter had 3 ISSI connections. So that's built into the scope, but that disappears in the partnership model since that is.
So there's 3 on all.
Correct.
Andrew, how does having a WCN network where it's got active system, 2 active doors, how does that help or hurt the implementation process from that standpoint?
It reduces it, so I think I kind of talked about that the implementation is reduced with this option because we don't have to spend time engineering, staging, and configuring the form, which is a lot of work. Doesn't seem like it, but putting it in and networking it and making sure it's live, provisioned, and configured is a lot of work. So there's a significant reduction in our implementation services. There isn't. We're already connected to the existing core. It's bringing the sites up. It would still a lot of civil, so I don't want to, there's still a lot of time that's required. To physically build sites, that doesn't change necessarily, but certainly our costs to set up or reduce. Of course, you're not going to see a reduction in civil or microwave necessarily from that standpoint. That work kind of exists in there, what you do. But the Motorola, again, the Motorola lens to services, what we need to do, what our employees need to do to set up a system is reduced if there's an existing.
How does that work then with your factory acceptance testing? If you won't have a core, is that third option?
Yeah, so we would.
Or how does it work? Would you have another core available or?
Yeah, it would be the latter. So we'd likely still stage the console site and the RF sites. In the reuse, we'd have to come to the field and get those sites. But it'll all be shipped to our staging facility in Elgin. We would stage there. We likely would connect it to an existing core that we have there, just make sure that it works. And then when it's shipped out, it gets then networked to the WCN core. So there's always, there's factory acceptance testing, and then there's field acceptance. And in that scenario, there will be less factory acceptance testing. In the first two scenarios, there would be more factory acceptance testing. Right? If that makes sense. Yeah.
The third option with the WCA, like you talk about the timeline, 2.5 years. Does that third option hold that?
Possibly, depending on your civil. Yeah, depending on the civil. The civil's really tricky to kind of predict. But yeah, it would there'd be less staging. So for what Motorola has to do, yes, it reduces the time Motorola would have to, if there's no system. So as a partner, solutions and integrators is what we do. We have 8 engineers that live in Oregon and Washington, 12 system technologists, and Day Wireless is our authorized service provider, support provider. We have 12 physical locations throughout the 2 states, so we are well represented in the Pacific Northwest. We have a lot of systems that require this level of investment from personnel as far as support. So you get that support potentially as a mobile customer.
You may be called again for other questions or comments, but I'm going to turn it over to Ron to talk about WCN.
She's trying to do.
Take a 5-minute break.
That would be appreciated.
Yeah.
I will dance a lot less.
And audio's resorting. Okay, we're ready. This is Ron Falcone from WCN.
Based on some of the questions, I guess I'd like to start with the premise. So some of the things I've heard. When we designed our system, we went through a lot of what you're just starting to go through. Most of it meeting with all of the public safety officials out there to understand what their expectations were. Wants and expectations, and then what you can afford. That all factors into what you want to do. We designed our system with a concept of get closer to
the folks online.
You can also hold it if you want.
We designed our system for portable on the hip, which has been asked for. But we also designed portable on the hip in two specific methodologies. One was within what you guys are just outside of it, I believe, within our urban growth boundaries. Urban growth boundaries obviously denser. We've got a lot more buildings. Some of them are very, very ruggedly built. Some of them are LEED certified. And so in those environments, we obviously have to account for some building coverage and for that urban density. So we built that into the design. So what you'll see is, look at our system, is that it kind of builds out from the urban areas into the suburban and the rural areas. The rural areas, again, portable on the hip. It's a matter of how much funding will your county, if they can afford, and there you start backing in. We didn't make that decision on where we would back out of an area where it was originally expected to have coverage, but let the public safety personnel make that decision. So all compromises were made on design, came from input or feedback from the public safety community. So that's kind of the overall premise that we had. And we also, as you were saying, when Colin was presenting some of the coverage, we saw those multiple layers which made the areas darker. In some cases, that's just incidental. In some cases, it's intentional. Where it's incidental is where we didn't intend for it to happen, but just we can't contain where RF energy tends to go. But on the other hand, in those areas where we have high population densities, we intentionally overlap. And that is if we lose a site or a cell, that we don't completely show an area now that has no coverage. So we quite intentionally overlap that. So again, part of that consideration. in that design. Other than that, have any questions about that stuff first? That's kind of the premise. I didn't cover that, so I thought based on the questions, I would address that. So this is us.
I think you're viewing.
What's that?
Oh, I think you're on a PDF, not the PowerPoint.
It's a PDF, yeah. But I have assistance. If I could squeeze, maybe squeeze it down more. As far as scale.
So.
Maybe it'll be a little easier. That fit the whole page now?
Yep.
Pretty close. All right, close enough. It'll be hard for me to look up and talking. So this is kind of who we are, and this has been an evolutionary process. WCN has been growing, started in 1991, evolved through Washington County, late in the 90s, early 2000s, partnership with the State Hunter Group when we were formed, and then the City of Newburgh about in the mid-2000s. The system. And then we just recently, as of about a year ago, cut over our B25 system. So we've got that in mind. Washington County, this is a little bit old, but about 600,000. Clackamas County population at right 400, and Newburgh is 26. Now that's important to recognize. What I've done to Newburgh is grown them a little bit because they have an FSA down there. So to get our manages their fire station, fire service area, and so that actually encompasses Dundee as well, because they provide policing and fire service. Although Dundee has a fire department, they interoperate with each other. Communication sites, radio towers, we originally had 25. We went up to 53, which greater majority of that had to do with our trying to provide that extra coverage, urban and suburban coverage. And then some of it had to do with where the rural areas where sheriff's office or rural fire said we have to have something there. So they pick a particular highway or particular road. You guys were kind of focused on 47, but that's where they focused on a couple of those. And we said, okay, we're going to need 2 or 3 more sites, and that's organically how that grew in the design. So one of the 53. Towers and shelters are all designed to meet Oregon specialty structural specialty code. And we categorize them as category 4 essential facility. That's the highest level. So everything is designed, and basically it has an importance factor of 1.5, which increases our survivability. So it was another important thing that we wanted to focus on, especially for us on the west side of the Long River. We have our susceptibility, while we're not going to see that 9.0, the coast is going to see, we're going to be in the 6 to 7 range as predicted. So we want to be sure that we have a high probability of survivability in that part. We also designed against for ice and wind, TIA 222H, their towers, and then we pretty strictly conform to the R56. Most of the manufacturers have their own version. Motorola, we use the Motorola R56 application. And it's not, a lot of people think that's a grounding, but that's not, it's a full site development and site guideline. And so that gives us the high survivability for weather, wind, and seismic events. As far as our police apps dispatch centers, we have 4 that we support. Blackout, you guys are probably familiar with that. CCOM, Clackamas County, Lake Oswego, West Bend, Milwaukee. This is, I'm sorry, less of those guys because they sit in LOCOM, which manages those 3 cities. And Newburgh is Newburgh and Dundee for police, and then as I mentioned, fire is in 2 pieces in that district. All centers share a common recording system with central archival and redundancy. And I think you heard mentioned Also, the CAD systems are all shared. Even with City of Newburgh, although they are not directly tied, they are tied, CAD, they use the same system. So there's full interoperability on the, from the CAD side, as well as we also share there's recording systems. That provides redundancy on recording, both redundancy within each center, but also central archival. So if a center had some catastrophic event and they lost the recording system, all of that is preserved in an offsite central archival system. We have 63 MPLS routed. Microwave links, we're averaging 300 megabits a second. And you'll see in a little bit why we have a little higher capacity. A lot of that had to do with the fact that we ran 2 parallel systems over that. We cut that over from an old hybrid analog and digital system. And as we cut that over, we had to have the additional capacity because we ran 2 systems in parallel as well. So our analog system was running in parallel over that backhaul at the same time as we were building out and testing the digital system. So this has been mentioned a couple of times, but we're fully integrated. So with the CAD system, we also, I think we're using the same recording systems, if I'm not mistaken. So systemically, we're all pretty much the same, which essentially would, if there were the desire to do so, then I don't know how we fix that after but we would wind up with an additional PSAP. And that would mean what I like to refer to as dispatch anywhere. And all that means is that you can sit down at any one of the centers today. We can sit down at any one of these centers and we can do full dispatch radio, CAD, fire station learning, paging. All of that is fully interchangeable. So, I mean, obviously there's a smoking hole scenario, but there's also a weather scenario. And if your folks live locally, it's not a problem. But if they don't live over in an adjoining area, you could always sit down somewhere else if that's the only place you can get to and continue to operate.
For your own center.
For your own center, correct. Phone calls is the only thing, right? Unless if you want to move all the calls to a center, that's easy enough done. But if you are, which we do with this with Newburgh frequently, if we're going to take their calls, they'll continue to answer their calls and they'll just forward it to us, or they'll transfer the calls to us and then we will then forward calls down to them that are appropriate for that. So it does, that's kind of the tricky situation. Everything else is pretty transparent. Let's see, other fun facts here. So our mobile and portable radios, we have about 7,400 radios last count. If you look at the total number of radios, however, and this is something you'll start dialing in on, is all of our partners. So that's Cressa, Portland, Salem, and so adding all of those users in, along with the state of Oregon, we wind up with about 21,000 radios. Now those are on our system. That's 21,000 radios that can talk on our system. So it's fully interoperable. They can come in anywhere from the state or Cressa, Salem. And those are all registered users, so they just simply dial into our system. Our trunk base stations is 463. We do have mobile devices. Andrew talked about Wave. We have Wave over Critical Connect again. It's a hosted solution. And I got a little slide on how that kind of looks. We also operate a 900 megahertz simulcast paging system. It's at 27 of our sites. And that supports alphanumeric and alerting. Primarily for fire. That's primarily for fire. We chaplains also use it. And a lot of the dog officers tend to want paging. Never understood what they were using for, but they definitely tend to use that one. Let's see. Fire station learning, we use US Digital system, and all of our fire districts, in all 3 areas, all are on the same system. And again, what that allows is that ability to, from all these dispatch centers, be able to do dispatch for fire, and it's all digital voice. So one of the things that initially there was some concern about not having to voice, not having dispatch voice for the dispatch for fire. But it has turned out, it's worked out quite extremely well. That actually took a lot of load off of dispatch. Let's see, conventional repeaters. Now, I have a, if you're interested, I have another little slide deck on all the conventional stuff we put in. It's really important to recognize when we talk to our users, going back to that conversation, they wanted interoperability. It's very important. So we took a hard look at what was going to be necessary, what we already had in place, what needed to be replaced or upgraded. Most of this started out its life as a just federal and state interoperable channels. And this is going to be more for the fire guys than it is for everybody else, but when we had all those big fires, all those interoperable channels got swallowed up just instantly. And so consequently, what we wound up with was a shortage of interoperable frequencies that we could leverage. So recognize that in our system design and comprehending that, what we did is we added some licensed frequencies in all 3 bands. And those licensed frequencies are something that someone else can't snap up, but we can control. Therefore, we can set up, say, with the state fire marshal, if they want to patch something in, we give them a frequency, we give them a field tone. They patch us in, we can tie that into our trunk system, and we don't have to worry about someone else coming along and interfering with us. So we build out probably a little overbuild our infrastructure, but it supports national, state, amateur, and then application specific of the stuff we licensed ourselves. All sites are equipped with commercial power. We don't have any standalone sites any longer. It was about $2.5 million to solve a couple of those long runs. One of them actually originates just on the edge of the county, but it's a West Oregon radio station, which I'm sure you guys are quite familiar with. So we have dedicated generators. We have a minimum of 1,000 gallons. Now that wasn't arbitrary. Sounds like a lot of fuel. But we had a conversation with emergency management at the time when we built the system out. And that conversation entailed where we were on the pecking order of the circumstance. And we're talking about the bigger. And they told us, well, 3 to 4 weeks. 3 to 4 weeks then is what we had to plan on. So that's where that 1,000 gallon determination. If we have a high site that would be even harder to get to, we add another 1,000 for a total of 2. And if you're familiar with the state system follows a very similar pattern to that. So that with we have 2,000 amp hours of battery backup. That gives us somewhere around 18 hours, and it varies site to site, of backup. So what we have done is we've developed a power management system, and this is something we did back in 2008, I believe, originally, which just uses the emergency power system to charge the battery system. And then we shut down the generator. We're going to conserve fuel, run on the batteries. Batteries get discharged. We signal the generator to start up, and it lights it up. And that's where we get our flows. So in reality, 1,000 gallons will go a little over 2. So to get the 4, we have to alternate and use that battery system to leverage that. Okay, so that's that slide. Any questions or? So I'll stop. Be real slow. No. Yeah, could you shrink it just a little bit more? Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so who do we have our partnerships with? City of Portland. You're all familiar with them, I'm sure. So that probably not too much to talk about there. They have their radio, our radios on their system. We have their radios, as I talked about earlier, on our system. That provides 2 things. One, obviously, the other is if they become a smoking hole, which is highly unlikely, they've got a very redundant, very resilient system. But if they did, our coverage, which you'll see overlaps the great majority of Portland, and they could operate off ours. Likewise, their system covers the greater majority of our area, not all, by a long stretch, if you go to Clackamas. But in the urban areas, it does. And so if we became a smoking hole, then we can use their system. So it provides that overlapping field. State of Oregon, we started partnering with partnering with them in the olden days, which is kind of a bad acronym to bring up, but nonetheless, state radio project. Now, at this point, we have an ISSI with them. That's functional. Mostly OSP is using that. That's interoperating with our law enforcement folks. The comet response via ODOT also uses our system through the ISSI as well. And then they also directly communicate on our system and on the system as well for comet response. And then Sam Kaiser, that at first seemed like that probably was a long shot for us because they're quite a ways down the valley. But our system tends to reach out quite a ways south. We have no intention to do so, but it did. So northern Marion County is pretty well blanketed, and again, you'll see that in our coverage maps. And so it became apparent that our folks had a lot of responses down into that northern area, that peninsula, if you will, of Marion County. And of course, then they respond up just up into the edge of Clackamas and the southern part of within the Newburgh district, and then in that very little tip down in Washington County. So that turned out to be an important system to focus on. We put the ISSI in. Thus far, they've not been all excited about it because we just dial onto their system when we go down there and talk to them. When they come up and interrupt with us, they just talk to our system. So from their perspective, the roaming is not so important to them, and a little bit of something of a concern. And the part, I think, was the early discussion this morning. Hey, it's important to recognize when you're thinking about your needs, be thinking about who you're going to interoperate with and who's going to be on your system, not just you. Because you're going to want people to talk on your system, hopefully on the same talk groups, but not always. Right? Be thinking about that extra capacity you may need if you attach an ISSI and something else to your system. So very important. So they didn't when they built their system. So they don't want too much of our traffic in their system. We knew they were going to be there. We knew these guys were going to be there. We knew these guys, and we knew these guys were going to be there. And to press yet, they're also open 1-1. So we added extra capacity to absorb that traffic. So figure out holistically what you're looking at, and then be considering that as well. Because if you just think about specifically what you need here today, they probably won't have what you need tomorrow, capacity-wise. And you may not be able to host an event. Hopefully it'll be an event instead of an emergency, but it would be difficult. So something to think about as well. And same sort of thing over here. CRESA, ISSI, we fully tested it. We're still waiting. Again, big product this morning. We have to have an agreement on how we use the ISSI. Otherwise, we can overload somebody's system pretty quick if we're careful. So that one's still being negotiated to what level we're going to have. With the other three partners set to go, but as I mentioned, they turned it off because we were starting to push this traffic. So at this point, that's not, it's working, but not a push. Questions on any of that? Okay, mutual aid. I'm going to take a minute to explain mutual aid from our perspective. And this is mostly fire. So our fire services are constantly moving in and out of the adjacent counties and or FSAs. So it's important that they have interoperable pumps. When we were a disparate system, the old Motorola system, you either had a Motorola analog pump system or you didn't. And so you had radios that worked on that. We didn't. So our fire partners, our agencies, decided that this group, and it's actually a little bigger than this, I haven't done this for a little while, but all of these different entities, we'll call them entities, some of them very close and near and dear to you guys, we hand them radios. Now they're usually used reconditioned radios, buying brand new $6,000 radios and hanging out. But they are on our system, they're fully reconditioned, and we maintain them. So we provide those radios to the adjacent fire, mostly fire, not all. Oregon Department of Forestry is primarily fire as well. We don't have forest rangers. It's a small that they can. But we'll have those radios out and they're available, small quantities, just for mutual aid, they're lawful comps. And they're fully maintained by us. And I don't know if I need to zip down the list, but you can take a look at those and kind of, I'm sure, recognize the great majority. Now, this is a unique thing, and I want to point that one out. I don't think there's any other out there. But these are for profit. It's a hospital, so we make them by them. So it's acceptable. We don't, if it's a for profit, they can afford it. So. But for mutual aid, fire departments primarily. Any questions about mutual aid? Okay. Now, sorry, this is really busy. But this is, every one of those points is one of our sites. Every one of those little guys there. And that's the city. And this is kind of geographically accurate. So what you can see is there's a whole lot of extra microwave links when you get into this core. And this is our urban core, which means we added extra redundancy. Again, going back to the idea of what happens when the big one hits, or we have a major storm, or we just, if you get, all you need is a little bit of a very heavy storm cell to move through right up the I-5 corridor, and it can take a couple of your microwave pumps out. And the news is it only takes them out for a little while, and it only takes one or two at a time. But when that happens, we experienced over the years that we didn't want this core area, which is a central portion of our population, to experience an outage that put us into cycle, which we talked about. You can continue to talk, but you stop having wide area communications. And that can or may not be important to a smaller city, probably doesn't matter. But if you're county, if you're ranging around, or you're fire and moving around, it has more importance. So a lot of redundancy built into our backhaul. Get out here in the edge, and we were talking earlier this morning about loop protected. That's that kind of loop right there. So they're serially tied into a loop. And then if you break one of those, everything continues to work. Break two, now you've isolated. If we took these two out, that site was isolated. Everybody else is still working, but the coverage provided by that cell for that site is there. So that's why you see this paranoid overkill in here. We also have a number of partners that we provide backhaul to. And I don't know if you can see them, but I'll list them. TriMet uses our backhaul for their systems. PGE uses our backhaul for their systems. University of Oregon, primarily for their fire and seismic. We provide backhaul for them. ODOT, we provide, let's see, I think, co-located with 4 sites with them. And we provide backhaul for those 4 sites for them. And then PRESA, we provide, it sits right up here, connectivity. And that provides duplicate connectivity into the city of Portland, which is at will. So what we're doing is providing an extra link to them while providing extra redundancy into our system. So we used to have just a single point of connection into Portland, and we would have only had a single point into PRESA, but by pulling this loop in, that provides us 2 directions. And plus, if it's a failure in our network, obviously we can do that for as needed. Anything about all right. This, you've seen a lot of this today, so it's probably going to be a little bit overkill. This is round trip. Now, I think both parties talked about round trip. It's phase 2, portable on the hip. And this was our design. Again, where it's the darker blue, there's multiple site overlaps. It becomes very apparent what we focused on is the highways and the urban areas. Is where you see that darker blue. You also can see we reach up, and quite unintentionally so, in two areas, up into Vernonia, that area, south part of, southwest part of the county. And then pretty much up in the urban area. We also, as you can see, overlap substantially Portland, and we also overlap a huge amount of impressive coverage. One of the areas we had to improve when we did our design was the 26 corridor all the way up and over top of it, and then down, and all the way they have pursuits down into this area, which is just outside the county, but they'll usually stay with them until they get about to Warm Springs. But they also cut back into coverage through this area, which is the Timothy Lake area. Again, going back to what the sheriff asked for in the county and USFS. Now, law enforcement for forestry made a strong request because they use our system and they subcontract Clackamas County Sheriff for some of their law enforcement. So we had to focus on that. So this kind of loop that you see in here, with the kind of ignoring that particular area. Again, this is for our portable and the hip road trip coverage. Was very important. We provided that so they had on-ground support. So again, going back and thinking about what's important and what isn't important with your coverage. Any questions on that piece? So far, no. That's either had a really heavy lunch.
I can't remember how many sites, radio sites is that?
For that is 40, 47.
Every time he clicks, it'll go to the next one perfectly.
All right. Now, this is mobile. Did I skip one? I did, didn't I?
We might have.
I pressed the button once.
Portable ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Here we go.
So that was my fault. You asked the question. So this is an important piece because one of the things that we recognized, again, was, yes, we absolutely want portable on-the coverage in many places, but it can get very expensive to provide that, depending on what part of the terrain you're trying to deal with. When we're getting out into this area, Clackamas County, or we're getting out into this area, which you guys already know what that's like out for the coast and the Coast Range, it's extremely rugged. So trying to provide that can be challenging, or should say expensive. Always better way to put it. But either way, it's either technically challenging or expensive. Or both. So what we looked at is, are you willing? And the question was, are you willing, if you have to, because you're on foot, you're not near your car, are you willing to take it out of the holster? That makes a huge difference. And you can see that in those two maps. So again, a question that again is just a user-based question. You have to decide if that matters or doesn't matter. If it has to be holstered all the time, then you've got to decide accordingly. If you're willing to accept the fact that in some areas you might have to hold it up and talk into the radio, then you can obviously see it makes a big difference in how much additional coverage you know doing that. So just again, something to think about when you're going through your system time, giving the contractors direction on what your expectations are, deliverables are. Okay. Now, when you design a system for portable use, you don't worry about what it's going to do, but it's fun to see what it will do because it's a massive difference. And so you can see there, I think as folks were talking about it, well, yeah, we've got a lot of coverage up in here, mostly mobile related. But again, you notice you look at portable at the head, holding it up, it doesn't look a lot different than its mobile mount does. So it's a big benefit of taking that time to do that if you can. If you've got to have both hands free, it's not going to happen. Right? You're not going to do that. But if you have the opportunity to do that, search and rescues or do a good opportunity, or if you're out of patrol, do that. But if you're fighting fire or you're fighting with someone, you're obviously not going to take it out unless you plan to use it for a tool, which has happened. So going back to what we were talking about earlier, quite unintentionally, greater majority of Hennepin County is covered. We go all the way, way down till we hit that bridge south of Salem. And again, for pursuits, our Warm Springs coverage is not a problem. So we've got the coverage that they asked for. We met that objective. All of our drainages and all of those areas for mobile coverage is clearly met. We're now beginning this wildland forest down here, ever since the fires, is now a point of interest, and we have to take a look at how we're going to solve that. Work with United States Forest Service, try and find a site. If you haven't, I'll tell you it can be fun. But it's also a lengthy process. So it'll definitely be a challenge. I don't think you guys have to worry about that. Anything on mobile? I guess the only thing I'll say again is if you look at how deep that color is versus this color up here, this is single site. And now, from a mobile perspective, almost every one of the sites is up. Okay, now this looks a little like Motorola, but we designed our redundancy slightly differently. So obviously we've got the geographically redundant prime site and the dual master sites. So we have redundancy out in the field as well as in our core. So that's where this dual prime site exists. So if we had a prime site, which is for a simulcast cell, were to fail, then it would automatically fail over to the other prime site, and we continue to provide full simulcast wide area. And then the master sites, there's 2 cell controllers in each, and then there's one that sits in the back of the CCOM over there. Got the CCOM. And then one that sits at back. And those are all, everything is seismic, seismically, I think, yeah, everything even at CCOM is fully seismically upgraded. So that's pretty resilient, separated by obviously the river. And so that, believe it or not, if you look at, you may know this geologically, provides a damper. So if the earthquake comes from the coast, when it hits the river, hits the basin, it all gets damped out. So it's better over there than it is on our side. Multiple paths in PLS, we talked about that. We saw that spider web we have in there. Redundant components at each site. Redundant dispatch supporting. So we have 2 paths and 2 sets of gear, so that if one were to fail, we continue to run on the second set. So the switch gear that runs our consoles, our dispatch consoles, have two IP interfaces on them with 2 separate subsystems. And we have fallback to site trunking, but we see the difference is we don't go to fail soft. We move directly to conventional, and then we move to what's called the cabinet repeat. So and again, it's a power saving issue. Fail soft is power hog. It's a great tool, but it's power hog. So to keep from consuming too much power in an emergency, because if we get down to this level, we're assuming things are pretty bad. And so at that point, we go to an in-cabinet repeat, and basically the system operates like a bunch of little computers. And that operationally is different. But again, we're conserving energy, and we're putting a lot of resources out there that can be used individually for different purposes, separate purposes. And again, believing that what we're going to wind up with in that environment is a lot of smaller groups working together as a group. Now, obviously, be coordination, but the smaller groups are going to need to go focus on what they've got in front of them, as opposed to listening to a bunch of traffic that's going on somewhere else. So that was also part of that thought process. And then when you get down to the bottom, you can always use simplex to talk to each other, but of course that's range limit. Here. All right, I'm going to really quickly zoom through fire station learning. Again, it's an automated system, ties directly, we've got the CAD interface already there. It's redundant. We've got 2 gateways at Black and then 2 gateways over at CCOM. We've made it as resilient as the system we have for radio. And we have, it's automated voice alert. They have their own app for volunteers, or anybody for that matter. And then they'll do email and texting to mobile devices in addition to the mapping that it provides. The station controller, that's the level that we stop supporting. And then whatever's at the station, we let the stations pick what they want. They can buy their own, they can upfit what they've got if they want to just attach it. It gives them that opportunity to provide that flexibility so they didn't have to go out and roll a big station implementation. There's a lot of labor in doing that. So they chose not to do that. They had someone who was working, they just hooked up the controller. We provide all the infrastructure. That generally is kind of blew through. The right side is just kind of how that all looks in the station from the top down graphic. And then Critical Connect we talked about, which is our app. We already have the Wave app, the mobile device. And so that's built in. We've only deployed that within our technical group right now because we're still finishing out our 7,000 radios upgrade, and it goes all changed for the cutover. So we're just about done with that, and then we'll get this app rolled out. Again, we've got the C800 side where we've got 1 core, one side with the other core that provides 2 connections into the internet. That goes out to Motorola systems, and then Motorola in this environment manages the connections into the carriers. So they have resilience built in to 2 different centers in the United States. And that ties into whatever carriers are supported in Department of Motorola, which 2 still, right? At this point. So that's how we're set up right now. And this works pretty well. Another reason we haven't been anxious to put it out is we don't want to raise expectations too high. This is a tool. I wouldn't call it a real amazing solution. So what it does provide is communications, and it's low cost. It doesn't provide good real-time communication. If we're early, I wouldn't depend on it for life safety. It can be delayed, you're dependent on the quality of service you get from your cellular carriers. So nice tool. Urban, suburban, we've got good cell coverage, it works well. Get out on the edge, it's so slow. So it's one of those things, it's a convenience, it's a good tool, but I don't think it's, personally, I wouldn't put in a life safety program. Okay, now, tech support. This is what we talked about where there was a reduction, but reduction is relative. Because what you get off on one side, you're going to pay for on the other side. So it's not like it's free, right? There's a cost associated with this. So what we did, Mike asked if we could do a calculation. So for this particular year we're in, this fiscal year, we added 650 radios using the same number that we were provided. The cost that would be out there on a per year basis is $312. So if you had all 650 on the system, 650 times 312, that would be your number if you're on system. Now, obviously, that number changes every year depending on cost of living and raises and negotiations. That all obviously is going to change.
Would more radios be less?
More radios are less. That's actually when our AD looked at this, she said, "Wait a minute, that's not the right price." It was about $8, just over $8 reduction. Well, 650 radios added to our number reduces it. So more radios we put on the system, the lower that cost. Now, be careful. By adding 650 radios and the number of sites we're talking about, Motorola design, looked at that, we said, no, we don't have to add people or vehicles. We can manage that. If design goes up, we'll have to take a look. I don't know. I mean, we're still comfortable at absorbing the work, but there is a point. There's always a point. Right? And when we hit that point, then there'd be another hire, another vehicle. Again, that's spread across, 8,000, if you guys were on the system, 8,000 radios. It's still not heavily absorbed by any one particular agency, because again, each agency is paying for what number of radios they have. So.
Did you have a question, Shelley?
All right, so want to get that up?
No,
front.
sorry, I didn't.
That's a number you don't want to forget, because it's a real number that that's a cost you need to be thinking about. What that provides is communication site maintenance, and as Motorola presented, they take care of the upper echelon of all of that. They've got the 24/7 monitoring, that's all built into your maintenance contract. What we provide is the site maintenance. So from a facilities perspective, we take care of your HVAC. Now, it's really important to recognize something. I want to quite preface it, if I should have, is we don't take ownership for your physical sites. We will take ownership for managing them. But you own them, they're yours. The costs associated with it, civil costs, fuel, contracts for maintenance, that's all on you. Because that way you can control and pick who you want to manage. Provide those services. All we do is you say, this is our HVAC contractor. We want it done every 6 months, whatever the number is, and then after that, you can turn over to us. We manage that for you, or not. If there's an or not, if you'd rather do it yourself, then all we do is we just basically take that line out of our cost allocation, and it doesn't come. So when you get into this stuff, you can kind of just line out what you do or don't want, and it just takes your cost allocation down, which means if you chose to do it yourself, this would continue to shrink. But in the end, you have to then weigh that against what your costs are to do it yourself. So that's a balance you have to kind of figure out, see what makes most sense. So we take care of all those pieces. We, as I mentioned, site leases, taxes, shelter, tower, generator. Those are for maintenance. That's all yours. It's your stuff. So site management, routine maintenance, and so on. 24/7 monitoring. If you have alarms and you feed those back to us, we monitor those. We then have those set up to alarm, let our techs know on a call, and then they have up to 2 hours in our current agreement with everybody else. We have up to 2 hours, including ourselves, 2 hours to respond. So we normally make it with less than that, but nonetheless, that's the criteria that we have. And all of our staff now have access to our operations center. That's enough. And that allows them to dial in from home. So you get an immediate look at what's going on. They have a quick, usually can provide a very quick answer to what's happened based on the outcome of a failure when it occurs. So integrated voice and data, radio, paging, fire station, we talked about. 800 megahertz trunk system, preventative maintenance, emergency repairs, maintenance, and repairs, all on that system, 24/7. Again, sorry, this is redundant. It's 24/7 on all of these. So I won't go over all the bug that was there. Same thing, knock, 24/7 for emergency. When you call us, you are actually calling dispatch. So you're getting the same folks that answer the 911 call or talking to people. So they'll answer phone, and then they are the ones that persistently make sure that we respond within the expected response time. We provide, this is something I focus here, even though it's a 3-liner. One of the things we realized somewhere in the mid-2000s was we would get a lot of complaints. This is the old analog system. It was not the best coverage. It was through mobile design, but certain users are calling it, their system sucks. Sounds terrible, doesn't it? We could spend hours and hours trying to figure out what was wrong, why that system sucked, at least where they were. Couldn't find anything. In most cases, couldn't find anything. Until we looked at the radios. So I said, well, let's look at the radios. Many of them were off frequency. Many of them weren't even putting out the right amount of power. Some of them, the audio. Some cases, they were kind of packed with mud. So we realized that we needed to go into preventative maintenance. And so that's a heavy focus that we had. Because if you think about it, you've got a holistic system. But half of the system is in the hands of the users out there. So we realized we didn't want to ignore that. That's a really important element too. So we bought a lot of test equipment, we trained up our technicians, we spent a lot of time here in the preventative maintenance side, as well as providing repairs for users. We do code plug development, obviously, and then we provide the programming. And if we need to provide it, technical support and training, some of you in the room have already benefited from that by working with us. So we can provide that. We have what we call a single point of contact that we like to have for every agency that we work with. And that person is the one we like to focus on, so that we aren't trying to talk, or hear 5 different voices. We're just got one who represents the agency and whatever their interests are. That's our preference, and it really helps us with not just preventing maintenance, but also in the areas of providing support and training and any development that's necessary to support the agency. Dispatch, we provide support for dispatch again, sorry. It's the same stuff we provide up here, less code plug. So configuration programming, patching, updating, and it's all, as I mentioned, 24/7, 2 hours for this. Any questions on this? Does it get moved in? No.
And that's all
That's
covered
it?
by that.
Got it?
That's the last one.
Good.
That's all covered by that $312.
Yes.
Yes. What's your governance structure like? Do you have a steering committee or what? A board? What do you have?
So we have, well, governance structure for WAC. Because each of our partners have their own governance. It's just, we're just an entity, that provides systems. So the governance for us, for WACA, is executive board directors made up of our user committee. And then there's a board of commissioners. Board of commissioners is a combination of our CEO board and volunteers and citizens, as well as some city and county representatives. And that makeup. So that's how WACA is governed. CNR Group is very similar, but their organization is more focused on just the radio system costs. So since they don't have a dispatcher, CCOM, their CCOM is separate. It's a county agency. CNR Group is just the radio system. And so they just got all the chiefs that sit on their board. And then they have an executive board that gets elected by, so a number of the chiefs, usually 2 or 3, depending on their environment, is how they manage their board.
So if we were to draft an agreement, it would be with WCN or WACA?
WACA.
Okay.
Because that's where all of this comes from. But it would be, so you're contracting for services, but you're not contracting for control or ownership. There isn't.
Well, that's a concern by the user.
Yeah.
There's the feeling of risk involved with partnering, that we lose some control over our system.
Control. So City of Newburgh is probably the best example. When they chose, well, when they entertained the idea of having us maintain their stuff and their dispatch, they have same concern about control. Well, what are you guys going to do? Do you tell us what to do? And well, you tell us what you want. You tell us what you want, and you own your own stuff. If you want to pull the plug and plug it into something else, your system into something else, that's fine. What we provide is a set of support capabilities, and in this case, core services that allow for interoperability. That's fine. So it's not our intention. We're not the Roman army, that's for sure. We just are partners if you will. One of the things I keep telling our technicians is not a business of trying to expand our system. Business is not, we're not for profit. There's no benefit to it for us. The only benefit we see is interoperable cost. Started with the CNR growth. It made sense. They own their all their stuff. Everything they own is their stuff. It's not ours. So if they wanted to cut the cord, divide it up on that microwave network that you saw, and just split it up and spend the money to get the licenses to go with it alone, they can easily do that. But any day, with a few.
What's 2 hours? Is 2 hours to actually call you? Is 2 hours to try to remote in, or is that to be on site?
Door to door.
Okay.
2 hours. Door.
Something in like winter when it's snowed in, are they gonna be on snowmobiles running?
We just got a grant for snowcat.
Oh, nice.
So I won't have a route for a few months. The winter will be mostly over, but going forward, yeah, we've got a nice snowcat that we just got a Spire grant for.
So just clarification, so essentially it's WCC, so WACA is providing like radio services, radio show services.
That's correct.
That's the agreement there. And then in terms of the WCN system, it's Columbia County, C911 would have your own system.
Your own system.
Without, you just would have a core.
That's
You would
correct.
use the core, you would use the core.
Right.
And that, the fee for that is part of this 312.
That's correct.
One of the other questions that we internally try to wrap our heads around. I understand how CCOM, the Clackamas CCOM operates. And I understand how WACA operates. Their governmental structures are completely different than Columbia 911. All of those users in Clackamas, all of the users in Washington County are paying for services of whether it's CCOM or WACA. So they have skin in the game. They actually own those agencies. They own WACA. And so they pay a fee too, even though they're paying WACA or CCOM millions of dollars per year per agency. When you look at the sheriff's offices, look at TDFR, millions of dollars per year, plus radio service fees. Us, since we're very different, we don't charge user fees. So part of our trying to wrap our heads around what would a partnership look like. Who is this partnership with? The district owns all the equipment, the mountaintop stuff, the consoles. Are we going to buy the subscriber radios? There's certainly some logic in doing that because we can maintain control. Why do we want to maintain control? Because we want them to be maintained PM every year, every 18 months. And by us buying them and owning them, we have that so we can ensure performance. The other side of that coin is, okay, if we partnered, it's Columbia 911 partnering with WC. But how do we get input from our users? Is that part of the advisory committee? Is it a subcommittee of a radio work group? Do we form some kind of governance of our own Columbia 911, Columbia County radio user group? That's a possibility. When we talk about that $300, $312 per year per radio for this year, it's going to change next year, just like our budget changes every year. Do we pass that cost on to the users? Saying, in order for you to have skin in the game and investment in this, are we going to charge, say, police department $312 per radio? I don't know. That's a conversation that you as the advisory committee and the board need to hash out, because there's a lot of balls in the air how to skin this cat. And it's the same thing is going to be with Tate or any other Harris came out here and build a system. We're going to have those same conversations. The system has to be maintained. Who is it that's maintained? And what does that cost? For right now, we're paying the contractor to Dave Warehouse to maintain. We own it, but we really don't manage it. So that comes at a cost. We have-
Value added though is the coverage. Potential increase in
Coverage. Yeah.
right?
Redundancy.
And the core,
Redundancy.
and the core, right?
4 times redundant. Yeah, there are distinct advantages or added values of being a partner. But a part of this, our struggle is that emotional side of losing control, right? So what does that really mean for a user, for an agency?
Well, what I'm hearing is that it's not really coming under you, it's using you for services.
We're service provider.
Right.
And we're a system provider.
Right.
That's what we do. We don't manage city Newburgh's
And we
business.
just happen to be able to use your core and get additional coverage.
The cores we bought because of the number of users we had, but the cores that we have, it's the same size as what the state uses for their state buses. So we can expand a long ways. And it had to do with what we needed for number of users and the number of sites we had. And that was at the time. It's a little different now. I was educated in the day that's changed a little bit, but at the time when we purchased it, we had to buy something that large. Now, we didn't license it for statewide systems, but we certainly licensed it for plenty of the growth over 10 years. We designed a system to last 10 years without a major or possibly technology change.
2 more points. To the question, if you are partnering with WCN and you're using their cores and all that stuff, if at some point in time, 6 months, 6 years, whatever, Columbia 911 said, I'm uncomfortable being WCN. Can we do something about it? Sure, we can go back to Motorola and say, we want a core. It's just money. Yeah. So, yeah, core, ISSI links. And then we're going to be back to where we were today. Like, we need a contract with somebody to maintain this.
Yeah, I mean, that was part of the concern, right?
Right.
We'd lock ourselves into a relationship. But from what I'm hearing, it's
No, you just
different. It's different. We're not
unplug
coming
from us
under.
and plug into your own stuff.
Right, we can come out at any point, we can do our own thing, it is our own equipment, it is ours, you're just helping us maintain.
Maintain and operate, provide advice, technical support.
But I can make one comment. We have seen this happen once. The state of Washington and the FBI shared a system. Over time, they had different needs, different budgets, and they decided that they wanted their own system. So with time and money, they separated, and eventually they got their own systems. So there's precedent for partnerships, but comparable,
Yeah.
with time and money.
Something else. The system upgrade assurance. That, can you talk about that advantage because they have it?
Yeah, so that was the life cycle.
That is the life cycle. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
The Motorola term is system upgrade assurance. For those of you that are not Motorola customers, what is that? So that's the life cycle program that I was talking about, and that's replacing both software and hardware. We strongly recommend it. Most of our customers, not all of our customers, are on it. And it's whether you have a standalone system or a partnership, there's a cost to keep the stuff, to keep the equipment updated. It just varies how much.
And that was included in your.
Yeah, in the pricing, that's that last line item. It says life cycle, hardware, software, HWSW. That's the what we call SUA, system upgrade assurance. It's just the same thing as SUA. Confuses folks that aren't familiar with what that is. It's a life cycle program.
So that basically keeps us in line with them.
Correct. Well, and even if you don't partner and you build your own system, still highly recommend it.
No, but I'm saying if we partner, that the life cycle keeps us in par with them.
Yes, the number that I showed would be to keep your sites and your consoles updated. The core is already being handled by the SUA that Motorola has that with WCN. I heard that their pricing model includes.
So we would just never fall behind.
Correct.
I had a question about that C800 equipment. And And so while yes, it's all usable, there are components within those sites. So there's 3 of them that are available to us to purchase. There are certain components within those buckets of equipment that need to be upgraded. Firmware, revisions, versions of. But those costs of those upgrades, I don't want to take your words out, but are in the thousands of dollars, not the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it's not just plug and play ready to go. There is some refitting. Also, those were complete sites, antennas, couplers, all that stuff. Those need to be adjusted, rearranged for our design.
That said, if the down tilt and the gain match the design, we've got new antennas that are with those sites, but it would have to match the design in order for it. It wouldn't be beneficial otherwise.
That makes sense.
And we don't know what that design looks like. At least not to that level of detail.
Yeah. Regardless of, I think the next logical question somebody may have in this room is, okay, this has been great today. Now what? I don't think Tate's here to say that this design that we're presenting to you today is hard and fast. It's going to be adjusted and reconfigured and fine-tuned. Has to be done. Same for Motorola, same for Harris. So what's next is we've consumed a lot of information. A lot of you had a couple of days of this. So the board of directors, maybe I should say here, the board of directors is scheduled to have their next meeting on the 22nd this month. The advisory committee is scheduled to have their next meeting at the end of January. So nothing can happen today, but we need to continue the dialogue. So my suggestion is just me, is maybe like what we did in October, maybe postpone the board of directors meeting for this month. January, early January, combine the 2 groups, the advisory and the board. Continue the dialogue. Do I expect any definitive answers? But I think collective conversation of what we're learning, and maybe we're going to come back to the vendors and say, clarify points, adjustments, whatever. That seems reasonable to me. But I certainly agree.
So I did hear from Motorola that you got some feedback, and maybe do you want to go back and tweak your design a little bit? Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your timeline maybe for doing that? Could you have something by the end of January to?
End of January, yes, we could definitely have an updated design by the end of January.
And then this is kind of weird, but, and what about Tate? Anything you heard today that would make you go back and tweak your design?
That's up to you. There wasn't anything from our discussion that would drive a change necessarily based on more site selection.
Thank you, I appreciate this. Okay. So yeah, I guess I'm still struggling with reconciling the 2 proposals. There's work that needs to be done there. We need apples to apples. I like some of what I see in one, and I like some of what I see in the other, but I can't really compare them yet. And I think from the users too, and we need more information. Unfortunately, I mean, that's what we've been saying all along. We need more information, but we still need more information.
So I guess my challenge trying to lead this herd of cats is how do we get that information? And I'm looking to Jeff from Federal.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm happy to play telephone with Tate or Motorola about, you ask a question, I'll ask them, but I don't know if that's the most efficient. And I know there's a lot of smart people in their house to help guide us.
So I think we need kind of firm up designs. I think I need more information about the microwave backhaul design. And the impacts of that. It's really coverage and price. If I could just boil it down. Coverage and price is what we're looking at. And what is the best coverage we can get? The best price. And so, not there yet. I do agree that a combined meeting in January is a good idea. I agree with that.
Is that Kelly?
Yeah, I think one of the other pieces we're missing too, it wasn't in your presentation, it wasn't asked for, but it's the civil engineering component.
Yeah.
That's a lot of stuff that is on the district to provide. And I think that information needs to be out there too, as far as how many sites we go with which whatever, system we choose or is selected. What's that going to cost? That's a cost that's out there. Hidden cost, or what I want to say, that is not brought to the table yet. It's been in bits and pieces, but I don't think somebody's really put a tag on that to say we're in this ball. I think we're missing that because that's a big lift.
Thank you, Kelly. Yeah, I agree.
So for the folks online, Kelly Niles was asking about the other elephant in the room is the civil portion of any system built. That's the construction, towers, land use, permitting, all that stuff has to be counted in. I'm going to add a couple other things, which is project management. Whoever the vendor is, they have their PMs working with us. We need a PM representing us, and be right up front. It's not me. It's not anybody on staff, because it's a full-time job. But that's the person that will manage the civil in cooperation with civil engineering, even looking at our towers and reconfiguring based on the guidance of whoever the vendor is telling us you need X, Y, and Z. So those all have costs. Yes. Construction managers. I mean, it's just goes on and on.
So I'm thinking we need to pick a date. It doesn't have to be right here, right now, but we need to set a date and then try to gather up as much of this information that we're talking about. And then
rehash it as a group. Yeah. So we can certainly facilitate that in doing doodle polls amongst the board and the advisory committee. Chief.
Realistic, practical. Let's say we make a decision sometime in the end of January, maybe February. Realistically, from conception, from the selected conception to completion, and I'm talking about you're going to be going for some kind of levy, and how we're going to pay for things like that. When are we talking about? When we make a decision, when do I get a radio in my hand that's the new system? That's what I want.
So I think we've heard it a couple of times. 2 years is probably the, throw a dart at the ball.
From whatever time we decide, anywhere between 24, probably 30 months from now.
Maybe. I mean, and there's a couple of things. So the next thing is, let's say end of January, February, the group tells us we want to pursue option A, vendor A, and their solution. That starts a whole other conversation with that. Because while I appreciate all the design that they've done, there is a whole bunch of work that goes in.
Mike, don't we need one first?
Well, maybe not really. What we need to do is the true design. When you're getting down to the nuts and bolts, including civil, including PM, all that stuff. That's going to get us a much closer, more accurate, but not specific budget number. But we can't get there until we do all the legwork with whomever is selected in the final design. Then, how do we finance it? And there's a whole bunch of options there too. Ron.
I'll be the negative Nelly. I think that you've got to look at your timing for either your levy or bond, whatever you're going for. You've got to sell it. So you need time to do that. So you make your decision, then you're going to have to go out and you're going to meet with a lot of people because you've got to make sure everybody's on board before you take it and put it on the ballot. So you've got some legwork to do there. Depending on when you decide to hit it, I would say your minimum time to get out in the community and sell this is 6 months. So put 6 months in front of it, and then you've got whatever time after that 6 months has transpired to get it on the ballot. Get on the ballot, assuming it gets approved, it's a little bit of time before that money lands in your pocket. So there's work you can do, and if you've got the money to get that, if your district's got the money to keep working in parallel, get the engineering work done, all that, but just keep in mind that till you've got the cash to give to your contractors and your vendors and start your greenfield builds, which can take a good amount of time. You got land use in front of you, and construction you're going to start. It's greenfield. And I don't know what your land use is going to be like on your tower upgrades, if there are any, but those all take time. You have to work within the jurisdiction, wherever it happens to be, to make sure you get that. So those things add a lot of time. What they're saying from the contractor's perspective, yes, they can actually turnkey that 2 years, 2.5 years, 18 months, maybe if they fast track it all. But you've got a lot of work in front of it and some work in parallel with what their efforts going to look like. So I would temper that to something closer to 3-ish years.
Because the rumblings at the fire department level, everybody's like, oh, 2 years, 2.5 years. But I agree with the chief, my public safety colleague there. Does CCOM have the money to even start doing? So let's say we make a decision. You got to pay for civil, you got to pay for all kinds of stuff. Does CCOM have the money to start paying for that stuff right now without a levy or without a bond?
Some, yeah.
That's a hard maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, so now when you look at it like that, and you look at it what my public safety colleague here just brought up, you know, it's just realistic for everybody. We're not talking 2 years. We're not even talking 2.5 years. And then you got to time it at the right time for the election. And the 300-pound gorilla in this room is what's going to happen to the economy of this country. That's the 300-pound gorilla in this room that none of us here can predict. Realistically, I'm figuring from the time that we make a decision till I have a radio in my hand that I can use is 4 years from now. What are we doing between now? I mean, I really think that's probably best case scenario. 3 years, maybe 40 months, 44 months, something like that. So what are we doing in the meantime? We have some problems with communication right now. And again, when it comes to the fire department, I got 2-4 guys out there. PD, they're by themselves sometimes. You know, I mean, I just don't know what we're gonna do from the time that we make a decision to the time we have radio in hands in that 3 or 4 year period. Do we have a plan for that? Or is it just limp along, kick the can down the road and see what happens? I mean, if that's the case, yes, then everybody needs to temper their expectation that it's not gonna get any better anytime soon. And some of the members that are on the board may not even be on the board when the time comes that we institute this program. Sure. So, and that's, I don't want to be the great cloud in this whole thing, but I'm a pragmatic person. And that's the reality of it. Because I've sat back in the fire defense board meetings, they're like, oh yeah, 26 months, 28 months. And I'm looking at how the elections are going to fall, the economy, how you have to, we're 4 years away.
Well, that's what I was gonna bring up on strategically. Do we really want to get it on an off year? Or do we want to get it when we know there's gonna be more return?
Yeah, all that, and we're gonna have to hire consultants that have done that before, and that's more money that we're gonna have to.
Sure. That's right, PR firms.
And that's all money we're gonna have to have before we even go for the levy. Whereas, because I can tell you that I look at my budget every day and I'm wondering how I'm gonna make it to June 30th. You know, and I'm like, the stuff that we're talking about that we have to have costs a significant amount of money. And, you know, I mean, Mike, you know, your budget's public record and I've seen it. I glanced at it. Where does that money come from to even get started in this program? It's one of the things that's exhausting for me. there's like, my department and my personnel has spent, my God, almost hundreds of hours trying to make a decision. And my fear is that we go so slow, and it's wait until we say wait again. And then by the time we actually do something, it'll be so far down the road and something will happen. God forbid, somebody will get some kind of problems, won't be able to have radio communication. And we haven't made anything, we haven't talked about any way that we're gonna carry us from right now to the time that we actually get the equipment. And that's what my concern, I think we're missing chunks of it. You know, I mean, I appreciate this and all the information and things like that, but there's still some holes in this. And I don't see how we're gonna fill those holes. And that's what my concern is. So I hate to be to bird dog things out and not have a solution, but we don't have a solution. And that's what got us to this point already. So I don't know, folks, we're in for a hard ride for the next 2 or 3 years, just riding this thing out. And I think that once we make a decision, the expectation of having it be done is gonna have patience run short with individuals that are already struggling. That's all I want.
Mike, answer your question. So the big thing is about coverage. Until we have Motorola and Tate on the same page for sites and coverage that the users agree and expect, how are they going to come in with an apples to apples proposal? If they don't know what they're bidding on channel wise and coverage and sites, it's going to be really hard and in fairness to both of them. How are they going to bid in a fair way?
Well, to get to a selection, there's several different ways to get there. We could do an RFP. We could do an RFQ. We could, depending on what attorneys tell us, if you can justify sole source, you can do all those things. You're talking about how to get to a vendor. But designing a system, this is part of the process, what we're doing right now. Having input from the user group, what is it their expectation? I've heard everything from we want 100% coverage across the county. Yeah, it's a great goal. I understand that, but we have to be realistic too. So part of this process today was even looking at their coverage maps versus their coverage maps. There's differences there. What's acceptable to users? It's not my decision. It's not the district's decision. It's our customers. What is the scope of the project? We could do the WCN, everybody's on board and we're going down the road, or we're going to focus on far more narrow focus. Again, the bosses need direct us.
So is the next step then, feedback on what coverage they expect, and then use on Motorola aids or users expect and date, and then they have a definitive baseline of how to do a full year. And I would think the number of channels needs to be decided as well.
Or the formula of how do we arrive to that magic number. But getting the decision makers, the users of the agency together to discuss all this is part of this, part of January, and we'll see what it goes.
You have enough information for these set of requirements.
Yes.
And that would help get closer to apples to apples. Hey, all we, that how the commission, that would be extent. That would be here, be something that addresses these things. And everybody has.
Hey, Mike, if I may, there is a way where you can set requirements that don't have to go through the department process. If you specify the sites, the specific sites, specify the antenna height, and the coverage is just GTR 8000 doesn't produce. So then you'd have an apples to apples. What you do in a scenario like that is you provide, or you require that the bidders provide what they want to guarantee from a coverage perspective. So 95% reliability, 3.48 then it'll produce maps. The maps might differ a little bit, but not because of coverage, but because of what they're going to guarantee. So then you look at that determination, you'll have an apples to apples pricing comparison at that point.
Any other questions, comments?
Federal is still under contract.
Well, in fact, prior to learning of the C-800 equipment, we had just started talking about phase 2, which is developing an RFP, starting to manage that for us.
Can they be in attendance in January?
I certainly ask.
Okay.
Sir,
Just gonna throw something weird out there and it doesn't stick on the whole fund. I wonder if we could do a short term, long term. I'm wondering if we can ask for suggestions from these two companies to say, what could we do short term to tweak this, to make it a little bit better. Stopgap, Band-Aid, whatever you want to call it, to get that 5 years down the road. It's talking about, it seems to be pretty realistic. When you're selling bonds or levies or whatever, also, that's going to take a lot of time. What about short-term Band-Aids? Is it possible to ask that question?
Yeah, because if you, I mean, obviously, we don't have an unlimited amount of resources or funds. So we need a fix now. So like the gentleman said, if somebody comes up with a plan, that's gonna tap into the resources that you have to start all this. So that may even push it back a little bit longer to try to rebuild those resources just to carry us. I mean, you know, this just feels like it's turning into a hamster wheel for us. We're not gonna be able to get off. And that's the only thing. I mean, I've only been in Columbia County for 2 years. I mean, I understand the process. I come from a much larger, you know, kind of a urban type of area, so I'm used to all this. But the resources here are so much more limited, and the problems exist right now, and they're significant. I think that I agree. We have to come up with a plan that involves getting us from here to here.
You can judge with the long term.
Right. I think that has to be included. I would agree with you, sir. Absolutely. Because that we haven't talked about that.
No.
You know, and I kind of been letting it go, waiting for some of this, and I'm calculating in my head. I'm making notes about how long this is gonna take. And I'm like, what are we gonna, 40 years from now, hell, some of us may even be retired. You know, and we're gonna be kicking the can and passing this on to the next generation of administrators that are gonna say, why didn't these guys do this back then? And I really want to avoid that because I've been past that kind of legacy nightmare, you know, half my career. So I think we need to be looking at that also, and we haven't touched that at all.
I think the reality is too, we can go to the voters and ask for X amount of dollars and it might not happen. And so then we got to regroup and refigure and then do it all over again. So that just makes it that much further. So.
And remember, and the different organizations here have been vocal about the fact that several organizations here have levies that they're going to be kicking out also.
Sure.
So CCOM's going to be competing against levies from other police departments, other fire departments, other entities. So that means we're going to have to time the levy for CCOM so that it's not competing with another levy. You know, and I just recently became a Columbia County resident, and the taxes here already are significant, and the economy isn't giving me any signs or hope that things are going to get any better. In fact, it's going to get a little more rocky. What's going to happen? We need to bridge the gap now.
Now we're good.
There are temporary solutions that you can deploy as well. Any manufacturer will take care of doesn't matter during the civil development side. So you can have a count. So when I was at Shoots County, we used that while we were actually building one of our sites. So that gave us the capability of having the coverage, the capacity of the system while we were going through the land use process to actually build out the site, probably an 8 to 10 month process there. So there are solutions like that expedite the usage of the system even prior to having to go through the full build out.
Any other comments? We will go back, staff will, and we'll start developing, do a poll for a meeting, a joint meeting in January. Continue the conversation, we'll certainly have a follow-up meeting with federal tomorrow morning, so we'll discuss what took place here today and maybe planning to get them to join us and how we can help guide us. Other than that, if there's anything else, again, thanks everybody for showing up today. It's been a long day, but I think it was very valuable.
Thank you.
That's what I was. Well, we have four. We don't have any, we have to do something.